Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
The consciousness of the heavenly path, urged by Su Yang, obediently began to mobilize the world's power. A special source of power, under his guidance, started gathering from all over the world and infused into Su Yang's body. Even though the heavenly path consciousness had only recovered to 70% of its strength, it still didn't dare to act arrogantly in front of Su Yang. Even if the heavenly path consciousness were to fully recover, it wouldn't dare to challenge Su Yang. Only those who had witnessed Su Yang's terrifying power by his side knew what true despair was. This didn't just apply to their strength, but also their rate of improvement. Because they had witnessed Su Yang's rise, the heavenly path consciousness wanted to attach itself to Su Yang. The heavenly path consciousness represented the entire world, and now that it was only at 70% of its former strength, it meant that 30% of the world's essence had been absorbed by the celestial sect. Su Yang sat cross-legged on the ground, feeling his physical qualities rapidly strengthening. At the same time, he contemplated a question. To enhance his world, considering the current situation, he would need to find resources in other worlds. The first step was to locate the existence of other worlds. Normally, he wouldn't interfere with planets inhabited by intelligent life. He would only plunder planets without intelligent life. But at the moment, he knew nothing about the conditions in the universe. Perhaps obtaining resources within the universe didn't necessarily require traveling to other planets. Could there be spiritual objects in the universe? All decisions were made based on the circumstances at hand. Right now, what he needed to consider was how to find other planets. After obtaining a golden core level flying ship, Su Yang understood why golden core level flying ships could navigate the universe. These vessels could convert void energy into spiritual energy, ensuring that cultivators above the foundation establishment stage wouldn't die while traveling in space. However, navigating the universe was still challenging, and the celestial sect only used golden core level flying ships out of necessity. Su Yang, on the other hand, had a way to avoid some of the problems. Combining his knowledge from the interface, he realized he could create a group of followers. Su Yang would then infuse his sword intent into them and have them pilot golden core level flying ships to explore the universe. Once they found planets, Su Yang could use his sword intent to activate teleportation arrays on those planets, allowing cultivators from Daxia to explore, find spiritual objects, and bring them back to enhance their world. However, to create a planet teleportation array with his sword intent, he needed his sword intent to reach level 500, which was something he could only think about for now. While contemplating this, the heavenly path's consciousness completed its source tempering on him. Not only had it improved his strength, but it also eliminated some minor defects in his body. However, at this point, these improvements all seemed the same to him. After all, using source tempering, the entire process was quick, taking only half an hour. Su Yang moved around a bit and felt that, at this moment, his body was stronger than ever before. With a complete golden core physique, even his physical body alone was enough to defeat Tao Qing. At his current level, Su Yang was curious about how fast he could swing his sword. However, when he attempted it, something fell off. With his current golden core level physique, he could only swing 30,000 swords in an hour. When he was at the Grandmaster level, he could already swing 20,000 swords in an hour. Going from Grandmaster to golden core level had at least increased his sword swings by 10,000. Right? Su Yang furrowed his brows and asked the heavenly path, "Why is it that my physique has reached golden core perfection, but I can only swing 1,000 more swords than when I was a Grandmaster? Do you know the reason for this?" If Su Yang hadn't scanned his own physique and confirmed that it had reached level 49, he would have suspected that the heavenly path had given him a fake improvement. The heavenly path's consciousness explained, Speed has a critical point at every stage. Only by breaking through this critical point can you exceed the limits and increase your speed. The further you go, the more frequent these critical points appear, and breaking them becomes more difficult. For example, the first critical point for your sword swings might be at 3,600 swords per hour, the second at 7,200 swords per hour, the third at 8,000 swords per hour, the fourth at 8,500 swords per hour, the fifth at 8,900 swords per hour, and so on. The further you go, the more frequent these critical points appear, and you'll need more power to break them. Perhaps, as a sword immortal, your physique improved too quickly, and you didn't notice these limitations. Su-Yang suddenly realized that he had experienced this feeling before, but hadn't been as obvious as it was now, leaving him feeling somewhat out of sync. All right. Upon careful consideration, he acknowledged that at this stage, his physique had indeed improved rapidly. The interface also provided a response, indicating that once he reached level 100, there would be new changes in sword intent proficiency, but he didn't know how it would change. With the Celestial Sect's affairs resolved, Su-Yang took out the Tianxian token. Su-Yang, Your Majesty, I have resolved the Celestial Sect. Next, I plan to deal with the evil spirits in Highland Province. Emperor Xia. I'm all right. In the palace, Emperor Xia's mind was in turmoil. He didn't know if all of this was true or not. His inner voice told him that it was all true. Regardless, Su Yang's words couldn't be concealed, and all he needed to do was investigate to easily find out the truth. Send word to Tianzhou that the preparation of 100,000 citizens can be cancelled. Also, inform Highland Province that the great Xia Sword Immortal is on his way to help them deal with the evil spirits, and they should cooperate fully. Thinking back to a short time ago, when the Celestial Sect's people were demanding things from him, now the entire Celestial Sect had disappeared. It all felt incredibly surreal. In just a few breaths, Su-Yang had returned from Tianzhou to Qingzhou, covering tens of thousands of miles in a mere blink of an eye. This time, after returning to Qingzhou, it was time to leave. Back at the Martial Suppression Division, Su-Yang found Gu Xiu and handed him a large bag of storage equipment. Gu Xiu, used to receiving such items, took it without any surprise. Old Gu, get ready. I'm going to elevate your cultivation. All right. Gu Xiu was initially composed, but as soon as he heard Su Yang's words, he became anything but composed. Elevate his cultivation? Su Yang naturally intended to do so. Gu Xiu had followed him for a long time, handling various tasks, and it had become quite convenient for him. His cultivation had to progress, or else he'd be left behind. This was especially true for his realm. He couldn't afford to stay stagnant. Just as the regular world source had finished enhancing his physique, Su Yang had over 10,000 points left, which he could use to elevate Gu Xiu to the Golden Core Perfection realm. The Heavenly Path's consciousness was somewhat reluctant. After all, this was related to his world's advancement. But since it was Su Yang's command, it had no choice but to comply, even if reluctantly. Old Gu, what elemental affinity would you like for your spiritual roots? Can I choose that? Why not? Gu Xiu was greatly shocked and thought for a moment before saying, Master, I've comprehended wind attribute sword intent. Can I have wind attribute spiritual roots? Su Yang smiled and said, You have good taste. No problem. Creating regular 5-element spiritual roots only required 100 points of the regular world source. But for wind attribute spiritual roots, a unique attribute, it required 1,000 points. Nevertheless, it was still manageable. Next, Su Yang created the spiritual roots and infused the source to elevate Gu Xiu's cultivation. In less than half an hour, everything was done. Su Yang had to admit that, from this perspective, the Heavenly Path was quite useful. Gu Xiu's cultivation had reached the Golden Core Perfection realm, and his lifespan had increased by 1,000 years. Visually, Gu Xiu didn't undergo significant changes in his appearance, but his lifespan had undoubtedly increased. After completing the elevation, Su Yang took out a Golden Core level flying ship. Old Gu, you're leaving for Highland Province. Also, use this new Golden Core level ship. Understood. feeling the new power within him. Gushio was also excited, and he had to calm himself down. He needed to stay composed. He boarded the new flying ship, and the two of them departed from Qingzhou, heading towards Highland Province. The speed was incredible. They disappeared from view with just a blink of an eye. In Qingzhou, officials like Zhu Shou watched in silence. In the end, they all deeply bowed towards the direction Su Yang had departed in. Highland Province. The Golden Core level flying boat is fast. In less than a minute, it crossed 4 provinces. Upon arriving in Highland Province, Su Yang could clearly feel that the heavens and earth in this area were different. Extremely dark and chaotic. At this time, it should be considered daytime, but the entire Highland Province seemed to be in perpetual darkness. Su Yang released his sword Intent, covering tens of thousands of miles of land, everything within his perception. At the same time, he could clearly sense the evil spirits present in this area. Evil spirit. Level. Unyielding. For 17. Fear wind. Evil spirit. Level. Unyielding. 423. Fear ice. Dozens of evil spirits appeared clearly in Su Yang's mind. Everything within the range of his sword Intent was easily grasped by him. Moreover, because of the created sword Intent, he could directly sense what the evil spirits feared. This was quite convenient. However, why did the level have an unyielding suffix? What did that mean? Su Yang originally wanted to take direct action, but at this moment, the heavenly path consciousness spoke. Sword Immortal, why don't you consider projecting what you're doing right now across the entire Highland Province? Su Yang refused, saying, "No need, I don't like showing off." Although the heavenly path consciousness had explained the reasons for projecting, he still preferred to keep a low profile. The heavenly path consciousness continued to persuade. In fact, it's not like that, Sword Immortal. You are not doing this to show off. You're doing it to save the people from suffering. You see, the entire population of Highland Province is currently in deep despair. If you don't believe me, take a closer look. Following the heavenly path suggestion, Su Yang surveyed the area covered by his sword Intent. The people living in Highland Province were like startled birds, quickly avoiding any slight movement. They were constantly living in fear, as if they always felt someone behind them. Even if there wasn't, their thoughts would eventually scare them to the point of developing mental problems. This couldn't go on. The heavenly path consciousness saw Su Yang pondering and continued. What are they afraid of? They fear the evil spirits that could appear at any moment. These evil spirits feed on fear and love, tormenting humans. If you want the people of Highland Province to stop being afraid, the best way is to let them see the evil spirits being killed one by one. I can help you with this by projecting what you're doing across the entire Highland Province for all humans to see. Su Yang reluctantly nodded. All right, I'm not a fan of being flashy, but if it's for the sake of the people in the province to escape from fear, then I can reluctantly do it. The heavenly path consciousness said, Sword Immortal, you have a great cause. Highland City. The entire upper echelon of Highland Province gathered excitedly to discuss the instructions just conveyed by the Emperor. If the great Xia Sword Immortal were just an ordinary celestial realm cultivator, they wouldn't be excited. Given the current state of Highland Province, an ordinary celestial realm cultivator wouldn't be of much use. But if a top-tier celestial realm cultivator, or even the rumored martial saint from outside, were to come, it would be a different story. When do you think that Sword Immortal will arrive? It should still take some time, but we can discuss our plans. With the power of that Sword Immortal, even if he can't kill some special evil spirits, he can still rescue the counties trapped by celestial realm evil spirits. Yes, with tens of thousands of people in one county, it's good to save them. During the discussions of the high-ranking officials of Highland Province, they suddenly felt a change in the celestial phenomena outside. What's going on? Could it be that evil spirits are attacking? For a moment, everyone became tense. However, when they looked at the celestial phenomena outside, they were all stunned. This doesn't look like evil spirits, does it? In the sky, there was an omen. Within the omen, a flying boat was sailing in the sky, with a young man in white and golden patterns standing in front of it. In front of him was Highland Province, shrouded in darkness. They didn't know who this person was, but a voice told them. This is the great Xia, sword immortal, Su Yang. The omen showed more changes. One evil spirit after another appeared in the omen. Some were lurking in the darkness, some were active in Highland Province, some were hunting down cultivators, and some were slaughtering people. But in the next moment, they saw something unbelievable. The great Xia, sword immortal, took action. He waved his long sword gently. With one sword strike, a fierce wind howled, and it struck the distant land of Highland Province accurately, completely annihilating an evil spirit. They saw that this evil spirit slowly disappeared from the world. This is the power that the evil spirits fear. This evil spirit has completely disappeared. This was just the beginning. The great Xia, sword immortal, continued. The second sword strike was a sword enveloped in frost, striking another evil spirit that feared the cold. The third sword strike was burning with flames. The fourth sword strike gathered water droplets. The fifth sword strike stirred up dust. The sixth sword strike was entwined with green vitality. The seventh sword strike was shrouded in black aura. The great Xia, sword immortal, kept advancing and kept swinging his sword. One sword after another. Each sword carried a different realm. One sword, one layer of meaning. What a monstrous talent. In Black Scale City, all the high-ranking officials who were watching were stunned. It wasn't just the high-ranking officials of Highland Province who were watching. This scene was being observed by all the people of Highland Province. For them, this scene was something that could only appear in a dream. One person, one sword, killed all the evil spirits in Highland Province. Wasn't this a scene that could only be found in their dreams? Now, were they still dreaming? The fact told them that it wasn't a dream. While they were watching, a voice in their heads explained the current situation to them. It told them who this person was, what he was doing, and how far he was going to do it. Some people had seen evil spirits before and recognized them. When they saw the evil spirits they recognized being killed with one sword strike, they jumped with joy, even though they didn't know if it was true or not. As long as they were happy, it didn't matter. With the death of more and more evil spirits, the vitality of Highland Province was gradually returning. At first, people found it hard to believe, even with the heavenly path explaining to them. But as the evil spirits that were chasing them were killed with one sword strike, they became increasingly certain that this was real. Looking at Su Yang again, at this moment, wherever his sword intent covered, one special attribute sword technique after another was created by him, and with a casual swing, he obliterated the evil spirits. Will of all beings plus 17, plus 23, plus 13. These sword techniques were possibly one-time use, so Su Yang only created level 1 sword techniques, not wasting the will of all beings. With a level 70 sword intent, it was enough to kill the evil spirits. At the same time, he also understood that the unyielding suffix in the evil spirit's level had no particular effect. He didn't understand its meaning, but its effect was to increase the will of all beings. The higher the level, the more will of all beings increased. This was somewhat similar to sins. He wondered if the rewards would increase tenfold after the level exceeded 100. However, he had killed evil spirits before and didn't see this particular feature. Perhaps those were incomplete evil spirits. It seemed that they were transformed by the blood cultivation sect master. In the gaze of the people of Highland Province, the great Xia, sword immortal, rode on a flying boat and advanced steadily. Wherever he passed, the evil spirits were annihilated. Some were pursued by evil spirits and saved by Su Yang knelt down to the heavens, revering Su Yang as if he were a deity. This day was destined to be recorded in history for Highland Province. On this day, a sword immortal descended among mortals, wielding a 3-foot-long sword in his hand with a wave. Countless sword radiance fell upon the land of Highland Province. The evil spirits that once caused fear, invincibility, and immortality were now easily slain by wanton sword radiance, as if they were ants being crushed. His figure, like an immortal descending to cleanse the impurities of the world, effortlessly dispelled the darkness with a flick of his finger. On this day, the great Xia sword immortal tore apart the darkness that shrouded Highland Province, bringing light to the countless beings. In just under an hour, Su Yang swept across tens of thousands of miles of Highland Province. The so-called evil spirits could be wiped out with a snap of his fingers. At this moment, he had arrived at the birthplace of the evil spirits. This place was not only where the evil spirits were born, but also the only forbidden zone in Great Xia. Under the influence of his sword Intent, the strength of the evil spirits here was formidable, which explained why it was a forbidden zone. Levels 30 to 49 were present. Su Yang was amazed. Good gracious, aren't the evil spirits here formidable? If they had broken out, who in all of Great Xia could have stopped them? As Su Yang gazed at the darkness ahead, he realized why this place was a forbidden zone, thanks to the incredibly powerful evil spirits that inhabited it. Compared to these, the evil spirits running rampant in Highland Province were merely minor foes. The strengths of the two sides were in completely different leagues. How could there be such a disparity in the same world? Wait, what was that? With his sword Intent covering the area, Su Yang clearly saw a fissure in the center of it all, tearing through the sky. Inside the fissure were layers of vortexes. A memory obtained through soul-searching flashed in Su Yang's mind. A world fissure. A world fissure was a special phenomenon, a stable channel that allowed passage from one side to the other. As for what was on the other side of the channel, that was something unknown. Currently, he could gather some information. The world fissure definitely connected to a place where evil spirits were born, which meant it was highly dangerous. Of course, finding out what was on the other side was simple. Just find some demonic cultivators to control and explore the other side. This discovery was a pleasant surprise for Su Yang. The existence of world fissures should be well known to the heavenly Tao, right? Su Yang looked at the long sword behind him. Aren't you aware of the existence of these world fissures? The consciousness of the heavenly Tao replied, I am aware. Su Yang thought for a moment and continued, do we have any such world fissures in our world? The consciousness of the heavenly Tao replied, apart from this location, there are two more, one in the northern wilderness and one in the boundless. See, this situation was looking better and better. World fissures might not necessarily directly connect to other worlds, but if creatures emerged from them, they were most likely connected to other worlds. Unless the world fissure had been quiet all along, possibly linked to the void of the universe. Su Yang hadn't checked the world fissure in the northern wilderness yet, but he inquired with the heavenly Tao. The beast calamity in the northern wilderness came from the world fissure, which meant that place probably also connected to another world. As for the boundless sea, it was a quiet world fissure. After understanding all this, Su Yang didn't care much anymore. He planned to deal with these evil spirits first. Once he had dealt with the evil spirits in Highland Province, he could complete a mission. Quest: Chaos of Evil Spirits. Level 453. Requirement: resolve the evil spirits in Highland Province. Reward: 53,000 to 83,000 will of all beings. This mission would be considered complete once he dealt with the evil spirits here. Aside from this, there were also the chaos of demonic cultivators and the chaos of demonic immortals, and these two missions were nearing their end as well. All the demonic cultivators and demonic immortals in the world were being locked onto by the consciousness of the heavenly Tao. After some time, when most of them were locked on, Su Yang could eliminate them directly. Both of these were easy to track. Demonic cultivators had karma clinging to them, which the consciousness of the heavenly Tao could easily sense. As for demonic immortals, when they absorbed the origin of heaven and earth during their cultivation, they would naturally be sensed by the consciousness of the heavenly Tao. As for why he didn't let the heavenly Tao strike directly with thunder, it was simple. The heavenly Tao's actions consumed the world's origin. So normally, the heavenly Tao wouldn't care about what happened in the world. After the heavenly Tao locked on, Su Yang could deal with these situations himself. He didn't want to waste the world's origin on these matters. At this moment, everyone in Highland Province was watching Su Yang. People who had some knowledge of Su Yang's current location couldn't help but exclaim, "This is a forbidden zone. He's entered the forbidden zone." Those who knew the terror of the forbidden zone couldn't help but worry for Su Yang. The terror of the forbidden zone was no joke. In the past, the martial saint had only approached the edge of the forbidden zone and hadn't gone far in, but he had been injured and had to return to the capital to recover. His lifespan was greatly reduced, and he suffered internal injuries. Even though Su Yang was a martial saint, was he being too audacious? However, just as they were pondering their concerns, the following scenes erased all such thoughts from their minds. Because the evil spirits in the forbidden zone that Su Yang encountered were no different from those he had encountered earlier. Those evil spirits that had brought despair were easily extinguished by Su Yang's sword, one after another. In less than the time it took for a pot of tea to brew, the forbidden zone was obliterated. At this point, the anomalies in the sky disappeared, and a voice echoed in their minds. The evil spirits in Highland Province have been completely exterminated by the great Xia Sword Immortal. For a moment, the people of Highland Province were in a daze. The evil spirits were gone. They looked at the sky. The sky, which had been shrouded in darkness, seemed to have a long-lost sunlight. The darkness had disappeared. As rays of sunlight fell upon them, their bodies trembled, and their hands slowly lifted, reaching out to grasp the rays of sunlight. They wanted this sunlight to forever shine upon them. Had the darkness truly come to an end? The sudden and immense joy left them bewildered for a moment. Only with the passage of time would they gradually accept this reality and slowly return to their normal lives. A life without the shroud of evil spirits. Quest: Chaos of Evil Spirits completed. Will of all beings plus 83,000. Undesirable extinction. Will of all beings plus 32,112. Resolving the trouble in Highland Province once again increased Su Yang's will of all beings by a significant amount, adding more than 100,000. Su Yang casually set up a sword annihilation formation and a sword intent barrier at the World Fissure. The sword annihilation formation would exterminate all the evil spirits that came through. Even if they couldn't be killed, they would only revive at the exit. The sword intent barrier was to prevent anyone from accidentally entering the sword annihilation formation. For now, he hadn't planned to explore the fissure yet. After completing his current missions and stabilizing the world, he would consider exploring other worlds. Deal with internal affairs before dealing with external ones. Imperial Palace. On this side, Xia Xian had just informed the authorities in Highland Province to fully cooperate with Su Yang's actions. It didn't take long before the administrator of Highland Province sent him a token message. The Heavenly Seal token was a means for the royal family to quickly issue orders. Generally, the people who could directly transmit messages to him through this Heavenly Seal token held important positions, either in the imperial court or pillars of the Xia Empire. Their numbers were scarce, and unless there was something significant, no one dared to disturb him. Of course, Su Yang was an exception. Opening the Heavenly Seal token, it was a message from the governor of Highland Province, Ning Zhanghe. Your Majesty, the great Xia Sword Immortal has arrived and has already resolved the situation here. The information transmitted by Ning Zhanghe was very detailed. From Su Yang's appearance to his process of eliminating all evil spirits, it was all described. Even though Xia Xian was aware of Su Yang's strength, even though he had witnessed Su Yang's methods in resolving the situation in Xinjiang Province, at this moment, hearing this news still left him immensely astonished. Anything Su Yang did shattered his preconceptions, continuously grinding down the idea that he understood the world. Su Yang was constantly telling him, "Don't measure my limits with your ignorance." It was a feeling of helplessness. In reality, Su Yang hadn't said any of this. These were all Xia Xian's own thoughts. Northern Province. After dealing with the evil spirits in Highland Province, They appeared at the next location in the powerful flying ship at the Golden Core level in just a short while. In Northern Province, there were two tasks at hand. One was the wrath of the Northern Wilderness Army, and the other was the Beast Calamity. Task: Wrath of the Northern Wilderness Army. Level: Lv.33. Requirement: Resolve the anger of the Northern Wilderness Army. Reward: Will of all beings 7,000 to 33,000. Task: Beast Calamity. Level: Lv.60. Requirement: Resolve the Beast Calamity in the Northern Wilderness. Reward: Will of all beings 100,000 to 160,000. It was easy to understand the task of resolving the Beast Calamity. However, Su Yang couldn't quite grasp the meaning behind the wrath of the Northern Wilderness Army. Why were they angry? After some thought, Su Yang decided to visit the location of the Northern Wilderness Army to inquire about the situation. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Su Yang, as usual, informed Xia Xian of his upcoming journey. He asked Xia Xian to give instructions to avoid causing discomfort to anyone. At the same time, he took the opportunity to observe the situation in Northern Province. The places where the common people lived in Northern Province seemed relatively well off. Although there were many demonic beasts, each city and county could handle them on their own. Due to the presence of these demonic beasts, the people here ate well, had stronger bodies, and cultivated faster. In Su Yang's perception, the martial cultivation levels of the warriors in Northern Province were generally one step higher than in other provinces. Of course, this came at a price. The benefits brought by eating demonic beast meat also meant that there were many who died in the jaws of these beasts. People ate demonic beasts, and demonic beasts ate people. It was a struggle for survival, a natural selection of species. It could be said that the people of Northern Province and the demonic beasts had long become mortal enemies, a deep-seated hatred that dated back 100 years. The appearance of this world's rift occurred 100 years ago, and the hatred began from that time. After learning about the basic situation in Northern Province, Su Yang arrived at the location of the Northern Wilderness Army. When his flying ship arrived, the commander of the Northern Wilderness Army, Song Pingyan, personally came to welcome him. I am Song Pingyan, the commander of the Northern Wilderness Army. I greet the great Xia, Sword Immortal. Entering the main hall, Su Yang got straight to the point, saying, I have two purposes for coming here. One is to deal with the Beast Calamity, and the other is to inquire whether the Northern Wilderness Army has suffered any injustice. Upon hearing Su Yang's inquiry, Song Pingyan's heart stirred. Was he here to support them? After a moment of silence, he said, If we talk about injustice, the Northern Wilderness Army hasn't suffered any injustice. But if we talk about something that made us angry, the Northern Wilderness Army did experience it. It was 2 years ago. More and more demonic beasts were emerging from the depths of the Northern Wilderness. In order to prevent a massive beast tide, I discussed with the Zhou family, the first family in Northern Province, to join forces in clearing out the demonic beasts. According to our plan, the Zhou family was supposed to block the demonic beasts coming from one direction. For the Zhou family, this was supposed to be an easy task. But during the operation, the demonic beast that the Zhou family was supposed to intercept unexpectedly appeared on the front lines. A sudden influx of a large number of demonic beasts caught the Northern Wilderness Army off guard, resulting in the deaths of 60,000 of our soldiers. You should know that the entire Northern Wilderness Army only has 300,000 soldiers. After investigating later, I found out that the Zhou family deliberately let them through. It was only due to a personal grudge between one of the Zhou family's generals and a Northern Wilderness Army officer that led to the deaths of 60,000 people. Afterwards, the Zhou family insisted it was not intentional and offered compensation. In the end, they only compensated 30 million taels of silver. My 6,000 brothers, 60,000 lives, can't be brought back with 30 million taels of silver. But the Zhou family has 6 heaven-transforming realm experts. They even used the defense against the beast tide as a threat. If we were to take action against the Zhou family, they would wash their hands of the beast tide problem, and even hinted that if they were troubled, the remaining soldiers of the Northern Wilderness Army would fare even worse. With my current strength, I can't seek justice for my fallen brothers. Whenever I think about this, I feel powerless. I let down my brothers who trusted me. Song Pingin's voice trembled as he spoke the last words, each word biting. If possible, how could he not seek justice for his subordinates? Is that so? If I help you seek justice, what do you intend to do? Su Yang calmly spoke. Song Pingin knew of Su Yang's strength and naturally understood that Su Yang could do it. It was just that the opportunity to avenge his subordinates was right in front of him, and he was confused. He could ask Su Yang to take action against the Zhou family. He could seek momentary satisfaction, but what would be the consequences? The Northern Wilderness defense line would be at risk of collapsing, and under the onslaught of the beast tide, the countless people in Northern Province would fall into disaster. Countless people would die because of this. Behind them were the people they had fought desperately to protect. Now, for a moment of satisfaction, they were endangering thousands of lives. Could he really do it? The greater good and the immediate satisfaction clashed in his mind. But the greater good, ensuring the safety of thousands of people, ultimately prevailed. Song Pingin's thoughts were in turmoil, and the words "destroy the Zhou family" remained unspoken. Brothers, would you blame me? He wondered. Su Yang looked at Song Pingin, who remained silent for a long time, and had some speculations in his heart. What are you hesitating about? Are you afraid that if I destroy the Zhou family, no one will be there to stop the beast tide? Song Pingin nodded, as that was indeed what he was thinking. Is this a lack of trust in me? Su Yang sighed. Have you forgotten that I came here with two tasks in mind? I will also eliminate the beast tide, so rest assured. In fact, no matter what your answer is, I have already decided to destroy the Zhou family. The Northern Wilderness Army fought to the death to protect the people in the front lines. Every soldier deserves respect. The Zhou family dared to harm 60,000 soldiers of the Northern Wilderness Army. This crime deserves punishment. Here's the deal. I'll first deal with the Northern Wilderness demonic beasts, so you don't have to worry. I'll give you some time to prepare. When I return, I'll take care of the Zhou family. Su Yang didn't want to explain too much. It was better to eliminate the Northern Wilderness demonic beasts first. His strength was the only way to dispel doubts. The sky. Su Yang looked toward the direction of the Northern Wilderness. Beyond the borders of the Northern Province lay the vast expanse of the Northern Wilderness. The Northern Wilderness belonged to the realm of demons. With his sword Intent covering everything, various types of demons within thousands of miles entered his field of vision. While these demons remained dormant, they posed no harm to humans or livestock. But when they ventured out of the Northern Wilderness and attacked the Northern Province, it was when their fangs were bared. Heavenly Tao, let the people of the Northern Province and the Northern Wilderness Army witness how I annihilate these demons. Understood. This time, there was no need for the heavenly Tao consciousness to speak up. It was already prepared to do so. The effect of this action was simple and straightforward. Su Yang didn't need to explain any further. At this point, he understood that not everything needed to be done quietly. Some things had to be done openly. Let the world know so they could be at ease. At the border of the Northern Province, the Northern Wilderness Army, who had been guarding the area, suddenly looked up at the sky in unison. What's going on? The entire Northern Province sky displayed an anomaly. In the phenomenon, a person was soaring through the sky, carrying a 3-foot-long sword on his back. Ahead of him lay the Northern Wilderness, a land they perceived as the birthplace of countless demons. Behind him were countless swords, with tens of thousands gathering with each step he took. As the Northern Province citizens watched in puzzlement, a message entered their minds, informing them of the events taking place. Great Xia, Sword Immortal, Su Yang, exterminating the demons of the Northern Wilderness. When these keywords entered their minds, they couldn't help but feel anticipation. Soon the anomaly changed. The Great Xia, Sword Immortal, floated in the air, steadily advancing. In front of him were countless demons. At this moment, countless swords followed him as he moved forward. Wherever the Sword Immortal went, he was covered in a rain of swords. Wherever the sword rain fell, no demons survived. They watched as demon after demon was annihilated by the sword rain. Some of them were familiar, like Grandmaster demons, Greater Grandmaster demons, even Heavenly Realm demons. There were also demons they couldn't recognize at all. But those with the size of hundreds of meters and looked formidable were not to be trifled with. Even so, demons of this level couldn't survive under the sword rain. In the phenomenon, the great Xia sword immortal continued to advance, and countless demons died under his feet, until he reached the end of the northern wilderness. The entire process took less than a moment, and the number of demons killed couldn't be counted. When the final image disappeared, there wasn't a single demon left standing in the entire northern wilderness. They had all been eradicated. After the image disappeared, a voice echoed in the minds of everyone. Northern wilderness demons, completely annihilated. Northern wilderness demon territory. At this point, Su Yang had already reached the end of the territory of demons. This was also where the demons appeared. After setting up the annihilation sword formation and sword intent barrier here, Su Yang left. In the flash of an eye, Su Yang returned to the location of the Northern Wilderness Army. He met with Song Pinyin. "How's it going? Are you ready?" Su Yang's sudden words startled Song Pinyin, who had just woken up from his shock. At this moment, he had finally regained his senses. However, he chuckled and said, "Lord Su, you haven't even given me a minute to issue orders for the Northern Wilderness Demon Territory. I didn't have time to do anything while I was busy looking at the strange phenomenon in the sky." He had been so focused on the celestial anomaly that he hadn't had time to issue any orders. As for the authenticity of the phenomenon, to create such a phenomenon that covered the entire northern province, would it need to be fabricated? Moreover, would someone create such a fragile fabrication that could easily be exposed? Since that's the case, you can make the arrangements now. Just bring some people with me, and I'll handle the Zhou family's experts. When the time comes, you'll be responsible for apprehending people. As for how to deal with the Zhou family afterward, that's up to you. Su Yang looked meaningfully at Song Pinyin. Understood. Song Pinyin's body trembled, realizing that Su Yang wanted to see a result that would satisfy the Northern Wilderness Army soldiers. Well, in addition, you can arrange for the Northern Wilderness Army soldiers to collect all the demon corpses from the Northern Wilderness Demon Territory. You defended this place for so many years. You deserve these. Distribute them to the soldiers and compensate the families of those who died in battle. Thank you, my lord. This time, Song Pinyin was deeply moved and bowed to Su Yang in gratitude. This bow was not just for himself, but also for the 300,000 Northern Wilderness Army soldiers. After giving his orders, Song Pinyin acted quickly. While ordering the army to collect the corpses, he also arranged for elite soldiers to accompany Su Yang in capturing the Zhou family. This part of the operation proceeded swiftly. However, the people of the northern province and various major forces were still bewildered. Everything had happened so suddenly, and it had ended just as abruptly. They hadn't even had time to react, and it was already over. They couldn't be sure whether this was true or false, so they had to wait until the news of the annihilation of the Northern Wilderness Demon Territory spread before the people of the northern province could be certain it was real. They were left in a daze, discussing this topic endlessly. Various factions began sending people to confirm the authenticity of the event. After all, to determine whether this was true or false, one only needed to make a trip to the Northern Wilderness Demon Territory. As they took action, Song Pinyin was already well prepared. When he arrived at the military camp with Su Yang's orders and told the Northern Wilderness Army soldiers that the great Xia Sword Immortal would seek justice for them, they felt like they were in a dream. After all, they had just witnessed a scene that seemed like it could only exist in a dream. Subsequently, as they received confirmation from Song Pinyin, their emotions were one of excitement and elation. Never before had they felt such an unprecedented level of excitement. The grievances they had harbored for 2 years, was someone finally going to stand up for them? Was the great Xia Sword Immortal going to remember them? After the incident 2 years ago, the morale of the entire Northern Wilderness Army had been at an all-time low. They had been questioning whether what they were doing was worth it. Was it worth it because they were protecting their homeland? Or was it not worth it because they were bleeding on the front lines while someone was stabbing them in the back? For the sake of the Xia and their homeland, they endured for 2 years. 2 years of unwillingness, 2 years of anger. And during these 2 years, the images of their fallen comrades appeared in their minds constantly. Now, someone was finally going to stand up for them. At the very least, it proved that everything they had done was worth it. Someone remembered them. 3,000 elite soldiers of the Northern Wilderness Army, under Song Pingin's lead, arrived before Su Yang. We pay our respects to the great Xia, Sword Immortal. When these 3,000 people saw Su Yang's figure, which coincided with the figure in the sky phenomenon, they were overwhelmed with excitement. Soldiers, there's no need for so much ceremony. Su Yang used his sword intent to lift them into the air, and he earnestly scanned each and every one of them. I already know about your situation. This matter, when the great Xia was in turmoil, I couldn't make a decision for you. But this time, I'm here to make a decision for you. Soldiers who guard the borders must not be frozen to death by the wind and frost. Officers and soldiers, follow me to seek justice for you. Obey the command of the great Xia, Sword Immortal. The blood of the 3,000 Northern Wilderness Army soldiers surged, and they were more excited than ever before. This was a day they had dreamed of countless times. Was it finally here? Zhou family. Zhou Jianbo, the patriarch of the Zhou family, had received word from his subordinates that the Northern Wilderness Demon Territory had indeed been annihilated. The celestial phenomenon in the sky was not an illusion. He repeatedly confirmed this information with his subordinates. When he was certain it was true, an inexplicable sense of unease washed over him. Furrowing his brows, Zhou Jianbo immediately thought of the actions he had taken 2 years ago. The truth from 2 years ago was not as simple as a conflict between a disciple of his family and the Northern Wilderness Army. He had colluded with a cult for his own gain. Originally, he had only intended to cause some trouble for the Northern Wilderness Army. But things had spiraled out of control, and he had inadvertently caused the deaths of 60,000 Northern Wilderness Army soldiers. There was no way around it. Even if he had caused such a commotion, he had to bear the consequences. He couldn't let the Northern Wilderness Army take action against his Zhou family. Because he understood the situation in Xia, there was no time and no power to deal with his Zhou family. But now, when did Xia produce such a formidable figure? One person controlled thousands of swords to exterminate tens of thousands of demons in the Northern Wilderness. If they were to investigate the events from 2 years ago, his Zhou family would be doomed. No, he couldn't afford to be complacent. Zhou Jianbo felt his heart racing faster, a sign that something terrible was about to happen. After the incident 2 years ago, the Northern Wilderness Army had harbored a deep grudge against the Zhou family. With the arrival of the so-called Great Xia Sword Immortal, they would surely bring charges against him. He had to escape quickly and take the core members of the Zhou family with him. Whether there was any wrongdoing or not, they needed to lay low for now. If there was no problem, it would be for the best. If there was an issue, they could at least avoid immediate trouble. Looking at the celestial phenomenon that had just disappeared from the sky not long ago, Zhou Jianbo made up his mind. He immediately issued orders for all the core members of the Zhou family to gather and began gathering the treasures from the Zhou family's treasury. Just as Zhou Jianbo keenly sensed the danger and was preparing to escape, a series of orderly footsteps approached. Tap, tap, tap. Zhou Jianbo suddenly felt something was amiss, but he didn't have time to pack up and decided to flee. He tried to escape by using his true qi to free himself. However, his body was pinned in place and couldn't move an inch. In the void, chains appeared, instantly binding him and pulling him away. Outside the Zhou family, Su Yang's sword intent enveloped the area, targeting individuals with a level surpassing 420. Once the locking was complete, Su Yang's sword intent manifested as chains in the void, binding these people and dragging them toward him. Boom, boom, boom. Inside the Zhou family, the bound individuals rose into the air, some directly breaking through buildings with loud crashes. One by one, These figures were bound by the chains of Su Yang's sword Intent and appeared before Su Yang. They appeared before Song Pinyin. They appeared before the 3,000 Northern Wilderness Army soldiers. When the Northern Wilderness Army saw these people, they felt an overwhelming surge of anger. They wished they could rush forward and tear these individuals apart, but they also felt it would be too easy for them. Song Pingyin's heart was pounding heavily. Zhou Jianbo, the patriarch of the Zhou family, had reached the heavenly transformation realm in cultivation. Zhou Yuan, the Zhou family's ancestor, had reached the pinnacle of the heavenly transformation realm. Zhou Zifeng, a heavenly transformation realm expert from the Zhou family. In total, there were 35 people, which meant that the upper echelons of the Zhou family had been captured, and even the subordinates they had cultivated were here. When Zhou Jianbo saw Su Yang, followed by Song Pinyin and the Northern Wilderness Army soldiers who would gladly dismember him, he knew that it was over. Everything was over. He didn't resist. He had already attempted to do so when the chains bound him, but there was no way out. Moreover, his cultivation had been sealed by Su Yang. This time, Su Yang didn't directly destroy their dantians. Instead, he chose to seal their cultivation with his sword Intent. It was essentially the same, but it allowed them to endure a bit longer. Su Yang intentionally allowed some true qi to flow out, repairing their injuries. Once Su Yang had subdued all the martial experts above the core formation level, he lost interest in the subsequent events and didn't intend to interfere. Song Pinyin, I've taken care of all the high-level experts from the Zhou family. I'll leave the rest to you. Their cultivations have been sealed by me, so there's no need to worry about them resisting. Su Yang briefly explained and then handed over the situation to Song Pinyin. The Heavenly Tao had already locked onto many rogue cultivators and evil immortals, and Su Yang was planning to deal with them next. Su Yang left with Gu Xiu, leaving behind a determined Song Pinyin and the Northern Wilderness Army. As Su Yang departed, Song Pinyin and the 3,000 Northern Wilderness Army soldiers saluted him, until Su Yang disappeared into the distance. In the following moments, Song Pingyin's eyes glinted like an eagle's as he looked at the high-ranking members of the Zhou family and the Zhou family members behind them. He slowly raised his sword and, with an escalating tone, shouted the words that had been suppressed for 2 years. Surround the Zhou family. Spare no one. With no high-level figures to obstruct them, the rest of the Zhou family members were like chickens and dogs before the elite soldiers of the Northern Wilderness Army, easily captured. The soldiers of the Northern Wilderness Army finally had the opportunity to release the pent-up frustration they had been holding for 2 years. The resentment they had harbored for 2 years could finally be vented. Song Pingyin's eyes filled with tears. He had thought about this day countless times, even dreamed about it countless times. As the supreme commander of the Northern Wilderness Army, how could he not yearn for revenge? But in the face of the bigger picture, he had been powerless. Quest: Wrath of the Northern Wilderness Army completed. Reward: Sentient will plus 33,000. Quest: Beast Disaster completed. Reward: Sentient will plus 160,000. In the sky, Gu Xiu piloted the flying ship. Su Yang looked at his ever-increasing sentient will. Currently, it had reached 1.6 million sentient will. He enjoyed this feeling immensely. Perhaps he had a bit of a hoarding personality. He liked the feeling of seeing precious things accumulate, especially this versatile sentient will. It could be used to enhance his strength, and in a crisis, he could use it to quickly level up. It could also be used to create universal sword techniques. The flying ship sped along, and Su Yang diligently honed his sword intent. At this point, he wanted to quickly raise his sword intent level to IVI-00. Reaching IVI-00 might bring significant changes for him, such as extending his lifespan, creating a sword network, using sword intent to build a virtual world, or trying out the new sword intent enhancement methods mentioned in the interface. These were all things he eagerly anticipated. The flying ship cruised at high speed while Gu Xiu apprehended individuals. One by one, they were captured and imprisoned on the flying ship. This top-tier, golden core-grade flying ship was enormous, with many rooms and layers. The captured rogue cultivators and evil immortals were directly thrown into the lowest level by Gu Xiu, where their cultivations were sealed, awaiting Su Yang's instructions. Approximately a day had passed. Gu Xiu had captured over 1,000 demonic cultivators and evil immortals, but there were still too many of them behind. Su Yang told him to stop capturing demonic cultivators. They would handle those, and Gu Xiu should focus on the evil immortals, whom he could eliminate directly. Now, a day had passed, and the Heavenly Path reported that there were temporarily no traces of demonic cultivators or evil immortals. Gu Xiu decided to halt his actions and went to find Su Yang. Su Yang stopped swinging his sword and checked his current level and panel. His sword intent level had increased by 5, significantly enhancing his power. He also looked at his mission panel. The missions regarding demonic cultivators and evil immortals were not yet completed, meaning that there were still at least 20% of demonic cultivators and evil immortals in the world. Level Lv.44. Objective: eliminate 80% of evil immortals in the world. Reward: Will of all beings points. Level Lv.87. Objective: eliminate 80% of demonic cultivators in the world. Reward: Will of all beings points. Both missions required the elimination of over 80% of demonic cultivators and evil immortals. Gu Xiu concluded that the Heavenly Path's awareness was insufficient as it hadn't yet completed all the targeting. Hey, Heavenly Path, your power isn't sufficient, or did you lose track? Su Yang asked. Sword Immortal, it's not like that. Currently, the screening has reached the level of Grandmasters and below. We need more information to identify weaker entities. Without using the source, it will take some time. All right, I can reluctantly accept that explanation. In their preconceived notions, the Heavenly Path was an all-knowing and all-powerful entity in its own world. However, it seemed this wasn't entirely true. The Heavenly Path was indeed all-knowing and all-powerful as long as there was enough source energy. But when the source energy was insufficient and the world was weak, the Heavenly Path became relatively weaker. This explained why the Heavenly Path never interfered unless the world's source was threatened. Its purpose was to accumulate energy and elevate the world, maintaining stability and preventing destruction. When there were disruptors, it acted to eliminate them. Let's go first to Highland Province. With thousands of demonic cultivators and evil immortals on board the flying ship, they had enough resources to explore 2 worlds. The flying ship changed direction and headed towards Highland Province. Highland Province, the World Rift. Su Yang had already marked the demonic cultivators and evil immortals on the flying ship with a sword slave imprint and activated the Eye of Tracking. As they crossed to the other side, Su Yang could observe the situation there. He decided to control one person to enter the World Rift and explore. Soon, that person's figure disappeared into the rift. At the same time, Su Yang activated the Eye of Tracking to monitor the person's situation in real time. Entering the World Rift didn't mean they immediately arrived in the other world. First, they needed to pass through a world channel. This channel was pitch black, emanating an aura of death. The strength of this sword slave was at the celestial realm level, and he had decent speed. After flying for about 10 minutes, changes appeared ahead. However, they hadn't reached the world on the other side of the rift yet. Instead, they encountered evil spirits lingering within the rift channel. These evil spirits were quite powerful. The sword slave had just noticed their presence when he was attacked and killed. Fortunately, the Eye of Tracking wasn't affected by the sword slave's death, allowing Su Yang to continue monitoring the situation inside the channel. Looking ahead, he saw several more evil spirits. Level 37, Level 41, Level 55, Level 60. In just a moment, 4 powerful evil spirits appeared. Seeing this, Su Yang's heart skipped a beat. Did these high-level evil spirits appear randomly on the other side? Furthermore, he felt that the sword intent he had attached to the sword slave was being suppressed, not specifically but universally. It meant that, compared to his world, the sword intent in this world was weaker. In his world, his sword Intent could cut mountains with a single stroke, but here it could probably only break a large rock at most. Without further hesitation, Su Yang controlled the sword Intent to kill the 4 evil spirits. To understand this anomaly, Su Yang asked the heavenly path for an explanation, and he quickly understood. As he had suspected, different worlds had different levels, which meant different rules. The same level of cultivation, when transferred to a different world, might appear stronger or weaker due to the distinct world rules. The main objective was to maintain the stability of the world and prevent harm to the world's source. When disruptors appeared, the heavenly path would act to eliminate them. All right, it's a bit dangerous, Su Yang thought. After dealing with the 4 evil spirits, he felt temporarily safe. However, exploring the other world wouldn't be simple. Su Yang immediately controlled 500 sword slaves and intended to explore thoroughly. He needed to gauge the danger level in this world under normal conditions. By the way, Heavenly Path, can you determine the level of the other world? Su Yang inquired. I can, but I need to go over there to be sure. Okay, let's go take a look. After ensuring that there were no greater dangers on the other side, Su Yang planned to lead the expedition himself. He needed to assess the situation firsthand to make a better judgment. He instructed Gu Xiu to wait here while he entered the world rift. Soon, he traversed the world channel and arrived on the other side. Upon arrival, he keenly sensed the world suppression. In his world, his sword Intent could cover a vast area, but here, it was limited to just a few miles. The suppression was substantial. Furthermore, the Heavenly Path's analysis indicated something important. It's a vast world, incredibly powerful, and I feel that this world is completely covered by evil spirits. The atmosphere here makes me very uncomfortable. But this world doesn't have the Heavenly Path consciousness. After all, the Heavenly Path consciousness belongs to the Heavenly Path category, and when entering this world, he gained some basic information. Of course, it's only basic information. After leaving the Daxiao world, the Heavenly Path consciousness couldn't do much. Not every world has the Heavenly Path consciousness. Su Yang communicated with the Heavenly Path consciousness of Daxia. Every world certainly has Heavenly Path rules, because having Heavenly Path rules is what defines a world and allows it to grow continuously. However, the Heavenly Path consciousness is not fixed. Out of 100 inhabited planets, approximately 1 might give birth to Heavenly Path consciousness. At the same time, only when Heavenly Path consciousness is born is there a chance for the birth of intelligent life. From this, it can be inferred that a planet with Heavenly Path consciousness does not necessarily have intelligent life. But a planet with intelligent life definitely has Heavenly Path consciousness. The existence of Heavenly Path consciousness is crucial for a world, because for a world to advance and improve, it needs an entity to promote and drive it. Heavenly Path consciousness is such an entity. It also has the function of protecting the world and important treasures within it. Just like now, when Su Yang entered this world without Heavenly Path consciousness, if he found the foundation of this world's spiritual objects, he could take them away without any obstruction from the Heavenly Path rules. They are just the running rules. But if there was Heavenly Path consciousness, it would mobilize the world's power to stop Su Yang. It's like a thief entering a house. Whether the owner discovers them or not, they receive different treatment. As for the suppression of world rules, it's an inevitable result of a world becoming stronger. This suppression only restrains the manifestation of a cultivator's power, rather than weakening the power itself. The stronger the world, the more stable the space, and it becomes harder for cultivators to cause destruction in a powerful world. For lower-level cultivators entering higher-level worlds, they feel their power being suppressed. That's because the level at which their power manifests is different. In a nascent world, one sword can split a mountain. In a large world, it can only split a large stone, and this feeling is naturally uncomfortable. A large world, huh? No wonder I felt that the power of my sword Intent has weakened so much. Since evil spirits dominate here, let's call it the evil spirit large world for now. After understanding this point, Su Yang didn't dwell on the issue. This kind of thing isn't just aimed at him. All cultivators receive the same treatment in the same world. After experiencing the suppression of this world and knowing its level, Su Yang returned to Daxia from the world crack. The large world posed a high level of danger for him. The difference in world level alone was 2 levels higher than his current world, indicating that there would definitely be powerful native beings on the other side. He had no need to venture there. Even if he could find some spiritual objects in the other world to enhance his own world, it would be much easier to confront it once he improved his own strength to an invincible level. No need to take risks now. Exploration and such tasks are better left to those who aren't afraid of death. So, he controlled the 500 sword slaves to spread out and explore the basic situation of this world. With the world's advancement, this could naturally be ensured. If someone managed to break free from the martial suppression division with powerful strength and wanted to explore other worlds, they could do so. Exploring other worlds, bringing back spiritual objects, gaining world contributions, and continuing to cultivate. This method could also help him select suitable world explorers. One problem was the cultivation path. Currently, the martial cultivation path in the Daxia world only went up to Martial Saint, which was equivalent to the Golden Core initial stage at most, which was far from enough. It would be better to pursue the path of cultivating immortality. That required spiritual roots. Having the heavenly path consciousness shape spiritual roots for everyone was currently unrealistic. Shaping spiritual roots required the world's origin, and a few, or even dozens, were fine, but too many wouldn't work. So, to ensure enough manpower for exploring other worlds, Su Yang needed to make additional preparations. He needed to establish a cultivation sect for the Daxia world. Covering the entire world, it would evaluate people's spiritual roots, and those with spiritual roots could join the sect. In the early stages, they would be provided with free access to the spirit fluid pools to cultivate up to the foundation establishment stage. After reaching the foundation establishment stage, they would need to fulfill some duties as sect disciples, including basic monthly tasks. These basic tasks could be exploring other worlds or bringing back spiritual objects. Upon completion, they would receive contribution rewards that could be used for cultivation. Before joining the sect, Su Yang would explain all this to them, and they could consider it carefully before joining. If they felt that the sect's basic tasks were too demanding and wanted to leave, Su Yang had no objections, as long as they were willing to forfeit their cultivation and return to being ordinary mortals. There was no free lunch in this world, and wanting something for nothing was impossible. In the Imperial Palace, things were gradually settling down. What Xiaxian needed to do now was to expand the martial suppression divisions in various states and increase the number of martial disciples tenfold. As for the spiritual fluid pool, Su Yang didn't plan to set it up so quickly. He intended to wait until his own level reached IVOO, create a sword network, allowing everyone to surf the internet and quickly gather information. Then, he would set up the spiritual fluid pool. Making everyone aware of how to use the internet would be a challenging task through conventional means. However, with the direct infusion of knowledge from the heavenly path, it would be different. The heavenly path had this capability, requiring only a small amount of the ordinary world's source. Simultaneously, creating the sword network was also the key to making the world a more just place, in Su Yang's view. In this era, darkness was rampant because ordinary people couldn't appeal to higher authorities. The existence of the sword network could eliminate this situation. The existence of the spiritual fluid pool would provide the martial organizations with sufficient power, preventing them from being easily bribed. Su Yang also knew that it was impossible to completely eradicate darkness, but at least it needed to be significantly reduced. Mission, Justice. Level, IVI-00. Requirement: resolve 70% of the injustice in the Daxia world. Reward: will of all beings 500,000 strands. Perhaps the system knew that solving all injustices was too difficult, so it only required 70%. The preparations for the martial suppression divisions were underway, with recruitment expanding tenfold, and the speed was fast considering that realm was not a factor. However, the standards for entry into the martial suppression divisions were no longer based on realm, but rather on morality. So, overall, it would still take some time. This period would be when he improved his sword intent level. As for establishing a sect unique to the Daxiao world, it would have to wait. After the new martial suppression divisions were established and stability was brought to the world, the matter of sect establishment would be considered gradually. Things were gradually being settled. At Xiaxian's request, Su Yang also placed 3 golden core level spiritual fluid pools in the imperial palace. The heavenly path consciousness was a means of gathering the world's spiritual energy. Although spiritual energy was a very fast, renewable resource for the world, it was still limited. The higher the level of the spiritual fluid pool, the more spiritual energy it consumed. At the golden core level, it could stabilize about 1,000 units based on the spiritual energy born in the Daxiao world. Lower-level pools, such as foundation establishment and qi refinement, could hold more. However, rarity made things valuable, and 3 were enough for Xiaxian. In the future, he planned to deploy more spiritual fluid pools when establishing a sect unique to the Daxiao world. Exploring other worlds with his team was also a task for him in the future. What the Daxiao world needed now was stability, not excessively high combat power. Sword Immortal Mansion. Returning to this mansion, Su Yang had some mixed feelings. Since obtaining it, he hadn't spent a single night here. Hopefully, he could stay for a while now. He placed the Thunder Rune Deer in the garden and informed the steward, Sun Ping, briefly. After making simple arrangements, he returned to his courtyard and started wielding his sword. With his current speed of wielding the sword, reaching level 100 in sword, intent wouldn't take much time. Su Yang began his daily routine. Gushou also began his daily routine, which was to stay by Su Yang's side and watch him wield his sword. When there was something that required his attention, he would act accordingly. While things were temporarily settling for Su Yang, the entire world was in a state of jubilation. Daxiao was facing several major crises, all of which Su Yang had resolved. The evil immortals in Qingzhou, the demonic cultivators across the world, the evil spirits in Highland Province, the northern wild beasts, the heavenly immortal sect, all these major threats had been eradicated by Su Yang. Moreover, many common people had witnessed these actions. Watching what Su Yang had done, he had become an object of admiration for millions of people in just one day, saving the lives of the common people, rescuing them from suffering. These actions sowed the seeds of goodness in the hearts of countless people. When these seeds sprouted and grew, the entire world would tremble. This was something for the present and the future. There were also more direct benefits. As the major threats were removed, many powers returned to Daxia, even before Su Yang had fully promoted the martial suppression divisions. These returning powers were enough to keep the decadent noble families and arrogant sects in check. Some retaliations still seemed insignificant to Su Yang, and most being sentenced to death and receiving a few lashes. This was far from enough. However, he hadn't fully promoted the martial suppression divisions yet, and didn't want to create more chaos. Over the next period of time, Su Yang's deeds were widely spread. Even in the states where people didn't know him, they began to hear about him. What Su Yang had done had a significant impact, and the knowledge of it spread rapidly. The influence and dissemination of the heavenly path consciousness in an entire state were unprecedented. Tianfeng Prefecture. When news of Su Yang's deeds once again reached this place, where Su Yang had set out from, those who knew him felt proud, and those who were familiar with him felt even prouder. They knew Su Yang. They had talked to Su Yang and had conversations with him. Had you? When someone stands at the peak, merely knowing them is enough to make one proud. Time passed in the blink of an eye, 7 days. Sword Immortal Mansion. Su Yang had finally reached a new transformation, a completely new level. After the last swing of his sword intent level also upgraded from 499 to IV00. At this level, he would be able to do more, and there would be more sword techniques he could create with his sword intent. If one treated sword intent as a system of cultivation, ordinarily, it was just a regular sword intent, a standalone system. Like someone who cultivated fire attributes. Reaching IV-00 in that attribute would mean IV-00 only in that attribute. However, by incorporating the will of all beings, there was a qualitative change. Su Yang's sword intent at IV-00 was equivalent to all powers in the world being raised to IV-00. According to the panel's prompt, reaching IV-00 meant touching the edge of the loss. Even if it was just the edge, it was a qualitative change. At this level, Su Yang checked the two things he cared about the most. Firstly, had the proficiency required for leveling up sword intent increased? Secondly, what was a new way to gain sword intent proficiency? Firstly, as he had guessed, the proficiency required for leveling up sword intent had indeed increased tenfold, just like when the sin level exceeded IV-00, and the will of all beings gained increased by tenfold. Sword intent, IV-000/1 million. Currently, it took 1,000,000 to level up, which was acceptable since he swung his sword more than 300,000 times a day. Furthermore, there was a new way to gain sword intent proficiency. Su Yang received guidance from the panel. He needed to prepare 10 top-quality infant-level ores, then forge a new sword technique for weapon forging. Afterward, the panel would assist in forging an exclusive spiritual sword. Wielding this spiritual sword at this level would increase proficiency by 10 points per swing. Upon hearing the panel's response, Su Yang was pleasantly surprised. This was great because, due to the speed limit, he could swing at most 30,000 times per hour. If it increased by 10 times, wouldn't he be able to gain 300,000 proficiencies in a single day? This level up didn't seem to be harder, and with the assistance of a spiritual sword, it seemed like the difficulty had actually decreased. After studying the new requirements for level advancement and the issue of spirit swords, there are now two key points. First, how much does the proficiency increase for level advancement in the future? Is it 1 million at a time, or something else? This is currently unknown. Second, where can I obtain the 10 top-grade infant-level materials required for forging spirit swords? It's definitely not available in Daxiao World, and might take a while to acquire from other worlds. Oh well, let's not dwell on these for now. Let's focus on creating my own sword techniques. I should mention that the consumption of creating sword techniques has also increased tenfold. For a level 100 sword technique, it now consumes 1,000 will of all beings. Of course, with the amount of will of all beings he currently possesses, this is still a drop in the ocean. First technique, Manual of All Beings, Eternal Life. Level, IV-00. Function, condense the eternal life sword seed, increasing current life expectancy by 1,000 years. As Su Yang created this technique, he directly condensed the eternal life sword seed, and in his dantian, there was a new change, a milky white seed enveloped in sword intent. Strands of sword intent gradually spread throughout his body, nourishing it. Su Yang could clearly feel that his entire body was filled with vitality at this moment, an endless stream of it. It felt great. Second technique, Manual of All Beings, Space. Level, IV-00. Function, create a sword intent space for storing items, with a range of 1% of the current sword intent coverage. He created this function for the convenience of collecting spoils of war. Storage rings were convenient, but each time he carried a pile of them, they couldn't be stacked. 1% of the sword intent coverage? Su Yang felt very satisfied with the fact that his sword intent covered half of Daxiao World. Indeed, after reaching IV-00 in sword intent, his sword intent could already cover half a world. Third technique, Manual of All Beings, Sword Web. Level, IV-00. Function, connect with entities within the coverage of various sword intents and those carrying sword intent. Simply call upon the sword web to connect to the virtual network. This function was created to usher in an era of justice in Daxiao World. Although his sword intent could only cover half of the world for now, this sword technique would create a sword web core. Su-Yang only needed to inject sufficient sword intent into it to directly cover the entire world. The injected sword intent would be consumed, but the consumption was low, and Su-Yang only needed to occasionally replenish it. This technique could also solve the communication problem when exploring other worlds. You only needed to carry a token with sword intent. When you went to other worlds, you could enter the sword web and communicate in real time. Very convenient. This kind of existence, the sword web, created by means of a cultivator's methods, could be said to be incredibly unimaginable. But that was for cultivators who only cultivated one type of power. In the face of sword intent that encompassed all things, creating such a thing wasn't difficult. If they couldn't create a virtual network with a fusion of myriad laws, Su-Yang would start to wonder whether the technological world was stronger or the mystical powers were stronger. After completing these 3 techniques that must be created after reaching level 100, Su-Yang temporarily stopped. With the sword web, he could officially take action. However, Su-Yang suddenly thought of something. His sword intent was so versatile. Could he create a technique to enhance the world? Thinking of this, Su-Yang immediately started to experiment, communicating his thoughts with the panel. The result: Manual of All Beings, Unknown. Level: IV-00. Function: drive the sword intent to absorb the power of the void and transform it into the world's origin. Su-Yang: wow, it really works. My sword intent can transform all things. Why can't it enhance the world? This technique doesn't have a name because Su-Yang hasn't decided what to call it yet. But can the world be enhanced just by its origin? Perhaps the world's origin has other functions he doesn't know about. He immediately asked the Heavenly Path Consciousness. Heavenly Path Consciousness. The world's origin is one of the most important things in a world. Even without plundering spiritual objects from other worlds, as long as a world's origin is sufficient, it can enhance the quality of foundational and inherent spiritual objects and even give birth to new ones. Every world, if not destroyed or plundered by cultivators, can slowly improve on its own, but that is a lengthy process. Su-Yang suddenly understood. In other words, the world's origin is a versatile booster for the world. If the quality is insufficient, the origin can make up for it. However, under normal circumstances, accumulating the world's origin on its own is a challenging task for a world. According to the requirements for using the world's origin to improve spiritual objects, it takes 10 points of world's origin to improve 1 point of inherent attributes and 1,000 points of world's origin to improve 1 point of foundational attributes. At the current rate of obtaining ordinary origin in Daxiao world, he gains 543 points of ordinary origin per day, which is equivalent to 1 point of world's origin in about 20,000 points of ordinary origin. So, it would take about a year to obtain 1 point of world's origin. With this calculation, even without anyone disrupting the world or without cultivators plundering the world, it would still take tens of thousands of years for Daxiao world to complete its autonomous evolution. And that's only because Daxiao world has reached its current level of development. Going back further, the weaker the world, the slower its growth rate. If 1 point of ordinary origin requires 20,000 points of it, then how long has it taken for Daxiao world to reach this stage and overcome countless challenges? Su-Yang couldn't know these details, but he could feel that the growth of every world was extremely difficult. Even now, it would still take tens of thousands of years for it to become a normal small world. In a world where native beings don't go to the universe to bring back resources to help the world improve, it has to rely on its own production of origin to improve. After understanding all of this, Su-Yang was looking forward to how much world's origin his unique technique could bring. He immediately activated this technique. This technique required him to maintain his sword intent, convert the energy in the void into the origin. When he used it, Su-Yang felt that his sword intent entered another layer of space and took root, absorbing the power of the void. Even in normally calm, heavenly path consciousness was suddenly shocked. Even as the heavenly path consciousness, he was genuinely astonished. Sword immortal, I suddenly feel that the ordinary origin is surging. How did you do this? The heavenly path consciousness was shocked, and this time he was truly dumbfounded. What kind of existence had he been following? It's simple, just like this and this. Su-Yang smiled and explained. Let's put that aside for now. Tell me, at this rate, how much origin can be increased in a day? The heavenly path consciousness calculated and said, in a day, you can probably increase it by 1 point of world's origin. It's the world's origin, not ordinary origin. Originally, it would take a year to obtain 1 point, but now it's enough in a day. So, if only origin is used to enhance the world, it would originally take tens of thousands of years. Now, it would only take a little over 30 years. 1 point per day? Su-Yang wasn't very satisfied with this speed. At this rate, it would take more than 30 years to reach the requirements for world-level advancement. Speaking of which, since the world source can also enhance spiritual objects, can it produce 10 pieces of infant level premium or for me? Su-Yang thought about this and asked, Heavenly path consciousness. That's right, but my current power is insufficient. Even if the world source is sufficient, I can't create infant level materials unless the world advances. Su-Yang thought about it too. With the current power of the Daxiao world, using this infusion method to forcibly enhance, it would at most raise it to the golden core level. For infant level premium materials, he would need a small world at the very least. In this regard, advancing the world would indeed be helpful to him. Although this one sword move could only bring in a bit of the world source each day, don't forget, his sword intent level would increase. With the increase in level, the speed of obtaining the source would naturally accelerate. Since this move converts the power of the void into the source, let's call it Manual of All Beings, Void Conversion. He had to keep this move running continuously. It couldn't be fixed. He had just inquired if he could use this sword move to nurture infant level ores. The answer was yes, but currently, void conversion was the optimal solution. Other methods, including enhancing spiritual objects, were not as good as this one. Directly advancing the world, and then radiating to countless spiritual objects. Void conversion also had a cost, which was his sword intent. However, his sword intent recovered very quickly. Usually, when using any sword move, he couldn't feel the depletion of sword intent. But he clearly felt the depletion of sword intent during void conversion. Fortunately, his recovery speed was still faster than the consumption. His recovery speed felt as though he had used up his sword intent in 1 second, only to have it fully replenished the next second, which was quite impressive. Although he could slowly accumulate the world source with void conversion, he wouldn't stop building the Daxiao Immortal Sect and exploring the universe. He didn't need to spend too much time building the Immortal Sect, but creating a complete system for the sect would bring greater benefits to the world. It could also provide a new path for Daxiao world cultivators to embark on a journey into the universe. That being said, it was time to start setting up the SOAR network and the matter of arranging the spiritual fluid pool. In 7 days, his level had increased. At the same time, the expansion of the martial suppression division in the world was also very lively, and the whole process went very smoothly. Martial suppression division, the power organization of Daxia. Now, even ordinary people who were slightly proficient in martial arts could enter. Who wouldn't want to join? There used to be realm requirements, but not anymore. The enthusiasm of the participants was 100 times greater than Su-Yang had expected. Yesterday, Xia Xian informed him that the expansion of the martial suppression division was completed. He had originally thought that he would reach level 100 first, and the expansion would be completed later. Now it seemed that he had overestimated himself and underestimated the temptation of the position of martial suppression division soldiers to the people of the world. So let's get started. Su-Yang activated his sword intent and began to create the core of the sword network. This time, however, he couldn't create the sword network instantly with a single thought. This sword move contained numerous law attributes. Even though he had completely mastered this move, it still took some time to fully execute it. At this moment, his sword intent transformed into various law attributes, forming a completely new sword move. This time, it was the longest sword move Su Yang had ever performed. It took about half an hour. The core of the sword network was finally created. During this period, he consumed a large amount of sword intent. If his sword intent hadn't instantly replenished, Su Yang wasn't sure if he could execute this move. Fortunately, he succeeded. However, this ball of light contained various attributes, each of which was sword intent, and each sword intent contained different powers. This was the sword intent that transformed into myriad laws. Now, Su Yang only needed to infuse this ball of sword intent with enough sword intent to activate the core of the sword network, which would cover the entire daxia. This step was relatively simple. In a few breaths, Su Yang completed it. Afterward, he pressed the activation button. Su Yang clearly felt that the sword intent he had injected into it was released once again. However, the sword intent released this time was significantly different. These released sword intents had been reinforced by various laws and wouldn't easily dissipate or disappear. They would form a fixed manifestation. As long as the sword intent in the core didn't disappear, these diffused sword intents would persist. This unique sword intent spread rapidly. Starting from Kyoto, it spread throughout the entire world. This special sword intent silently covered every person in the daxia world. After about an hour, this complete coverage was achieved. After completing the coverage, Su Yang wouldn't immediately announce the sword network. Even though it was infused with heavenly path consciousness, people still needed some time to adapt to this fresh concept. First, the officials of the court had to adapt to it before it was publicly announced. As for the mode of the sword network, Su Yang brought over some aspects of the previous internet from his previous life. However, it would be more strict. Each person would have an identification number, true real name registration, one account per person. The accounts would have friend lists, group chats, personal assets, merits, finances, and even support mobile payments. And most importantly, the common people could directly report cases on the sword network, and the local martial suppression division would handle these cases. The sword network would determine appropriate merit rewards based on the current daxia mission level. The martial suppression division soldiers could then use these merits for cultivation. After activating the core of the sword network, Su Yang had the heavenly path start moving. Heavenly path impart the usage of the sword network to all daxia officials. Heavenly path consciousness. Understood, but doing this will consume 1,000 ordinary world source. Su Yang thought for a moment and said, "In the future, you don't need to report to me for any world source consumption below 1 point. Heavenly path consciousness, all right." Heavenly path consciousness called it luxurious. As in the past, he wouldn't even think of using a single point of ordinary world source. But now, feeling the world source constantly being transformed by Su Yang, he didn't dare to say half a word of complaint. This golden thigh, it's pure gold. By the way, go ahead and set up the spiritual fluid pool as we discussed earlier, Su Yang added. Heavenly path consciousness acknowledged and immediately began the action. This time, he didn't mention the matter of consumption to Su Yang again. Under the control of heavenly path consciousness, the information of the sword network and the spiritual fluid pool began to appear in the minds of all the members of the daxia court. When these two pieces of information directly appeared in everyone's minds, they were shocked, unable to express their astonishment in words. They began to try out the sword network. They started to check the spiritual fluid pool. Within the territory of daxia, the martial suppression divisions and patrol departments from various regions all began experimenting with the sword network and spiritual fluid pool. Although the sword network was novel to them, they quickly adapted to it. It was a means to rapidly transmit information. As they explored its various functions, their understanding deepened. However, what truly excited them was the spiritual fluid pool. It accelerated their cultivation. Every martial suppression division had its own spiritual fluid pool. These pools were constructed on the open spaces reserved as per Su Yang's request. Each pool was large enough to accommodate 1,000 people for simultaneous cultivation. To enter the spiritual fluid pool, they needed to pass through the sword network, as all the officials' merits would be recorded there in the future. Using the spiritual fluid pool would deduct merits from the sword network. Currently, Su Yang had granted authority over the sword network to the will of all beings. These matters were naturally handled by the will of all beings. Soon, some individuals began attempting to transfer their merits from their Daxia tokens to their personal sword network accounts. After completing this step, they proceeded to the next one, entering the spiritual fluid pool. As they entered and sensed the rich spiritual fluid, their excitement surged once again. The density of the spiritual fluid allowed them to clearly feel their own strength gradually increasing. The progress was swift. However, after experiencing it for a while, they received a command from the will of all beings, instructing them to arrange for the new recruits in the martial suppression divisions to start cultivation immediately. For provincial-level recruits, they needed to elevate their strength to the 3rd rank. For county-level recruits, they needed to reach the 5th rank. For ordinary city recruits, they needed to attain the 7th rank. These were the requirements for the recruits, and the standards for the administrators were even higher. One pool could accommodate over 1,000 people for cultivation, which was sufficient for the martial suppression divisions alone. In a city, there could be more than one spiritual fluid pool. The number of spiritual fluid pools depended on the number of martial suppression divisions. Even in the street-level branches controlled by the chief of soldiers, there were spiritual fluid pools. Under the guidance of the will of all beings, all the recruits in the martial suppression divisions began the process of improving their strength. The initial appearance of the spiritual fluid pools required an immense amount of spiritual energy, which the world's supply couldn't meet. However, this could be resolved by slightly diverting some of the source energy. Currently, Su Yang had only arranged for the introduction of the spiritual fluid pools. The enlightenment pools would be introduced later since he didn't want to waste precious source energy needlessly. Once all the recruits in the martial suppression divisions improved their strength and became accustomed to the existence of the sword network, Su Yang would announce the sword network to the world. The next step was to wait. Will of all beings, how much source energy does it require to use the source to locate evil cultivators and evil immortals? In the Sword Immortal Mansion, Su Yang inquired. The will of all beings replied, "It doesn't require much. 10 units of ordinary source energy should be sufficient." Hearing the will of all beings' response, Su Yang felt relieved. Well, that's not much. Did you investigate this previously? All right, let's get to work and find all these rats. The will of all beings responded. If you provide the source energy, you're in charge, and everything you say goes. Old Goo, I'll imbue my sword intent into you. You'll go out on my behalf, and with the sword intent I've given you, eliminate those evil cultivators and evil immortals, Su Yang arranged, deciding not to go himself. It was enough for Gu Xiao to carry his sword intent. The heads of the evil cultivators and evil immortals he killed would still be credited to him. Understood, Gu Xiao agreed. With that, Gu Xiao transformed into a streak of light and departed from the Sword Immortal Mansion. Gu Xiao was currently at the infant level, so handling this small task would pose no problem. After Gu Xiao left, Su Yang didn't rush into cultivation. He began organizing information about the demonic beast small world. It had been 7 days since 500 sword slaves had entered the demonic beast small world for exploration. Due to the rigidity of the sword slaves' thinking, they could only follow his orders. Out of the 500 sword slaves, only 35 remained at this point. Many had died, but their deaths had yielded valuable benefits. There were some spiritual objects among the spoils, but that wasn't the most important aspect. What was crucial was the level of danger in the demonic beast small world, and it wasn't very high. Most of the demonic beasts had strengths ranging from IV5 to 420. The key difference between this place and the world of Daxia was that these levels of demonic beasts were quite common here. Just as there were many ordinary people in the world of Daxia without significant strength, here in the demonic beast world, even ordinary demonic beasts possess such power. Venturing into more dangerous areas with higher risk factors would naturally involve an increase in the strength of the demonic beasts. However, based on the current exploration, once he established the Dashya, immortal sect, and his disciples broke through to the foundation establishment stage, they would be capable of exploring the demonic beast small world. Currently, his sword intent levels corresponded to the following strengths. Foundation establishment for 20 Lv.30. Golden core for 31 Lv.49. Nascent soul IV50 Lv.99. As long as they had foundation establishment level strength, safety wouldn't be a concern in the demonic beast small world. However, to minimize casualties, Su Yang intended to establish a rescue team. If his disciples encountered insurmountable danger while outside, they could request assistance from the rescue team. This rescue team wouldn't operate for free and would require compensation to avoid misuse. This way, this feature wouldn't be abused, preventing some individuals from recklessly seeking death. After organizing the situation in the demonic beast small world, Su Yang continued his sword practice. In addition to improving his strength, he also wanted to see how the requirements for level-up proficiency would increase in the future. While he practiced his swordsmanship, Gu Xiu had already begun his hunting. With the positions given by the will of all beings, Gu Xiu quickly located the evil cultivators and evil immortals and eliminated them using the sword intent bestowed by Su Yang. That was his current task. In the Sword Immortal Mansion, as Su Yang swung his sword and listened to the increasing voices of the will of all beings, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Currently, the entire Dashya was quite lively, far from being calm. However, anyone of significance already knew about the sword network and spiritual fluid pool. But these were just appetizers that Su Yang had revealed. The real announcement to the world, the creation of the Dashya Immortal Sect, and the exploration of other worlds had not yet begun. 3 days later, Gu Xiu had already completed his extermination mission outside. He had thoroughly eliminated the evil cultivators and evil immortals. It was unlikely that these two would appear again in the future. Once Su Yang fully unveiled the spiritual fluid pools, sword network, and the Dashya Immortal Sect, who would still want to be an evil cultivator or evil immortal? On the second day, Su Yang received notifications of the completion of 2 tasks. Task: Suppression of Evil Immortals. Completed. Reward: Will of all beings 45,000. Task: Suppression of Evil Cultivators. Completed. Reward: Will of all beings 370,000. The 2 tasks were of completely different levels, depending on the extent of the people's desires in the world. Now, both tasks have been completed by him. The number of will of all beings had just exceeded 2 million. Now, there was only one more IVI-00 task left. In 3 days, his level had also increased by 1. The issue he was concerned about had surfaced. Sword Intent IVOI-0/1.1 million. A one-time increase of 100,000 proficiency was an acceptable result for Su Yang. He didn't need to increase it by 1 million in one go. The level increased by 1, and strength improved significantly. At the same time, Su Yang immediately upgraded the skill of Void Conversion by 1 level. Directly raising it by 1 level consumes 10 points of the will of all beings. After leveling up, there are better effects as well. According to the detection of the heavenly path consciousness, 1 day can increase the world's source by 0.1. This is quite a lot. If he continues to level up, the increased world source will become even more significant. This is good news for him. At this rate, it doesn't seem difficult for him to elevate the Dashya world. 3 days have passed. The preparations at the Martial Suppression Division have gradually improved. The martial troops in ordinary cities and prefectures have all been upgraded to the corresponding realms, leaving only the martial troops in the provincial capital to complete their upgrades. There are at most 2 days left. After another 2 days, when the provincial capital martial troops have also finished their training, it will be time to announce the Sword Network to the world. Although the Sword Network has not been announced yet, the process of handling cases is progressing rapidly. The haze that enveloped the entire Daxiao world is gradually decreasing, and Su Yang's will of all beings is constantly increasing. This layout has just begun, and it has already shown significant effectiveness. After experiencing the effects of the spiritual fluid pool's cultivation, from top to bottom, the Martial Suppression Division is more proactive than ever in handling cases. Now, they only want to achieve merits in exchange for cultivation time in the spiritual fluid pool. When there are enough benefits in front of them, there is no need for urging. They will naturally move forward. This is human nature, a very normal thing. The most important thing is that Su Yang is not just painting a rosy picture. He is placing the rewards right in front of them, easily attainable. With such clear benefits, the motivation of the martial troops is naturally unprecedentedly high. Moreover, many of the new recruits among the martial troops were selected from ordinary people. While not every one of them must be righteous, there are certain requirements for responsibility and character. At the same time, they understand the difficulties of ordinary people. For whatever reason, the Martial Suppression Division is now completely alive. They have sufficient strength. There are enough promotion channels internally. Internal resources are even more abundant. They no longer need to think about so many complicated matters. They just need to strive to maintain justice, and they will receive the rewards they deserve. Sword Immortal Mansion. Su Yang is diligently wielding his sword. Guxiu waits quietly on the side. At this moment, his heart is filled with mixed feelings. The entire situation in the world has changed. Because one person has changed, this inevitably reminds him of when he first followed Su Yang. Su Yang asked him why people in the world cannot peacefully coexist, why most martial artists must oppress the weak. At that time, Guxiu's response was that it was the trend of the world, and one person could not change it. All we can do is solve the injustices we see. At that time, Su Yang replied that he was the trend of the world. If the trend of the world is determined by the strong, then in the future, wherever my sword points, that will be where the trend is. Back then, Guxiu didn't say much. But how long has it been now? Su Yang has actually achieved it. He has truly become the embodiment of the trend of the world. Watching Su Yang grow step by step, he is profoundly impressed as never before. Now, Su Yang has become an existence that he cannot comprehend. The heavenly path has become Su Yang's subordinate, and the sword network he presented is something he never imagined. 2 days have passed in the blink of an eye. After confirming that the provincial capital's Martial Suppression Division martial troops have also completed their breakthroughs, Su Yang completely released the sword network. Let the consciousness of the heavenly path instill the existence of the sword network into everyone's minds. This is something that happens in an instant. After 5 days, the Martial Suppression Division is already familiar with the sword network. At this moment, the sword network is officially announced to the world. The whole world quickly falls into turmoil. The most crucial point is that even ordinary people can use this ability. The world is in a state of unprecedented excitement. The next step will be a test for the Martial Suppression Division. Fortunately, Su Yang made early preparations, so although this impact is huge, it is not destructive. Step by step, stability is only a matter of time. Now all Su Yang needs to do is wait. Wait for the world to stabilize, wait for the completion of public tasks, and then it will be time for him to establish the Daxia Immortal Sect. As Su Yang openly released the sword network, the whole world was like boiling water. Fortunately, this is already a fantasy world, so although this situation is exaggerated, it is still very fantastical, and the people can quickly accept it. In the end, it is also a platform for rapid communication, but who you communicate with depends on who you have added as friends. The only direct contact without the need to add friends is the Martial Suppression Division. At the same time, people gradually began to explore the various functions of personal accounts. For example, storing money, realizing currency-less transactions, just a scan of the account to transfer money to the other party, simple and convenient. This kind of account money needs to be deposited in the bank to convert it into account currency. In the palace, Xia Xian, who felt the rapid changes in the world, also had mixed feelings. In the past, his greatest ambition was simply to stabilize the world and never thought of entering an era of great justice. An era of great justice. An era that can make countless people happier. Time is passing, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months have passed. 3 months of time in the past would not be considered short, but there would be no significant changes. However, in the current 3 months, the changes have been unprecedentedly huge. The people have adapted to the existence of the Sword Network. After the Sword Network appeared, the hidden sins in the darkness quickly emerged. The Martial Suppression Division is also working at full throttle. What noble families and clans? What sect disciples? What descendants of royal power? This is a massive reshuffle. The current Martial Suppression Division is no longer the same as before. There are powerful experts who have emerged from the chaos of evil spirits, evil cultivators, and evil immortals. There are formidable individuals who have returned from the northern wilderness. There is Xiaxian. There is Su Yang's support. However, even if the number of troops has increased tenfold compared to before, they are still overwhelmed with work. While handling enough cases, they are also earning plenty of merits. The problem is that they find they don't have time to cultivate. There are so many cases that their heads are spinning. They also know that this is because they have accumulated too much all at once. Once they resolve this wave of high-pressure cases, there will be plenty of time in the future. So, after 3 months have passed like this, the boiling world has gradually returned to stability. At the same time, Su Yang finally received a notification of task completion. In 3 months, most of the unjust situations forming tasks have been resolved. The unjust situations that can form tasks are generally significant events that occur when most people are oppressed, leading to the emergence of tasks. So, generally, all that needs to be done is to handle major cases well, and the public justice task will be completed. As for minor matters like neighborhood disputes, these kinds of cases that do not generate tasks will not be included. It's like the first task that Su Yang triggered when he first came to this world. Only extremely outrageous incidents will trigger tasks. Task: Justice completed. Rewards: Will of all beings plus 500,000. In addition to the reward of the will of all beings, a large number of cases have been resolved over the past 3 months, and a large amount of injustice has been addressed. Countless wicked people have lost their heads, and Su Yang has also gained a substantial amount of will of all beings. All added up, there are nearly 1 million, plus this 500,000. Currently, Su Yang has a huge stockpile of 2.6 million will of all beings. Sword Immortal Mansion. Su Yang once again looks up at the sky in the courtyard. He can see 2 skies, one azure and one with a slight white mist. Although there is still some mist, it is not as dense as before, and the entire sky is no longer shrouded in haze. Finally, he can see the sunlight shining down on the land. After the completion of the task, Su Yang prepared for the next step, building the Daxia Immortal Sect. Firstly, the location for the Daxia Immortal Sect had been considered by Su Yang. Since the world he intended to explore was the Beastkin little world, he decided to establish the Daxia Immortal Sect in a northern wilderness beast domain. Having a location in mind, creating the Daxia Immortal Sect was relatively straightforward. After all, Su Yang had the Heavenly Path Consciousness as his assistant. The next issue was recruitment, which was also easily resolved. However, when recruiting, it was essential for the candidates to understand the nature of this sect. The Daxia Immortal Sect was a place where one could enhance their cultivation and explore higher realms. Anyone with spiritual roots could choose to join. Upon joining, one could cultivate freely to the foundation establishment stage initially, but there was a condition. After joining and benefiting from the resources of the Daxia Immortal Sect, one had to undertake corresponding duties. Su Yang was straightforward about these obligations, stating that after reaching the foundation establishment stage, disciples needed to explore other worlds and bring back heavenly materials, earthly treasures, or useful information. Su Yang compiled all this information into an article and posted it on the Sword Network. This would be the first article visible to everyone in the world. The main content included the founding of the Daxiao Immortal Sect by Su Yang and the commencement of disciple recruitment. All conditions and benefits were clearly stated. Those with spiritual roots and good conduct could choose to join. After joining, one could cultivate freely to the foundation establishment stage. After reaching that stage, monthly basic tasks had to be completed, such as exploring other worlds or bringing back spiritual items, with specific requirements to be determined. If one wanted to leave after joining and benefiting from the sect's resources, they had to willingly forfeit their cultivation and could not participate in any Daxiao Immortal sect-related activities or factions in the future. Joining would allow disciples to gain sect contributions through exploring other worlds. Sect contributions could be used in the spiritual fluid pool, details provided, and the enlightenment pool, details provided. Interested individuals could click the link below to confirm. Deadline, 7 days. With this information compiled, Su Yang posted it directly on the Sword Network for everyone to see. In 7 days, those interested could sign up, and Su Yang would then have the Heavenly Path Consciousness check them. Those with spiritual roots would be transported to the location of the Daxiao Immortal Sect in the Northern Wilderness, thanks to a new sword technique Su Yang had developed, called Sword Manual of All Beings, Teleportation. Skill, Sword Manual of All Beings, Teleportation, Level, IV-00 function. Within the range covered by the sword intent, with the other party's consent, one can teleport the other party to any location within the covered sword intent. Although the Daxiao Immortal Sect didn't have any physical structures at the moment, Su Yang wasn't in a hurry. After 7 days, he would see how many disciples he had. Then, he could simply instruct the Heavenly Path Consciousness to establish the Daxiao Immortal Sect in the Northern Wilderness. It wouldn't be too troublesome. For now, Su Yang continued to immerse himself in sword practice. In the past 3 months, his sword intent had reached level 127. At this point, his sword intent could cover the entire Daxiao world. He had also upgraded the void conversion skill to this level. Now, void conversion could convert 9 to 7 units of world source every day. Due to the storage limit, the Heavenly Path Consciousness had used 300 points of world source to increase the world's foundation from 543 to 573. Su Yang didn't increase the world's foundation further because it required 1,000 points of world source to increase by just 1 point, which would take 10 accumulations to see any effect. Additionally, the primary function of foundational spiritual items was to generate world source and spiritual energy. Spiritual energy was currently in high demand. Overall, the Daxiao world was gradually becoming less deficient in world source, with a constant stream of source coming in through Su Yang's sword technique. The Heavenly Path Consciousness was feeling more satisfied than ever, having never imagined an existence like Su Yang, who could single-handedly elevate the entire world. Furthermore, the speed of progress was astonishing. Initially, the Heavenly Path Consciousness had felt that its accumulated resources were destroyed when the upper immortal sects attacked, making it incredibly difficult to meet the requirements for advancement again. Now, it felt that it was doing even better than before the upper immortal sects arrived. It might not be long before it achieved the status of a small world. At present, it didn't need to worry about anything. It just had to follow Su Yang's instructions, and everything would be taken care of. Su Yang continued to focus on his sword practice. However, the outside world was in turmoil due to Su Yang's actions. Su Yang, the Great Xia Sword Immortal, is creating the Daxia Immortal Sect. You can register to have your spiritual roots checked, and if you have them, you can choose to join. You can cultivate freely up to the foundation establishment stage. You can also explore other worlds, gain resources, enter advanced spiritual, fluid pools, and enlightenment pools to cultivate. Originally, Su Yang thought that exploring other worlds would be a daunting task that most people would fear. However, he had forgotten what kind of world this was. Cultivators always sought to defy the odds and continuously improve themselves by seeking more resources and taking risks. All the conditions Su Yang offered were seen as perfect by those who wished to cultivate. If an individual without strength explored other worlds, it would be an extremely challenging start. However, the Daxiao Immortal Sect could boost one's cultivation, turning a challenging start into a simple one. After a successful start, the Daxiao Immortal Sect also provided a clear path for advancement. Disciples didn't need to worry about their direction too much. Exploring other worlds and bringing back spiritual items could lead to quick improvements by entering the spiritual fluid pool. Ordinary people might not fully grasp the value of the spiritual fluid pool, but all cultivators in the world have become aware of it in the past 3 months. For the ordinary person, entering the pool would mean reaching the 5th grade in 3 days and the 3rd grade in 5 days. Continuous cultivation was beyond imagination. The pools were also divided into different grades. Currently, the highest level in the Town Martial Division was only Foundation Establishment grade, but the Daxiao Immortal Sect had the Golden Core grade. Apart from the Spiritual Fluid Pool, the Daxiao Immortal Sect also had the Enlightenment Pool. While they hadn't seen this personally, the article provided an introduction, explaining that it could accelerate one's comprehension of techniques. With these generous conditions, cultivators worldwide couldn't think of any reason to refuse. Numerous clever ordinary people also directly registered because this was their opportunity to leap to greater heights. In Pingshan City, after seeing Su Yang's message, Zhang Hu immediately decided to sign up. He had spiritual roots, and he wanted to be by Su Yang's side once more, following in Su Yang's footsteps. In the past, he didn't have the opportunity because he knew his strength was weak and couldn't keep up with Su Yang. But now the opportunity had come. Pingshan City, Huichun Hall. Grandpa. In the courtyard, Lu Tsongshan immediately knew what his granddaughter wanted to say when he heard her words. He had also read the articles published by Su Yang. Su Yang's current status was truly unparalleled, and what he had achieved and his current strength was beyond compare. Lu Tsongshan sighed and said seriously, "My dear, if you want to try, go ahead. Even if you fail, you won't regret it. But you must be mentally prepared. You are my only granddaughter, and even if you fail, I won't allow you to be reckless. Ling Jin is not something that everyone has. Only a very small percentage of people possess it. Otherwise, this article wouldn't have covered the entire world." "I understand," Lu Yuro smiled. For her, this opportunity was incredibly important, even if it was just a chance to pursue. She understood that the gap between her and Su Yang was like the difference between the moon in the sky and a firefly on the ground. Wanting to walk alongside him was nothing more than a foolish dream. But this little firefly of hers wanted to fly a bit higher, just a bit closer to the moon. Even if it was just a bit closer. She knew it might not be worth it, and there might be no need for her to do this. For her, there was no benefit. But not everything in life should be measured by benefits and pros and cons. Tianfeng Prefecture. Yijiang, Sun Tianpeng, Huikong, Li Qinglan. The younger generation of Tianfeng Prefecture had become familiar with each other during the recent operation against the evil blood cultivation sect. If Su Yang were a normal member of the younger generation, he might have been here now. "What do you all think about joining Daxiao Immortal Sect?" Yi Jiang asked. "What's there to think about? You didn't sign up, did you?" Sun Tianpeng said without hesitation. "Well, what Sun Donor saves makes sense, but it depends on whether we have spiritual roots. Without them, we're out of luck," Yuan Jie said helplessly. It's not necessarily the case," Yi Jiang smiled. "Even if we don't have spiritual roots, we still have a chance. If our martial suppression division merit points are sufficient, we can ask the heavenly path to create spiritual roots for us, or even improve the quality of our existing spiritual roots." This was one of the uses of merit points. Except for Sun Tianpeng, the others were shocked. The treatment in the martial suppression division was this good? Ba. I wonder if the martial suppression division is still recruiting? Huikong asked. "Master, you're overthinking it. I just informed my master about this through the Sword Network, and he asked me to inquire how many people the martial suppression division is still recruiting. It's not that simple. It's too difficult to accumulate enough merit points to have the heavenly path create spiritual roots for us. The registration only has a 7-day time limit. We can only pray that we have spiritual roots, Sun Tianpeng shook his head. He then explained the process of creating spiritual roots. It was indeed impossible to accumulate enough merit points in a short period of time. They could only give up. The outside world. With Su Yang's latest action, the world once again became restless. Su Yang, however, remained calm as he swung his sword. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. The level of sword intent increased again by 2 levels, reaching 129 levels, and the rate at which the world origin increased reached 10 points per day. The time has come. Heavenly Path, conduct the examination of the registrations. Inform those with spiritual roots to prepare themselves. Tomorrow, we will teleport them to Daxia Immortal Sect. Understood. After setting Heavenly Path into motion, Su Yang headed to the northern wild demon territory. Because of the development of teleportation, he didn't need to rush. With Gu Xiao in tow, he crossed thousands of miles with a single thought, arriving directly in the northern wild demon territory. By the time Su Yang arrived, Heavenly Path had already conducted examinations on all the registrants. With the use of world origin, it was a swift process. Sword Immortal. Among the registrants, 95,431 have lower-grade spiritual roots, 3,221 have middle-grade spiritual roots, 23 have upper-grade spiritual roots, and 1 has supreme-grade spiritual roots. Recruit them all and elevate their cultivation to the foundation establishment stage. Using the golden core level spiritual fluid pool will consume 1 point of world origin plus 30 days, while infusing them directly with world origin will require 50 points of world origin, but it can be done instantly. Su Yang didn't intend to instantly elevate their cultivation in this way. Consuming world origin was one thing, but the main reason was to let them cultivate on their own, step by step. Only then would the spiritual fluid pool be attractive to them. If they were directly elevated and experienced the feeling of instant immense power, the spiritual fluid pool would not be very tempting to them. Su Yang had no shortage of these 30 days. The number of people came out to be around 100,000. As for spiritual roots, Su Yang didn't care too much. In a normal sect, the spiritual roots of disciples would undoubtedly be highly valued. Unfortunately, Su Yang's sect was not a normal one. If they wanted high-level spiritual roots, they could be created with world origin. With the number of people confirmed, it was time to formally establish Daxia Immortal Sect. Su Yang instructed Heavenly Path to create a living environment for 10,000 people. Each person would have their own courtyard, and inside the courtyard, there would be teleportation arrays, spiritual fluid pools, and enlightenment pools. The teleportation arrays could directly transport them to their friends' locations, with the other party's consent. They could also be used to teleport to some public areas and the entrance to the demonic beast little world. It was extremely convenient. Once the construction was completed, Su Yang continued to arrange the sect's tokens and uniforms. For a sect to have its own unique uniform was a given. Daxia Immortal Sect's uniform was white with a gradually darkening gradient, and on the back was the depiction of the sword of the beginning, Starfire. It was a sword that seemed to have been cleaved from the universe itself, with starlight on its blade, surrounded by dark space. Flames flowed on both sides of the blade, and at the bottom was darkness, but when the tip of the sword touched it, the darkness shattered, and strands of light emerged from the darkness. This would be the uniform for the disciples of Daxia Immortal Sect. Next were the identity tokens. The identity tokens needed to have some functions that would facilitate disciples when they went out to explore. Identity token. Core. Sword intent. After storing sword intent in the token, you can set various functions that can only be activated with sword intent and use it for positioning. Function 1. Scan. When activated, it can scan all unknown items, revealing their effects and quality. For example, when exploring other worlds, if you see unknown spiritual objects, you can scan them. Function 2. Log into Sword Network. With Sword Intent present, you can log into the Sword Network. Function 3. Request assistance can be used when in danger. If you venture into a dangerous place and encounter danger, using this function will require a certain price. If you encounter other cultivators who oppress you, there will be no cost. disciples of Daxiao Immortal Sect uphold peace and will not be bullied. These were the identity tokens that Su Yang had created. They would greatly assist disciples when they went out to explore. These three functions were temporarily set. If there were other functions that could be added later, they could be considered. Su Yang then instructed Heavenly Path's consciousness to use world origin directly to create the uniforms. Once they were created, the uniforms would be distributed to the disciples. As for the identity tokens, Su Yang injected sword intent into them directly, setting both functions, and was done with it. In the northern wild demon territory, Daxiao Immortal Sect rose from the ground in an instant with Su Yang's command. Now, all that was left was to wait for all the sect's disciples to arrive. Pingshan City. Zhang Hu packed his belongings and quietly waited for the next day. At the Ayin Hui Chun Tang Spring Return Hall, Lu Yuro looked at the test results. Lu Tsongshan had also seen this result. I'm sorry, but after testing, it appears you do not have spiritual roots. Dear, give it up. No, Grandpa, I won't give up. I never thought that he will like me just because I like him. I know he's far, far away from me, and I know I can't stand by his side. But I'll chase after him step by step, even if it means watching his back from afar. Maybe you don't understand why I'm so foolish, why I'm so stubborn, why I like him. Grandpa, I like him for his chivalry, for doing things others dare not, for succeeding in doing things others dare not, for saving the world, for standing up for ordinary people, for hating evil like an enemy. My liking doesn't necessarily mean standing by his side. Even if I follow behind him, it's enough. Lu Yuro finished speaking, unprecedentedly firm. There was a light in her eyes, a light that she wanted to follow. In the span of a single day, in the blink of an eye, when the day arrived, Su Yang initiated the countdown for teleportation according to the numbers and codes specified on the sword net, preparing these individuals for teleportation. Meanwhile, on the side of the Daxiao Immortal Sect, each person had their own separate courtyard, arranged according to their designated numbers. Teleportation meant that each person would have their own courtyard. There wouldn't be a bunch of people gathering together, participating in assessments or anything of the sort. His sect was different. SwordNet had already completed the checks. If they had spiritual roots and were willing to come, that was enough. As for their character, anyone who could survive the 3-month Great Purge would have no major issues. Moreover, the Heavenly Path had also helped him screen them. For those with questionable character, even if they had spiritual roots, the Heavenly Path would claim that they didn't. It was as simple as that. In summary, those who entered were not necessarily great heroes with high moral values, but they were definitely normal people. As the countdown for the teleportation array ended, nearly 100,000 disciples were instantly transported into the Daxiao Immortal Sect. Each person also had their own courtyard. At the same time, the Heavenly Path directly informed them of their situation. First, each person had an independent small courtyard. Each small courtyard was numbered. Second, the teleportation array, sect attire, identity token, spiritual fluid pool, enlightenment pool. Third, the crack to the demonic beast small world, unlocked at Foundation Establishment stage. Sect Square, SwordNet's updated scripture pavilion, where each person could choose one cultivation technique. 3 arts, recommended to choose 1 offensive, 1 movement, and 1 auxiliary art. Note, Daxiao Immortal Sect's assets. Fourth, what you need to do now is cultivate until you reach the Foundation Establishment stage, and then start exploring the demonic beast small world. Fifth, the sect rules. Everyone must read carefully, especially before entering the demonic beast small world. It's a must-read. 100,000 disciples entered. Su Yang didn't feel much, and he didn't plan to meet with his disciples either. Perhaps other sects would do this to boost morale and increase their sense of belonging. But Daxiao Immortal Sect was different. Morale? The best way to boost their morale was to let them cultivate in the spiritual fluid pool. Sense of belonging? Once they left the Daxiao world, they were all Daxiao cultivators, all disciples of the Daxiao Immortal Sect, and that was the best sense of belonging. Furthermore, what did other sects have, like outer elders, inner elders, supreme elders, law enforcement teams? He had none of that. A one-man show, creating the world's strongest sect with a wave of his hand. Yes, that's how it was. So he didn't want to complicate things. Let them cultivate on their own, and when they reach a certain realm, they can explore the demonic beast's small world. If there was a need for a sect meeting, he could go wave his swords a few more times. But he wouldn't completely ignore everything. Some matters still needed attention. At the same time, among these 100,000 people, he saw the figures of two familiar people, Zhang Hu and Hui Kong. Other than these two, he didn't see anyone else. Su Yang thought for a moment and decided to leave these people to Gu Xiu for management. If Gu Xiu felt overwhelmed, he could select some of them as the foundation for the law enforcement team. He could also have Gu Xiu choose some people as Da Xiao Immortal Sect's sword holders. Sword holder benefits can enjoy the infusion of the original source, directly reaching the strongest state that the current world's original source can enhance. Free choice of cultivation techniques. Use of enlightenment pool and spiritual fluid pool at will. No need to complete basic disciple tasks. Responsibilities. Da Xiao Immortal Sect disciples in danger need rescue. When reported, resources points reported by disciples need to be dealt with, and resources should be brought back as much as possible. This is the Da Xiao Immortal Sect sword holder, the martial force of the Da Xiao Immortal Sect. Gu Xiu was quite reliable. He could always arrange things well. After arranging these matters, Su Yang continued with his own tasks. Inside the demonic beast's small world, Su Yang sensed that all the sword slaves he had placed inside had been killed. At this point, not a single one was left alive. He checked the cause of death. Very well, they were directly crushed by the arm of some unknown demonic beast. Level for 150. Indeed, even in a complete small world, it couldn't compare to the Da Xiao world. Now that they were dead, they were dead. As long as the demonic beast small world was safe under normal circumstances for the Foundation establishment stage to pass through, it was enough. The rest of the situations could be explored slowly by the disciples. In just 3 days, those with exceptional spiritual roots had completed their cultivation from ordinary people to the Foundation establishment stage. In the process, they also practiced the 3 specified martial arts. Geniuses always shone brightly. One such person was named Hong Tian. After breaking through, Hong Tian was mercilessly expelled from the spiritual fluid pool by the unfeeling consciousness of the heavenly path. To continue cultivating in the spiritual fluid pool, he would need contribution points. Contribution points were obtained by exploring the demonic beast small world and bringing back spiritual items. Hong Tian was very proactive. After being expelled from the spiritual fluid pool, he used the enlightenment pool to cultivate the 3 martial arts. After completing his cultivation, he was once again expelled by the consciousness of the heavenly path. He set his sights on the demonic beast small world. Using the teleportation array in his small courtyard, he arrived at the entrance of the demonic beast small world in the blink of an eye. Hong Tian wore the uniform attire of the Da Xiao Immortal Sect and appeared to be a young man in his early 20s. He looked towards the world crack in front of him. So this is the passage to the demonic beast's small world. After muttering to himself, he attempted to step into it, but he was bounced back by a sword formation. Checking sword formation. To enter, 2 conditions must be met. 1. Foundation establishment stage and strength. 2. Recite the sect rules once, only required for the first time. Hong Tian felt a bit embarrassed, but he obediently began to recite the rules. In terms of strength, he was definitely qualified. The first rule, when faced with danger, it's best to retreat first, and resources for cultivation are not as important as one's life. The second rule, the Da Xiao world is still in its early stages of development and requires discretion. If encountering otherworld cultivators, keep a low profile. The third rule, Da Xiao Immortal Sect disciples prefer peace and should not actively provoke conflicts. However, if otherworld cultivators bully you, fight back directly. If you can't win, use the identity token to call for help. If the opponent has a powerful entity backing them, the sect master will personally intervene. Da Xiao Immortal Sect disciples should not seek trouble outside, but they will never tolerate being bullied. The fourth rule, Daxiao Immortal Sect disciples should help and assist each other outside, and must not harm their fellow disciple for the sake of minor resources. The fifth rule: when you discover high-quality spiritual items and it's too dangerous, you can report it to the sect, and the sect will handle it. You can receive a reward worth 30% of the spiritual item's value. After reciting these rules, Hong Tian once again attempted to step into the world crack, and this time he wasn't stopped. He wanted to obtain more resources. He was once an ordinary person, living in Highland Province, persecuted by evil spirits. Now, after feeling the power, he was even more eager for strength. He didn't want to experience helplessness again, and he hoped to help Su Immortal in his own way. His intuition told him that acquiring resources from other worlds might be of some help to Su Immortal. This might be his only chance to repay his debt. Hong Tian was the first to reach the Foundation establishment stage because of his excellent talent, closely followed by others with top-quality spiritual roots. Some of these individuals chose to go solo, while others formed teams. They all stepped into the demonic beast small world one after another. And so, within a month's time, the disciples of the Daxiao Immortal Sect completed their breakthroughs one by one, until a month had passed, and all of them had successfully broken through. One by one, they stood at the entrance of the demonic beast small world crack, ready to step inside. Time passed quickly, with a month flying by in the blink of an eye. Sword Intent for 131, 1.2 million/4.1 million. Void Transformation Level for 131. Transformation Speed 12 to 1 day. As the month passed, the world's foundation also increased to 606 points, getting closer to the next milestone of 1,000 points. At the same time, the Daxiao Immortal Sect had already settled into its rhythm. Out of the 100,000 disciples, most had completed their breakthroughs. Those with higher quality spiritual roots absorbed spiritual fluid at a faster rate, and a portion of them had already begun their explorations. Among them was the most talented disciple, Hong Tian. Upon entering the demonic beast small world, he embarked on his journey to collect resources. Su Yang refrained from making judgments about his luck, but one thing was for sure: Hong Tian was extremely diligent and dedicated. After entering the demonic beast small world, he ventured into various dangerous areas and engaged in battles with demonic beasts, amassing a substantial amount of spiritual resources. Lower-tier spiritual root disciples had just broken through to the Foundation establishment stage. While under Hong Tian's relentless efforts, he not only brought back resources, but also entered the spiritual fluid pool for cultivation, advancing all the way to the perfection of Foundation establishment stage. This accomplishment was not only due to his hard work, but also related to his own talent. For every 100 points of sect contribution Hong Tian earned, he could access the gold core level spiritual fluid pool for 1 day. According to Su Yang's rules, one could obtain 1 contribution point for every lower-tier Foundation establishment spiritual item, 5 points for mid-tier, 10 points for upper-tier, and 20 points for top-tier, and a whopping 100 points for a lower-tier gold core spiritual item. In reality, Su Yang's rule was quite lenient towards these disciples. Otherwise, it would have been nearly impossible for them to acquire so many contribution points through lower-tier Foundation establishment spiritual items. Su Yang's intention was to accelerate their growth and reward their efforts, but he also wanted to ensure they didn't receive benefits without effort. This was why he didn't promote them directly to the gold core stage. Hong Tian's cultivation progress in the spiritual fluid pool was undoubtedly the most outstanding among the current disciples. Even with the same amount of time spent in the gold core level spiritual fluid pool, there was a stark difference in the amount of spiritual energy absorbed between disciples with lower tier and top tier spiritual roots. Good talent always had its advantages. However, in the Daxiao Immortal Sect, there was a chance to compensate for shortcomings in talent. With enough sect contribution points, one could request the intervention of the heavenly path to enhance their spiritual roots. Currently, all 100,000 Daxiao Immortal Sect disciples were on the right track, venturing into the demonic beast small world. Following Su Yang's instructions, Gu Xiu had established the sword holder department. Currently, there were 1,000 sword holders, all of them reaching the perfection of gold core stage in strength. Throughout the entire Daxia immortal sect, Guxiu was the main administrator. Matters he couldn't handle would be reported to Su Yang. For incidents requiring the sword holder's intervention, Su Yang would not be bothered unless they were truly dire. To Su Yang, the Daxia immortal sect was just an auxiliary force, a way to resolve conflicts within the world while also accelerating the world's advancement. He would not focus all his attention on the sect. No matter how many methods and arrangements he had, the core goal was still to enhance his sword intent. However, he had been somewhat dissatisfied with the speed of his sword intent improvement recently. In a month's time, he had only advanced by 3 levels. If he could obtain the materials to forge a spiritual sword and wield it, his progress might see a significant boost. Currently, he could wield 360,000 swords in a day. With a spiritual sword, he might be able to unleash the power of 3.6 million swords, which would restore his advancement rate to 1 level per day. For the Daxia world, to cultivate materials that reach the nascent soul level would likely take some time, at least after the world promotion. To obtain nascent soul level materials ahead of time, he would have to rely on the sect disciples discovering such spiritual items. He had no intention of aimlessly searching like a headless fly. Although he could wield his swords while searching, if he left the Daxia world, he couldn't continue using vacuum conversion, and the world wouldn't gain any more source energy. When the sect disciples found spiritual items and had a clear target, he would intervene directly, significantly increasing efficiency. Having organized his thoughts, Su Yang decided on this course of action. Simultaneously, he set up a task board within the sect's sword net, with the first task being to search for locations containing nascent, soul-level spiritual materials. Even if it was a suspected location, as long as they discovered top-tier nascent soul-grade spiritual ores, they would receive special attention and gain resources that could lead them directly to nascent soul perfection. Although the world's source energy could not elevate a person to the nascent soul perfection stage at the moment, Su Yang believed it was only a matter of time. Moreover, with the current strength of the Daxia immortal sect disciples, it would be extremely difficult for them to find nascent, soul-level material locations unless their luck was extraordinary. With these arrangements in place, Su Yang waited quietly, his swords at the ready. As all the Daxia immortal sect disciples exited seclusion and entered the demonic B-small world, Su Yang noticed a conspicuous increase in the world's foundation. Realizing this change, Su Yang ceased using the world's source energy to increase the foundation and instead focused on strengthening the roots. While it was relatively easy for the disciples to acquire foundation-related spiritual items in the demonic B-small world, acquiring root-related items was far more challenging. They would encounter tremendous resistance, and it was even possible they wouldn't find any root-related spiritual items at all. In such circumstances, Su Yang certainly wouldn't cultivate foundation-related spiritual items anymore. The Daxia world only had one root-related spiritual item, the World Heart, located at the very center of the planet. This was something every planet possessed. Generally, when the world advanced, individuals would cultivate their initial root-related spiritual item. Creating more root-related spiritual items was an extremely difficult task. All the disciples of the Daxia immortal sect, from the top to the bottom, were kept busy. The 1,000 sword holders were working diligently. The 100,000 disciples had surged into the demonic B-small world, each with their own choices. There were 2 major categories of choices: exploration and scouting. Exploration meant searching for spiritual items and collecting them personally. Scouting involved locating spiritual items, reporting them to the sect, and allowing sword holders to handle the retrieval. The first option offered higher rewards, while the second was lower risk. If they could swiftly identify numerous spiritual items, the rewards would still be substantial. However, exploring the world always came with risks. Even with sword holders available for rescue, there would still be casualties. After all, the demonic B-small world was not completely safe, even for Su Yang himself. In most cases, gains were balanced by risks. Su Yang was not their babysitter. He provided opportunities, allowing them to make their own choices. He ensured their safety as best as he could, and that was sufficient. In the blink of an eye, another half-month passed. The Dachao immortal sect disciples continued to expand their explorations within the demonic beast's small world. Hong Tian, this monstrous talent, had broken through to the early gold core stage under the support of the spiritual fluid pool and enlightenment pool. In just half a month, he had pulled ahead of everyone else, including the sword holders. In this short span, the foundation-type attributes of the world had reached their maximum value and were still increasing. For the abundance of foundational spiritual items, Su Yang didn't mind. It's overflowing now, and it can also prepare for the next world promotion. This is not a problem. Now, only the foundational attributes are missing. At the current rate, it will take at least 2 more months to increase a bit of the foundational attributes. Sword Intent for 133, 300,000/4, 300,000. Void Transformation, 14 points /L day. Although the speed will increase as it goes on, even if it's faster, it will still take at least about a year to reach 9 foundational attributes. Su Yang is not in a hurry either. He focuses and wields his sword steadily. He can wait for a year. With the longevity sword art in hand, waiting for a year is not a problem. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed. In half a year, the disciples of the Dachao immortal sect have grown significantly. The gold core stage cultivators who achieved it through their own cultivation are no longer limited to just Hong Tian. Those with better talent, determination, and luck always have many people advancing to the gold core stage. Among them, Zhang Hu and Hui Kong both went all out to reach the early gold core stage. The number of Dachao immortal sect disciples who reached the gold core stage and beyond exceeded 1,000. Hong Tian still maintained a commanding lead with his late gold core stage cultivation. In half a year, the Dachao immortal sect disciples gained more understanding of the demonic beast small world. They learned where not to go, where the danger was too high, where there were more spiritual items, and where new creatures would be born. Just as the disciples of the Dachao immortal sect had steadily developed for half a year, the demonic beast small world experienced a new change. Red River Valley. Nearly 100 disciples of the Dachao immortal sect, led by Zhang Hu, were exploring this treasure land. They were searching for spiritual items inside. While they were strategizing, investigating the distribution of demonic beasts here, and making battle plans, a massive crack suddenly appeared in the sky above Red River Valley. Everyone was stunned. Zhang Hu frowned as he looked up. Isn't this a world rift? They came through the world rift, so naturally, they were very familiar with it. With the appearance of this new world rift, could it be that there was a new world on the other side? Just as Zhang Hu was thinking this, a group of cultivators suddenly emerged from the world rift. Covered in blood, their robes torn, they looked extremely miserable. As soon as they appeared, another group of cultivators followed them. However, the second group of cultivators didn't look like human cultivators. Their skin was a silvery gray color, and some of them had scales on their arms. Apart from their limb structure resembling humans, they didn't look human at all. After this group of people emerged, they immediately attacked the first group of human cultivators. Both sides were on the verge of a battle. There were more than a dozen people on each side. Zhang Hu observed and saw that both sides were led by early gold core cultivators, with the rest being foundation establishment cultivators. Should they help? Zhang Hu hesitated for only a second before deciding to help. The reason was simple. One side didn't look like human cultivators, and in the grand scheme of the universe, they naturally sided with the human race. This was a conflict between races. There was actually something Zhang Hu couldn't see. Those silvery-skinned individuals all had a mark of sin on their foreheads. Even the lowest sin level among them was tens of levels, and a leader had a sin level of over 100. However, Zhang Hu wasn't blindly helping. Although they leaned toward the human race in terms of race, he didn't know the actual situation. He needed to control both sides first and investigate what was happening. Brother Hu, what should we do? Should we help? One of Zhang Hu's disciples asked. No rush. I'll call for reinforcements. Safety first, Zhang Hu said, then opened the Daxiao Immortal Sect group chat. This was a super group chat that covered all 100,000 disciples of the Daxiao Immortal Sect. Speaking here required 10 sect contribution points per day, with the minimum being 1 day of speaking time. So, unless it was an urgent matter, no one would speak here. Zhang. A new world rift has appeared in Red River Valley. Nearby fellow disciples, come quickly. There are cultivators fighting. After sending this message, Zhang waited. Although the battle above was intense, the current situation was evenly matched, and there wouldn't be any major changes for the time being. They waited for less than a minute before disciples from the Daxia Immortal Sect gathered from all directions, converging around Zhang. Especially when Hong Tian arrived, everyone showed great respect. Although there was no senior brother or senior sister in the Daxiao Immortal Sect at the moment, these positions needed strength to support them. Hong Tian's strength was more than enough. Zhang, what's the situation? After half a year of getting along, everyone in the Daxiao Immortal Sect had formed their own circles, but without exception, those at the forefront like them would have some interaction. After Zhang saw Hong Tian's arrival, he explained the situation and his plan. After listening, Hong Tian agreed and decided to first control both groups of people and investigate the situation. With a large number of Daxia Immortal Sect disciples gathering, the two sides engaged in the intense battle also noticed this. The human cultivators were instantly delighted. Senior Brother Fong, there are human cultivators in this world. Great. It's a sign of divine favor. Our days are not meant to end. Hold them back. Don't let them escape. As soon as a third party appeared on the scene, the reactions of the two sides were completely different. Hong Tian, Zhang, and the others didn't care about it too much and focused on capturing these people first. They needed to investigate what was going on. Stop fighting. Whoever doesn't stop will be our enemy. A simple statement. The human cultivators looked at their leader. Fong Yunlei nodded to indicate they should stop. The silvery-skinned strange people, however, stopped but seemed to want to run back to the world rift on the other side. Seeing this, Hong Tian wouldn't let them escape easily. With his late gold core stage strength, he easily took down the 13 strange people one by one. They used a special artifact to open the world rift and escape, arriving here randomly. But they could confirm that this world rift hadn't taken them out of the Blackhorn Nebula. The world rift could only cross a distance of up to 100 light-years, while the entire Blackhorn Nebula had a range of 1,000 light-years. These pieces of information, combined with the behavior of Hong Tian and the others, allowed Fong Yunlei to deduce some of their backgrounds. Human cultivators, just wait. My Silver Moon clan will flatten the Blackhorn Star Nebula. Originally, Hong Tian wanted to ask something, but the gray-skinned race that called themselves the Silver Moon clan immediately extinguished his desire to inquire. He turned to the group of normal humans instead. I am from the Daxia Celestial Sect. Hong Tian, greetings to all fellow cultivators. I am from the Red Earth Celestial Sect. Fong Yunlei, greetings to Hong fellow Taoist. At this moment, if it weren't for the disciples of the Daxia Celestial Sect surrounding these people, it would have looked like a gathering of two celestial sects. Following Hong Tian's inquiries, Fong Yunlei also shared a lot of information. After hearing it all, a broader world unfolded before Hong Tian's eyes. Firstly, they were in a cosmic region known as the Blackhorn Star Nebula. The strongest presence here was the Blackhorn Star, a top-tier grand world, just a step away from the small thousand worlds. Worlds were also classified into different levels. Nascent worlds, small worlds, grand worlds, small thousand worlds. This made Hong Tian realize that their Daxiao world was nothing more than a nascent world, the lowest level existence. This also made him understand why the sect's rules dictated that they should act discreetly when they came out. They were just a nascent level planet, developing one. Aside from this, there were other situations in the universe. The universe was vast, and humanity was not the only race. The Blackhorn Star Nebula belonged to the human race, with other races occupying the surrounding regions, forming constellations. The most prominent one was the Silver Moon Nebula, a region covered by the Silver Moon clan. Both of these nebulas were small star systems, about 1,000 light-years in size, covering hundreds of inhabited planets and tens of thousands of barren planets, lifeless planets, and so on. When planetary life entered the cosmos, they found themselves in an even larger jungle, still governed by the brutal laws of the jungle. The law of the jungle: the weak are prey to the strong. This held true whether within planets or outside of them. In the universe, aside from their own kind, all other races were considered enemies. Sometimes, even their own kind could be enemies. The competition for resources in the universe was even fiercer. No one was exempt. Even if you wanted peaceful development, other races might not think the same way. Plundering was always the theme of evolution. Cultivation was the same. If you didn't plunder, you would only become the plundered. Currently, the planet where Fong Yunlei and the others resided, Red Earth Star, was under attack by the Silver Moon Clan, and many humans on Red Earth Star were being slaughtered. Red Earth Star was a small world-level planet. The Silver Moon Clan came from another small world-level planet. However, the small world where the Silver Moon Clan originated was slightly stronger than Red Earth Star. Moreover, fighting on Red Earth Star was disadvantageous for Red Earth Star itself. Regardless of whether they won or lost, it was Red Earth Star that suffered the damage. After hearing all this, Han Tian, Zhang Hu, and the others gained a deeper understanding of the information within the universe. But they couldn't take everything at face value. Fong, fellow Taoist, I will perform soul-searching on these Silver Moon Clan members to ensure you're not deceiving me. Please go ahead, Hong, fellow Taoist. Han Tian nodded and proceeded to perform soul-searching on the Silver Moon Clan member who had spoken earlier. Soon, he knew about 30 days' worth of the person's memories, which was the extent of his soul-searching abilities. However, it was enough. This person's name was Yin Changkong, and his memories showed the slaughter of humans on Red Earth Star. They spared no one, including the elderly, the weak, women, and children. There was no reason to spare ordinary people. They had invaded this world and were prepared to destroy it, so why leave any survivors? After the Silver Moon Clan arrived on Red Earth Star, they steadily advanced, absorbing the world's essence and vitality. They killed anyone who obstructed them, including human cities. As for the consciousness of the Red Earth Star's celestial path, it had been put into a deep sleep using magical treasures from the moment the Silver Moon Clan arrived, preventing it from intervening in this matter. Through soul-searching, Han Tian confirmed the truth of Fong Yunlei's words. After seeing the scenes of the Silver Moon Clan's massacre of humans in the memories, Han Tian felt an unprecedented anger. Before witnessing those scenes, he had only heard Fong Yunlei talk about how ruthless the Silver Moon Clan was, which didn't have a profound impact on him. However, after seeing it for himself, he couldn't help but want to exterminate these people. Han Tian gradually calmed down. Through this information, he also understood that the universe was the largest jungle, where the most brutal law of the jungle prevailed. The weak could only become food for the strong. There were no complicated reasons or explanations. It was the most basic, bloodthirsty rule. Han, fellow Taoist, after confirming, on behalf of my junior brothers and sisters, thank you for your assistance and the assistance of the Daxia Celestial Sect. This is a foundation, establishment level, high-quality, heritage class, spiritual object. It's not particularly precious, but it's something I can offer at the moment. I hope you won't find it lacking. Fong Yunlei took out a spiritual object, and after Han Tian initially declined, he accepted it. Then, Fong Yunlei and the others bid farewell and departed, leaving Red Earth Star behind. Han Tian couldn't say much more in the current situation. Even with the power of the Daxia Celestial Sect, they couldn't do much unless the sect leader personally intervened. He didn't know the strength of the sect leader either. According to what Fong Yunlei had said and the information he had obtained through soul-searching, the most powerful individuals in both warring small worlds were nascent soul stage cultivators. Above the golden core stage were the nascent soul, and above the nascent soul was the soul projection stage. Han Tian wanted to do something, but considering his current strength, he decided not to think too much about it. If he really wanted to make a difference, he needed to focus on improving his own strength. Without top-tier combat power, without high-end combat power, what could you achieve even with more people? The entire Dasha celestial sect in the past had only been sending themselves to their deaths. After realizing this, the anger that had been brewing inside Hong Tian became stronger. He needed to become stronger. With powerful strength, he could change the things he couldn't bear to witness. Without sufficient strength, any ideas, any compassion were meaningless. Words alone wouldn't make a difference. Hong Tian informed everyone of the information he had learned here. At the same time, he relayed the news back to the Dasha celestial sect, reaching the ears of Gu Xiao. The changes occurring here were beyond their ability to handle. It had to be dealt with by the higher-ups. Since a new world passage had opened here, people from the other side were bound to come sooner or later, and that was a problem. Human cultivators coming over were one thing, but if it was the Silver Moon clan, that was a matter to consider. Although Fong Yunlei mentioned that the fissure in his world opened in an extremely remote location, such matters needed to be prepared for in advance. Dasha celestial sect. At this moment, Gu Xiao also became aware of these matters. However, this was something he couldn't handle, so he immediately went to contact Su Yang. Blackhorn Nebula, Silver Moon Nebula, nascent soul cultivators. So what realm am I in now? Because there was no data for comparison, asking the heavenly path was as good as asking for nothing. He had no concept of his current level, but when he broke through level 100, he was definitely breaking through to the nascent soul realm. In the past 6 months, his level had once again increased. Sword Intent for 148, 120, 000/5, 800, 000, Void Transformation, 50 points /LD. World Foundation, 7 out of 10. World Essence, 3442 out of 1000. These were some of his important attributes at the moment. To advance to the next world, he needed only 3 more points in the World Foundation. With a daily gain of 50 points of World Essence, it would take at most 2 more months for the world to inevitably advance. World advancement would be a significant boost for him. It would enhance his physique and allow him to start using World Essence to craft high-grade materials for nascent soul-level items. All of this was good news. However, before that, he had to make a trip to monitor the world crack that had suddenly appeared. He was unclear about what realm he belonged to with his sword intent at level 148. But after reaching level 100, he had just barely broken through the nascent soul realm. The gap between each minor realm of cultivation for cultivators was significant. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't directly leap from nascent soul to nascent soul perfection. The sudden appearance of the world crack had indeed made him feel a hint of danger. In a word, his strength was not yet sufficient. Swordmaster, besides these matters, there are some issues within the sect. I wonder if there's a solution. Tell me. Some disciples have brought back some spiritual minerals and fruits that cannot be consumed as they are, and it seems wasteful. Is there a way to refine them into artifacts or elixirs? I see, let me think. As Su Yang spoke, he began to communicate with the interface in his mind. Could he create such sword techniques and fix them within the sect to help disciples with refining and alchemy? This was something he had never thought about before. Cultivators without treasures, tools, or weapons would be limited to using simple spells, which was unsatisfactory. As for elixirs, they couldn't just pile up, they should be used as resources. According to Su Yang's thoughts, he created 2 new sword techniques. Manual of All Beings, Self-Refining Artifacts. Level, for 148. Function. The practitioner provides materials and describes the specific effects and appearance of the weapon based on the material's properties. They will receive a success rate prompt, and once the refining is confirmed, Sword Intent will automatically refine the item and can be placed in a fixed location. Conditions. Requires sufficient sword intent. Limitation. Currently, the highest grade item that can be crafted is nascent soul level. Manual of All Beings, Self-Refining Elixirs. Level, for 148. Function. The practitioner provides materials and describes the specific effects and appearance of the elixir based on the material's properties. They will receive a success rate prompt, and once the alchemy is confirmed, sword. Intent will automatically refine the elixir and can be placed in a fixed location. Conditions. Requires sufficient sword intent. Limitation. Currently, the highest grade elixir that can be crafted is nascent soul level. 2 suitable sword techniques were created in an instant. The appearance of these 2 techniques had probably stirred up many rules within the will of all beings. Although they didn't consume much will of all beings, Su Yang still found some flaws. At level 148, he had already surpassed the nascent soul realm. However, he could only craft nascent soul-level treasures and elixirs, which he considered a limitation. Upon careful consideration, it seemed inevitable. Originally, these 2 sword techniques were already quite extraordinary, so being able to craft items of the same level was already quite good. In this way, it was acceptable. After successfully creating these 2 sword techniques, Su Yang calmly left. As the sect master, I naturally will address the disciples' needs. For matters concerning the Daxiao immortal sect, I will still rely on you, old Gu. Any requests from the disciples can also be compiled. Understood. Gu Xiu respectfully agreed. He had complete trust in Su Yang's methods. With a flash, Su Yang crossed through layers of space and arrived at the vicinity of the Daxiao immortal sect. With a wave of his hand, he conjured 2 large halls. Artifact Refining Hall, Pill Refining Hall. Then, Su Yang fixed the 2 sword techniques within them. Just like the sword net, setting up these 2 techniques took some time. Fortunately, the sword techniques he mastered didn't encounter any unexpected issues, and they were set up quickly. Once everything was in place, Su Yang filled them with sufficient sword intent. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't run out of sword intent even after refining items tens of thousands of times. Furthermore, as long as Su Yang was in the Daxiao world, he could replenish it at any time, even if it was slightly lacking. This included the sword net. After setting up these 2 things, Su Yang stepped into the world of demonic beasts. As soon as he entered, Su Yang felt a significant suppression, as if he had entered an environment with 100 times gravity. However, with Su Yang's current strength, he could easily adapt in an instant. Even with his strength suppressed by 100 times, Su Yang could still cross vast distances in a few steps and arrive in front of the New World crack. At this moment, thousands of Daxiao Immortal Sect disciples, including Hong Tian and Zhang Hu, had gathered here. The scene was quite spectacular. When they saw Su Yang, they all bowed in unison. They were somewhat excited too. It was the first time they had seen the sect master since entering the Daxiao Immortal Sect. Many of them admired Su Yang greatly, and the benefits of being in the Daxiao Immortal Sect were just one part of it. The more important thing was being able to see Su Yang. It felt like a pilgrimage. Greetings, sect master. Well done, everyone. Su Yang encouraged them with a few words, then came to the front of Hong Tian and others. When he made eye contact with Zhang Hu, Su Yang nodded as a greeting. You did well. Remember the sect rules clearly. Before doing anything, you need to consider safety and staying alive. Only then can you have more possibilities. Then he looked at these Silver Moon race cultivators. With silver-gray skin and a shape similar to humans, the main difference was their skin. At the same time, Su Yang also noticed that there were sins appearing above their heads. The highest one was the nascent soul cultivator, reaching IV 654. From this, it was clear that these guys had killed quite a few people. Translator, Taoist 6 FubBW. Combining the information brought back by Hong Tian, the situation facing the Red Earth Star is estimated to be very dire. He had already considered this when he learned about it. To manage, he must definitely manage. What kind of courage allows alien races to slaughter our human race? Since the universal law is survival of the fittest, and there are always some races in the universe that do not seek peace, then, step by step, he would bring about their destruction. It's not that Su Yang wanted to kill alien races or anything, but these alien races have already come to our doorstep and are causing trouble for our people. In this situation, Su Yang couldn't bear it. If it were peaceful alien races, Su Yang certainly wouldn't target them. To manage is necessary, but not right now. He has always followed one principle. Before meddling in affairs, check if your own strength is sufficient. If his strength is insufficient, think twice before acting. For example, at the moment, there are clearly experts in the nascent soul realm on the other side, two major realms beyond the foundation establishment stage. Without enough strength, there would be nothing he could do even if he went over. Maybe he would end up throwing his life away. He must definitely raise his strength to a level beyond their reach and then directly eliminate them. That would be the best option. I'll take care of this here. You all can go about your own business. This incident will reward 2,000 SEK contributions. You can distribute it according to your own contributions. If you can't decide, you can ask the heavenly path for help. Su Yang instructed, his disciples were doing their tasks, which brought benefits to him, so there must be rewards. 2,000 SEK contributions are quite a lot, equivalent to 20 top-grade spiritual objects. Su Yang is indeed generous. The disciples of the Daxiao mortal sect gathered here also dispersed, but Zhang who did not leave. They had originally planned to hunt and kill demon beasts here. Everything was already set up, and there was not much damage, so they would definitely continue. Su Yang didn't bother with them. He turned to look at these Silver Moon clan members. Soul-searching was not Hong Tian's specialty. 1 month's worth of information might not be enough. He had to see all the memories in their entirety. Using sword techniques to search souls, he went through them all. Naturally, Su Yang gained a lot of memories. The information he obtained from these memories was extensive. This included the power manifestations of the 5 major realms: nascent soul, out-of-body, nascent divinity, unity, and void refinement. With these power manifestations, he could directly analyze what realm he currently belonged to. Level 148, equivalent to the peak of the out-of-body realm. Perhaps advancing to level 150 would be nascent divinity. At the same time, he also learned about the connection between world level and realm limit. In a small world, the realm limit is nascent divinity. In a large world, the realm limit is void refinement. But these people seem to have been cultivating for quite a while. For a normal nascent soul realm, it would take at least 500 years of cultivation, right? For a normal out-of-body realm, it would take at least 1,000 years of cultivation, right? For a normal nascent divinity realm, it would take at least 2,000 years of cultivation, right? The 2 realms after that would take even longer, and it would also require some opportunities. Even with a long time, it might not be possible to break through without opportunities. Su Yang scratched his head. Well, cultivating immortality is really difficult. It's better to wield a sword. Right now, he had already reached the peak of the out-of-body realm in just about a year, apart from the realm issue. There was also the issue of crossing the universe. After reaching the out-of-body realm, he could enter deep space flight. The distance would be reduced by 10,000 times, allowing him to cross the universe. This also opened up Su Yang's horizons. Although the combination of sword intent and the will of all beings allowed him to create sword techniques at will, it was still limited by his knowledge. If his knowledge was insufficient, he wouldn't even think of this ability, and the combination of sword intent and the will of all beings wouldn't help. So, actually, now he wants to traverse the universe. Is it possible to enter deep space? There's also some crucial information in the universe. Treasure stars. Treasure stars are a type of resource planet in the universe, with an extremely short lifespan, only 1 to 10 years. But during their existence, they give birth to a large number of spiritual beings. It's as if they're using the planet's lifespan to nurture these beings until the planet's life comes to an end. There's also some information that Su Yang only partially understands, like what's known as the origin of the star system. It seems very important, but because the other party's realm is too low, they don't understand much, they just know it's important. After fully understanding this information, these Silver Moon clan members no longer have a reason to exist and are instantly dealt with by Su Yang. 1. Then he looks at the world rift. Regarding this world rift, Su Yang thinks for a moment, and simply sets up a restriction-type sword formation. For cultivators on the other side or this side who want to pass through, they must obtain his permission. Otherwise, they can only destroy the sword formation Su Yang has set up. This is the same as the restriction formation used to enter the demon beast's small world. There is no difference. After settling all of this, Su Yang chooses to return and wield his sword. Su Yang easily handles things on his end. The disciples of the Daxiao immortal sect are in an uproar once again. The appearance of the Alchemy Hall and Refining Hall has completely overturned their understanding. But when they think about it again, this was created by their sect master. So it seems quite normal. However, they're also doubting whether these things are useful at all. To dispel this doubt, some of them gather materials, have ideas or alchemy diagrams, elixir recipes, and sufficient sect contributions. They immediately prepare to try them out. If this really works, many of the materials they bring back can all be put to use rather than being abandoned in the warehouse. In less than an hour, these two great halls have become the most popular places in the Daxiao Immortal Sect. You should know that the disciples of the Daxiao Immortal Sect have been saving for half a year. When the disciples of the Daxiao Immortal Sect entered these two great halls and tried out their functions, they exclaimed right on the spot, "Unprecedented shock! Void refinement, it's void refinement. What level of existence is their sect master after all?" Hong Tian looked at the golden core-level magic treasure in his hand and had a thought in his mind. With the strength of their sect master, could he go and wipe out that Silver Moon clan? The Silver Moon clan is, after all, a nebula controller, so it might be a bit difficult. But wiping out the Silver Moon clan on the Red Earth Star might not be a problem. He knew that if he mentioned it to the sect master might just do it. But this was something he wanted to do himself. If he wanted to be a good person, he could do it himself. He couldn't rely on others, regardless of whether they were willing or not. It's better to steadily improve himself first. Moreover, the Daxiao world is just a fledgling world. The sect master might not necessarily be a match for the other side. The other side is a powerful figure in the small world. Our Daxiao world can at most be considered a developing world, so it's better to steadily improve our strength. Although Hong Tian had many ideas, in the end, he chose to be cautious. In the following period of time, life continued to return to normal. After Fong Yunlei and the others left, they did not return. Their planet was undergoing disaster, and as part of that planet, they had to stand at the forefront. In the blink of an eye, nearly 2 months had passed. Su Yang finally gathered all the requirements for the world's evolution. Heavenly Path. Check the panel. Daxiao World. Level, Nascent Stage. Realm Upper Limit, Nascent Soul Stage. World Foundation, 10 out of 10. World Source, 100 out of 100. World Essence, 5606 out of 1000. Finally, all the attributes on this panel are complete. After nearly a year, I've finally managed to raise this thing. You say other worlds take tens of thousands of years? What does that have to do with our Daxiao world? Time to level up. Heavenly Path's consciousness replied, "Sword Master, this advancement will bring significant changes. In the universe, there may also be some dangers approaching." Su Yang asked in confusion, "What universe risks? What level? And what kind of changes?" World advancement begins with the world expanding. During this expansion, the accumulated world source will infuse into the world's surface for enhancement. At the same time, after the advancement, we'll receive cosmic rewards. When these rewards descend, some special beings in the universe will target us, such as evil spirits, insectoids. Some of them exist in the void and can sense when a world is advancing, drawing them out from the void. If we're lucky and there are no evil spirits or insectoids in the vicinity of the void, we won't have to worry about these dangers. As for the level, it generally increases slightly compared to the world's level before the advancement, typically equivalent to the initial exteriorization stage, posing such a crisis. In fact, Heavenly Path Consciousness wanted to say that world advancements are usually guarded by numerous nascent soul stage cultivators. Even if the world essence is sufficient, they usually wait until they have enough certainty before choosing to advance. He felt like he was a little world forcefully born by Su Yang. Now, even with just Su Yang guarding, it seemed sufficient. Looking at his current treatment, Heavenly Path's consciousness understood one thing clearly. Instead of nurturing more qualified subordinates or cultivating more native cultivators, it's more practical to follow a big shot. Even when he recovers, accumulating enough for world advancement would take at least tens of thousands of years. However, following Su Yang for less than a year already achieved that. This speed was beyond his wildest dreams. Just the initial exteriorization stage, and there might not even be any danger. Su Yang looked at his current level. Sword Intent Lv.1 51. What are you waiting for then? Hurry up and advance. Don't worry, I'll protect you. Heavenly Path's consciousness replied, All right. Under Su Yang's urging, Heavenly Path consciousness stopped talking and began the advancement journey. The process began. With Su Yang's sword intent now covering the entire world, he could clearly feel the tremors in the earth and sky. After some thought, Su Yang decided to open the sword network and post a public announcement for everyone to see. Dasha Advancement Announcement. Dasha World will soon enter an advancement phase, and there may be some disturbances. Everyone, please don't panic and continue with what you need to do. Su Yang. When Su Yang posted this message, it caused a commotion throughout the world. What does Sword Immortal want to do? I don't know, but it seems impressive. World advancement. Can it be that the world can cultivate and improve, just like us? Every time Su Yang took action, it became a hot topic in the world. But Su Yang paid no attention to these matters. He was more concerned about the world's advancement. Under the guidance of Heavenly Path consciousness, the entire world began to undergo intense changes, like a forge. A large amount of spiritual energy and world essence gushed out from the depths of the world. These rarely seen substances covered the entire world. Countless martial artists immediately sensed something unusual. Spiritual energy, abundant and thick, even ordinary people could feel it. The healthy became stronger, and the sick started to heal. Everything was improving. The world trembled, and the entire planet expanded significantly. The areas where humans lived didn't change much, thanks to Heavenly Path's conscious control. However, the wilderness experienced significant transformations. Trees and weeds grew wildly. 10-meter trees expanded to hundreds of meters and hundreds of meters to thousands. The changes in the wilderness were extremely dramatic. Oceans, land, mountains, plains, observed from a divine perspective, the entire world map was continuously expanding. 10-fold, 20-fold, 30-fold, 50-fold. The whole world suddenly increased in size by 50 times. Even though Dasha World was small before, it had undergone a remarkable transformation this time. In the universe, as Dasha World completed its transformation, a special energy began to ripple in the cosmic void. Above Dasha World, ripples spread across the cosmic void. Underneath these ripples, 10 drops of dark energy descended into Dasha World. In Su Yang's perception, these 10 drops of energy began to differentiate. Some entered deep within the world, enhancing the world's heart. Others flew across the world's surface, elevating various foundational level spiritual entities. Some entered the human world, breaking down into tiny particles and entering individuals. When this cosmic energy entered the human bodies, those without spiritual roots gained them, while those with spiritual roots saw them improve. In the Dasha Immortal sect, all disciples received this opportunity, albeit in varying amounts. This wasn't a random occurrence. It was Heavenly Path's conscious control. Those who stood at the forefront had offered significant assistance on his path of evolution and deserved better treatment. For instance, Zhang Hu and Hui Kong both improved their spiritual roots to the highest quality. Hong Tian, even more impressive, broke through from the highest quality to earthly spiritual roots. Then, he made another breakthrough to heavenly spiritual roots. Countless disciples in the Dasha Immortal sect enjoyed the upgrades. This fundamental improvement left them ecstatic, deeply immersed in the feeling. However, this sensation came and went quickly. Advancement was only a matter of moments. Besides these enhancements, a complete drop of cosmic energy arrived before Su-Yang. Sword Immortal, this drop of energy can help enhance your physique. Heavenly Path's consciousness explained. He couldn't forget Su-Yang. He had received strict orders to prioritize his service to Su-Yang. Su-Yang smiled and nodded, expressing his satisfaction with Heavenly Path. However, this drop of cosmic energy was exhausted after helping him break through the nascent soul stage and stepping into the initial exteriorization stage. Of course, this may also be related to the difficulty of improving his physique. If it were about advancing the cultivation realm, perhaps he could reach the mid-stage of the initial exteriorization. In this way, even when facing dangers from the cosmos, such as evil spirits or insect races, it seems like he would have the ability to cope. Before Su-Yang could fully experience what it felt like to reach the initial exteriorization stage, the awareness of the heavenly path reminded him that a cosmic danger had appeared. Su-Yang concentrated his sword intent and extended it in the direction indicated by the heavenly path's awareness. He also sensed the crisis mentioned by the heavenly path's awareness. However, it must be said that after advancing in the Daxiao world, Su-Yang immediately felt his strength being suppressed 100-fold. Under this kind of suppression, the manifested power would not be as pronounced as before. It would appear weaker. But, in fact, this situation applied to everyone. In the same realm, everyone's situation was the same. The key point was that the world had expanded 50-fold, and one's own strength was compressed 100-fold. Back and forth, Su-Yang's sword intent could no longer cover the entire world. Even after multiple upgrades, his sword intent could at most cover 1/10 of the Daxiao world. Fortunately, the core of the sword web had been greatly strengthened by him. As long as he had sufficient sword intent, he could still cover the entire world. In fact, even if he couldn't cover the entire world, it would be enough to cover the areas where human activity occurred. These were the most immediate sensations that the current Daxiao world brought to Su-Yang. After a brief sensation, Su-Yang's main focus was still on the cosmos. He looked towards the direction of the crisis mentioned by the heavenly path's awareness. In the cosmos, there were monstrous demon beasts of the insect race tearing through deep space, traversing the void, and heading towards the Daxiao world. These demon beasts were extremely massive, each one measuring over 1,000 meters. Their strength was clearly only at the nascent soul or nascent formation stages, but their display might seem even stronger than these two realms. Among the constantly emerging insect race from a void, faintly, one could also sense the presence of beings above the nascent formation stage, their size reaching several thousand meters, several times larger than nascent formation stage beings. In the blink of an eye, in the cosmos, a terrifying tide of beasts was formed. Pitch black, carrying a dense aura of destruction, they rushed towards the Daxiao world. So many cosmic insect races lurking in deep space. Su-Yang was somewhat surprised. There must be at least tens of thousands of them, right? At the very least, they were at the nascent formation stage. No wonder it's called the catastrophe of world-level advancement. This thing would probably be unstoppable in a normal embryonic level world, right? No. Su-Yang suddenly realized that it wasn't necessary to advance immediately after meeting the requirements. He could wait and advance when he had the ability to deal with this. After all, not every world had someone like him. Thinking of this, Su-Yang finally understood. All right, let's deal with these cosmic insect races first, and then tidy up the world after the breakthrough. Su-Yang thought to himself. With a thought, his sword intent condensed in the Daxiao world, gathering the world's barrier, boundless, and seemingly replacing the existence of the world's barrier. In the next moment, a supersized sword that covered the entire sky gradually emerged from the void. In the Daxiao world, countless people looked up. Clearly, it was broad daylight, so why did the sky turn dark? They gazed at the sky, where the cosmic canopy shrouded the sun and the stars, a pitch-black hue that covered the horizon. Those who had witnessed this scene before couldn't help but be astonished. This is Lord Su's sword. When some recognized the familiar presence and couldn't help but utter their surprise. That feeling they would never forget in their lifetime. Back then, this sword cleaved 100-mile abyss in the blade.When mountains. For those who had never seen such a scene, how could they forget it? But now, seeing the scene again, they realized that this sword was even more terrifying than they could put into words. The entire sky was covered by this sword. How could they describe it? They even felt that when this sword fell, their world would be split in half. In the cosmos, a colossal sword spanning countless millions of miles was pulled from the void. Then, it advanced with an annihilating posture. All the cosmic insect races touched by it, regardless of their size or cultivation realm, whether they were at the nascent formation stage or the nascent soul stage, or even the initial exteriorization stage. All were annihilated. With one strike, the cosmic sky returned to its previous quiet state. As for the cosmic insect races, not a trace of them could be seen. Where did the cosmic insect races go? Heavenly path, is there still a crisis? No. The demeanor of the sword immortal truly is unprecedented. All right, don't fuss about those virtual things. Open the new interface so I could take a look. Su stood in his courtyard and calmly spoke. He continued to wave the 3-foot sword in his hand, as if he were living a peaceful life. It was as if the sword that had covered the starry universe and annihilated the cosmic insect swarm was not swung by him. Dashao world. Level, small world. Realm limit, nascent formation realm. World foundation, 30/10,000. World origin, 30/100,000. World accumulation, 7/606/1,000,000. World origin birth rate, 1 day. Advancement cost, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent. Formation realm, 10, 50, 100, 200. World origin, initial exteriorization, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 5,000. World origin. Su looked at the brand new interface of the Dashao world and realized that it would be quite challenging to upgrade it from a small world to a large world. The difficulty had increased by 1,000 times. However, after upgrading the Dashao world from an embryonic level world to a small world, the benefits were obvious. He could use world origin to raise the realm limit to the initial exteriorization stage. Although it was relatively expensive, he could still afford it. But when he thought about raising his own physique to the perfection of the initial exteriorization stage, didn't that require 50,000 world origin? That's quite expensive. Based on his current rate of earning 55 world origin points per day through void transformation, it would take him roughly 3 years to reach the perfection of the initial exteriorization stage physique. And he didn't know how long it would take for others. Searching through his memories and making comparisons, Su suddenly felt that he was doing quite well. With the world level upgrade completed, the facilities in the Dashao Immortal sect would also increase. Nascent soul level spiritual fluid pool, initial exteriorization level spiritual fluid pool. It would be easy to obtain them. And a 10 nascent soul level top grade, or as he needed. Based on a price of 200 each, he would need 2,000 world origin. In this calculation, it would take a little over a month. Almost a year had passed. This month was not a problem at all. He could wait. After handling all of this, he would have time to truly feel his current physique. It was indeed greatly enhanced, so strong that it made him feel greatly inflated, as if he could shatter the world with his bare hands. He didn't know when this kind of illusion would disappear. Su shook his head. This kind of strength, which did not come from his own efforts, would indeed make a person feel inflated. True strength came from wielding a sword, and the sensations it brought were always clear. If he felt like he could cleave the world with a sword, then he definitely could. The improvement in physique, aside from this illusion, is indeed a genuine enhancement of the body. When his physique reached the initial exteriorization stage, he felt that every cell in his body contained tremendous energy. This was a feeling he had never experienced before. Moreover, he felt that with ease, he could shake the surface of space and penetrate into the depths. He could even traverse deep space solely with his physical body and vital energy. In short, he was incredibly powerful. As for the speed at which he could wield his sword at this level, Su-Yang wasn't quite sure and was currently experimenting. In just about 10 minutes, when he got accustomed to the immense strength his body had gained and reached a steady sword-wielding speed, he could calculate this data. With his current speed, he could wield 50,000 swords in an hour. From the data, it seemed like an increase of only 20,000 swords. However, in reality, he had broken through numerous boundaries and limitations. In a month, when he obtained the nascent soul-level top-grade ores and forged his own spirit sword, if he wielded 50,000 swords in an hour, it would be equivalent to 500,000 swords. Such a situation would be more than enough. However, Su-Yang also noticed one issue. The enhancement of his sword intent was suppressed 100-fold by the world, but it seemed like the speed of his sword-wielding wasn't affected. After careful consideration, Su-Yang realized the same principle applied here. When the world advanced, it suppressed the external manifestations of power, not the practitioner's actual strength. The practitioner's power level remained unchanged. It was just that the external display of strength appeared weaker because the world's quality had increased. Your quality remained the same. It was the world's quality that changed. So, Su-Yang's sword-wielding speed wasn't reduced because of the world's advancement. Su-Yang consulted the heavenly path's awareness. It turned out there was a protective mechanism he wasn't aware of. The more powerful the technique used to attack the world would trigger a protective mechanism to continuously compress that power, making it appear less formidable. So, the grass, trees, and land in the world didn't change in quality. Even ordinary people could farm. After sorting through these gains, the heavenly path's awareness spoke again. Sword Immortal, it seems I can establish a master-disciple relationship now. Would the Sword Immortal be willing to become the master of this world? After advancing to this level, the heavenly path's awareness discovered a completely new function. This function was excellent, incredibly excellent. In the universe, for those who were so powerful that their true strength exceeded one's imagination, even if one extended their perception beyond the limits of known realms, they were still beyond reach. The beings of the universe collectively referred to such individuals as great powers. However, this term was based on the perspective of cultivators. If seen from the perspective of the heavenly path, even such beings were unknown. In that case, these beings would receive a new title from the heavenly path and supreme existence. In the eyes of the heavenly path in Daxia, although Su-Yang hadn't reached the supreme realm yet, he possessed the potential for it. Being able to follow such an existence would not only be an opportunity, but also an honor. World Master? What's the difference from now? Please don't impose any requirements or side effects, like binding me to something. I don't like that, Su-Yang responded without much excitement. Wasn't he already the World Master at this point? You won't need to pay any price as the World Master, and there won't be any restrictions on the Sword Immortal. It's merely an identity recognized by the rules of the universe. After obtaining this identity, the Sword Immortal can enter the origin of the galaxy and also send other living beings into the origin of the galaxy to contend for the galaxy origin. The heavenly path's awareness explained the information it knew. Su-Yang became quite interested after hearing about the origin of the galaxy. He had learned from the memories of the Silver Moon clan that this place was crucial for a world. However, he didn't have detailed information about its importance. Now, it seemed that this was what they called the origin of the galaxy. What is the purpose of the galaxy origin? Su-Yang inquired. Since the heavenly path already knew about this thing, it should also know its purpose. A strand of galaxy origin is equivalent to 1,000 points of world origin, the heavenly path's awareness replied. This greatly piqued Su-Yang's interest. This thing was amazing. If he could accumulate thousands of strands in a single day, wouldn't he quickly meet the requirements for advancing to the next world level? However, He wondered about the level of danger in the galaxy origin. But no matter what, even if it was dangerous, it couldn't be to the extent of causing death to those who entered. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for ordinary world inhabitants to go inside. After inquiring further, Su Yang obtained the answers he needed. For the first entry, there were two choices: random entry or entering a galaxy origin city built by one's own race. However, the costs for the two methods were different. In the first method, it only required 1 point of world origin to enter randomly anywhere within the origin of the galaxy. Safety couldn't be guaranteed, and you could enter and exit the origin of the galaxy anytime, but each entry required 1 point of world origin. The second method required a payment of 1,000 points of world origin. It allowed you to form a contract with the nearest galaxy origin city to your location, pay them 1,000 points of world origin, and directly enter the contracted city. You could also enter and exit freely. Exit conditions: none. You could exit at any time while inside the origin of the galaxy. Entry conditions: your universe's location must be within a contracted galaxy. After entering, you would appear within the contracted city. After understanding the galaxy origin, Su Yang realized that the level of danger was extremely low. Not only was it extremely low for him, but it was also low for anyone in any race. Being able to exit at any time meant that you could simply escape if you encountered danger. Moreover, when you entered, you would be inside a contracted city, not in a dangerous area. Such a place, which provided access to high-level resources and ensured your safety, was undoubtedly of great importance. However, to ensure safety, the price was quite substantial. It required 1,000 points of world origin. This cost was truly significant. Given his current speed of obtaining world origin, it would take about 20 days to accumulate that amount. What about other small worlds? For newly established planets that had just entered a small world, even if they obtained 1 point of world origin per day, it would still take them 1,000 days. Using up all their resources, it would still be difficult for a person to enter the origin of the galaxy. Based on the current situation, even for a world master, the cost would be painful to bear, and it wouldn't be something they'd casually use for others. In any case, this function had impressed Su Yang, and since the identity of the world master wouldn't affect him in any way, he agreed to let the Heavenly Path's awareness recognize him as the master. At this moment, if this scene were placed on another planet, Su Yang wondered how those cultivators who begged the Heavenly Path to recognize them as masters would feel. Ordinary world masters usually tried to please the Heavenly Path for hundreds or even thousands of years, planning meticulously to succeed. Yet here, they hadn't seen the Heavenly Path's awareness begging someone to recognize them as their master. The Heavenly Path in Dasha hadn't considered these aspects. It simply recognized Su Yang as its master upon his agreement. Recognizing ownership is not a complicated process. It's just a momentary thing. A special fluctuation attached to his body, and Su Yang didn't resist. He acknowledged ownership directly. After completing the acknowledgement of ownership, Su Yang found it seemed like there were quite a few benefits. The power of heaven and earth could now be at his command, and he didn't necessarily have to command the Heavenly Path. At the same time, he also sensed what was called the origin of the star system. It was a unique feeling, as if the origin of the star system was both close at hand and far away. As long as Su Yang had enough world origin, with the blessing of world origin, Su Yang could enter that special place. Putting that aside for now, he suddenly noticed a change in his panel after acknowledging ownership of the planets. Tianqin Sword, Identity, Lord of the World. When handling events in the Dasha world that can obtain the will of all beings, and when killing beings that can obtain the will of all beings, the Lord of the World can obtain 1%. An additional identity column appeared. When Su Yang saw this identity, he was pleasantly surprised. This identity was a huge help to him. Beings born within the star system, doing things that could obtain the will of all beings, he could also benefit from it. 1% might not seem like much, but how many people were there in the entire Dasha world? Not to mention the entire Dasha. even the Daxiao Immortal sect with its 100,000 disciples. In this way, the Daxiao Immortal sect he established and promoted could bring him even greater help. He could also allocate more resources to the Daxiao Immortal sect, allowing his loosely managed disciples to increase their strength. As for their development direction, from the current perspective, disputes in the universe were becoming more severe, and he could naturally represent humanity in battles. For example, the Red Earth Star, which was currently under attack by the Silver Moon clan, disciples of the Daxiao Immortal sect could easily go and help. He could also set some rewards for his disciples, such as the contribution to the sect for killing beings of a certain realm among the Silver Moon clan. In this way, disciples of the Daxiao Immortal sect could gain sect contributions, and Su Yang could gain the will of all beings. A win-win situation. It seemed that elevating the planets would be his new direction in the future, while leading the entire Daxiao forward. Elevating the entire Daxiao would also bring him benefits, which was quite good. After organizing his thoughts, Su Yang began to arrange the next steps. The spiritual fluid pool didn't need to be built in excess. One was enough. Depending on how much sect contribution was spent, you could open a spiritual fluid pool of a certain level. Opening a Yuan-Ing level spiritual fluid pool for 1 day required 1,000 sect contributions. Opening an out-of-body level spiritual fluid pool for 1 day required 10,000 sect contributions. The spiritual fluid pool didn't need to be overbuilt, but a secret chamber for breakthroughs was needed. Leaving the Gold Core realm and breaking through to the Yuan-Ing realm was quite difficult and had many requirements. Su Yang's method of breakthrough was unique, so he naturally didn't encounter any problems. However, the disciples of the Daxiao Immortal sect were different. If they wanted to break through, they needed to meet many requirements, such as a certain understanding of the laws, materials for condensing the Yuan-Ing, and so on. There were many requirements. But these requirements could also be met by using the world origin, thanks to the awareness of the heavenly path. For the disciples of the Daxiao Immortal sect, this was a very fortunate thing. They would understand when they went out in the future. In the universe, except for the descendants of top-tier figures, disciples, and the like, no one could easily obtain world origin cultivation. And they, each one of them, only needed to make a little effort to enjoy it. If their efforts were compared to those of disciples from other planets in a running race, the reward at the finish line was world origin. So, the disciples of the Daxiao Immortal sect started only 1 meter away from the finish line. As for disciples from other planets, they might be thousands or tens of thousands of meters away from the finish line. In the end, even if disciples from other planets reached the finish line, they might obtain a bit of world origin. The disciples of the Daxiao Immortal sect, on the other hand, might obtain 100 points. The difference was that significant. It was just that absurd. There was nothing to be done. It was all because Su Yang was wealthy and generous. For other planets, obtaining world origin was extremely difficult and required various sacrifices to obtain even a bit. Some planets could only rely on their own slow generation. Su Yang, he could make it happen with a wave of his sword. Prepare a secret chamber for the disciples of the sect. Then, Su Yang thought of a problem. It seemed that the Daxiao Immortal sect didn't have methods or techniques for breaking through to the Yuan-Ing realm or the out-of-body realm, unless they used world origin to directly advance, which would skip these processes. Wait, since world origin could directly advance one's realm, theoretically, it should also know the process of breaking through. Moreover, since world origin was a manifestation of the rules of a world, the stronger the world, the more world origin could do. So, heavenly path, can you create methods for breaking through to the Yuan-Ing realm and the out-of-body realm? I can, but it will consume 10 points of world origin to analyze and disassemble the principles of the breakthrough, making it understandable to cultivators. All right, disassemble it. Then put it in the Sword Network scripture repository and name it Daxia Heaven Technique. But what about the techniques for the Yuan-Ing realm and the out-of-body realm? Master, Although it's possible to deduce the methods with a thought and use the world origin for reasoning, I don't recommend doing so. Collecting them from other worlds might be faster. You're mistaken. Since this feature exists, it must be provided for the disciples to use. The reasoning can consume some world origin from the disciples, and we can also charge them an additional 10% of sect contributions proportionally. Master, you're wise. The heavenly path consciousness suddenly realized. Why did he always think about concealing the world origin before? With this move, he didn't have to do anything, and the world origin would roll in. Brilliant! And so, the functions available to the disciples of the Daxiao Immortal sect began to increase once again. Nascent Soul Realm Technique Creation Function. Initial Exteriorization Realm Technique Creation Function. These two functions only need to be confirmed on the sword network to be used. The only limitation is that it must be within the Daxiao world. After all, this thing requires the use of world origin to deduce. As Suyang looked at these two newly appeared functions, he couldn't help but ponder. In fact, the abilities of the heavenly path were somewhat similar to his will of all beings. Mastering the power of a world naturally allowed for the deduction of some techniques and maneuvers. However, the abilities of the heavenly path were definitely inferior to the will of all beings. For example, the void transformation sword technique, which the will of all beings could achieve, was beyond the capabilities of the heavenly path consciousness. Similarly, with things like the sword network, combining the will of all beings with sword intent could easily be done, but the heavenly path could not. From this perspective, the abilities of the heavenly path could at most be considered a low-level interface. In light of this reasoning, what kind of existence was his interface? How advanced was it? Suyang was very curious, but he knew that he couldn't explore the truth now. He would know in the future. After setting up all these functions, Suyang released an announcement. He explained these functions thoroughly so that the disciples of the Daxiao Immortal sect could understand how to use them. Daxiao Immortal sect. Brother Hu, did the sect master come up with something new again? Have you seen it? Calm down, calm down. Is it your first day in the sect? Zhang Hu dismissed it with disdain. Really? Couldn't they be as composed as he was? Shocked to the point of becoming accustomed. Shocked to the point of feeling natural. Shocked to the point of considering it inevitable. He wasn't numb from shock. Brother Hu, the sect master's methods are too extraordinary. Don't worry about it. What we need is to focus on improving our strength. No matter how extraordinary these two functions are, it's all in vain without sect contributions. How many sect contributions do you have? 12 points. In the Tianxia Immortal sect, their conversation didn't carry the ethereal air of cultivators. No terms like Taoist friends, senior brothers, or junior brothers were used. They had just been plucked from the Jianghu, mortal world, into this position by Suyang. For them, they knew nothing about the rules of the immortal sect, and there were no such rules here either. To them, this was still the Jianghu, just in a different place. Even in an immortal sect, closer relationships might not always be addressed with respectful titles. Instead, they used more familiar terms. After the recent changes in the Tianxia Immortal sect, the demand for sect contributions from disciples became even greater. At the same time, the qualifications of the disciples had greatly improved during this promotion. There would be a wave of skyrocketing strength in the following days. That was on the disciple side. Then there were the sword holders of the Tianxia Immortal sect. It was impossible to elevate all these sword holders to the limits achievable in the current Tianxia world. To reach the golden core perfection, it required 200 world origin essence, and now he only had 30. He couldn't raise even one of them. To reach the nascent soul stage required 5,000 world origin essence. That's why even if one world became powerful, it wouldn't be filled with top-tier experts everywhere. It was simply unrealistic. Stacking resources for every top-tier expert's appearance was highly impractical. Once there were enough world origin essences, Suyang would promote some powerful sword holders, but only a fraction of them. They were classified, and not every matter required the strongest sword holders to handle. For now, it would be best for the sword holders to stay at the Golden Core Perfection stage. He couldn't afford to upgrade them. The sword holders also needed promotion conditions, and rewards for handling matters were also required. However, those who obtained promotion quotas could skyrocket. The promotion conditions were determined by the number of times they acted, the difficulty of problem-solving, and their contributions as sword holders. Publishing the tasks they needed was another way to get them involved and motivated, without having Gushio continuously mobilizing these sword holders for minor issues, which would have made them lazy after acquiring this position. In addition to these measures, Su Yang also decided to send the disciples of the Tianxia Immortal Sect to help the Red Earth Star. Saving a human planet could bring benefits, and was something they had to do. According to the memories obtained through soul-searching, the main combatants on the Red Earth Star range from the Foundation Establishment stage to the Golden Core stage. Nascent soul or higher-level beings were rare to appear in combat. Usually, they held their positions and defended large strongholds. In such circumstances, as long as they were cautious, they would be safe after the Golden Core stage. There could be exceptions due to bad luck, just like in the demonic B-small worlds. Those who had bad luck would die, even in an instant. In Su Yang's setting, killing a Silver Moon Clan cultivator without a sin would yield rewards of 1 to 3 times the quality of the spirit objects equivalent to the cultivator's realm. For example, handing over a Golden Core level foundational spirit object would earn 100 SEK contributions. Therefore, killing a Silver Moon Clan cultivator in the Golden Core initial stage without any sin would earn 100 SEK contributions. 4 sins at levels IV1 to 4 200 SEK contributions could be earned. When the sins of a Silver Moon Clan cultivator exceeded 100, a reward of 300 SEK contributions would be given. Su Yang also added another function to the disciples' tokens. By scanning with the tokens, they could see if someone had sins on their heads. After setting the rewards and requirements, Su Yang issued the first sect task. Sect task: Rescue. Description: a new crack has appeared in the demonic B-small world, and on the other side of the crack, humanity is under attack by extraterrestrial invaders. While we, as humans, seek peace, we will not hesitate to fight back when other races attack us. Requirements: disciples at the Golden Core stage can accept this task, proceed to the Red Earth Star, and defend our human race by killing Silver Moon Clan members. Rewards: killing any Silver Moon Clan member will earn SEK contributions equal to 1 to 3 times the quality of the spirit object equivalent to the cultivator's realm. After completing this last task in his room, Su Yang was finally able to continue cultivating. He had 2 options ahead. One was to accumulate enough world origin essence first, extract the elemental core level ores he needed, and then forge a spirit sword. The other was to accumulate world origin essence and enter the world origin region. Between the two, Su Yang made his choice without hesitation. He didn't know what the world origin region was like, but the immediate benefits of forging a spirit sword were clear and necessary. As for spending some world origin essence to gamble in the world origin region, he didn't like taking such risks. What if he ended up in some desperate place where he would die instantly upon entering with no time to react? Even if he could instantly leave, it wouldn't help. In the courtyard, Su Yang continued to wield his sword. Tianxia Immortal Sect, Hong Tian Courtyard. Hong Tian was excited to see the appearance of the sect mission. He knew that the sect master would handle such matters. Those who slaughter humans shall be punished. Hong Tian's eyes were bright, and he wanted to accept the task and head out immediately. But he held back. His talent had just been promoted to the level of heavenly spiritual roots. Now he needed to focus on improving his strength. In the coming days, he would experience a period of rapid strength growth. When the surge in strength was over and it reached a steady state, he would go to Red Earth Star to offer support. With stronger power, he could play a bigger role and reap greater rewards. Han Tian settled down in the courtyard, entering the spiritual fluid pool to cultivate. With his current talent, entering the spiritual fluid pool for cultivation was a guaranteed win. If a lower-grade spiritual root absorbed 1 unit of spiritual energy, he would absorb more than 1,000 units. As the mission to save Red Earth Star was issued, many leading disciples of the Tianxiao Immortal sect began preparing. However, some chose to take a more cautious approach and progress step by step in the demonic B-small world. The Tianxiao Immortal sect had 100,000 disciples, and each person had their own choices. Among them, Han Tian was undoubtedly the top figure of the present generation, primarily because of his talent. But Han Tian was also extremely diligent and had never stopped advancing. In just one day, he had reached the golden core perfection. To make another breakthrough to the nascent soul stage was a bit challenging. It required better preparation or a significant amount of sect contributions. In the courtyard, Han Tian prepared himself. Without hesitation, he accepted the rescue mission. It was time to go, save Red Earth Star, and earn enough sect contributions. He was used to going alone, and he didn't seek companions. After getting ready, he headed into the demonic beast small world, and then to the crack leading to the Red Earth Star. While Su Yang was busy wielding his sword, he noticed Hong Tian's request and approved it without delay. Su Yang naturally paid more attention to Hong Tian, who had always been at the forefront among the disciples. Now, he was the first Tianxia Immortal Sect disciple to enter the Red Earth Star. With his talent and hard work, how could his strength not soar? 10 days later. Over the past 10 days, the disciples of the Daxia Immortal Sect have gradually fully absorbed the benefits brought by their world's advancement. Each individual's strength has undergone a qualitative transformation. The number of disciples in the Golden Core stage has already surpassed 3,000. Breaking through from the Foundation Establishment stage to the Golden Core stage is relatively simple, especially for those with strong talents, given the abundant spiritual fluid infusion. It provides them with opportunities to break through. However, reaching the nascent soul stage from the Golden Core stage is a much greater challenge. Among the 3,000 Golden Core stage disciples, more than 300 have chosen to enter the Red Earth Star. This group includes individuals like Zhang Hu, Hui Kong, and Hong Tian. Currently, they have arrived at a battlefield closest to the world's rift, the Tianfeng Mountain Battlefield. It is guarded by a mid-nascent soul stage expert from the Silver Moon clan, who is confronting the cultivators from the Red Earth Star. The formation of this battlefield is due to the Silver Moon clan plundering the world's vitality in this area. The Purple Unicorn Mountain is a high-quality spiritual mountain of the nascent soul stage, gathering the world's spiritual energy and essence. This is the primary reason for turning this place into a battlefield. The Silver Moon clan's method of plundering is not through ordinary cultivation methods. Such methods are considered primitive in the universe, with slow efficiency and limited ability to cause significant damage to smaller worlds. Not to mention that they can only be used by the cultivator themselves. The Silver Moon clan has set up a powerful formation called the 36 Essence Plundering Array here. Once this formation is deployed, vitality within a radius of thousands of miles becomes the target of plundering. It continues until the local origin is entirely depleted. This kind of array is much more potent than ordinary cultivation methods because it doesn't just plunder vitality, it targets the world's essence. The world's essence is usually hidden throughout the world and is only mobilized when needed. These hidden locations are often famous mountains and rivers. Now, the Silver Moon clan is directly plundering the Red Earth Star's world essence, not just vitality. The 36 Essence Plundering Array consists of 36 array nodes and one core. The core is located in the Purple Unicorn Mountain, while the 36 array nodes surround it. The core is guarded by a mid-nascent soul stage cultivator, reinforced by the power of the formation. It's impossible for the nascent soul cultivators from the Red Earth Star to challenge it. As for sending stronger beings to deal with this situation, the Silver Moon clan is not foolish. They have long since locked onto the more powerful cultivators from the Red Earth Immortal Sect. Wherever they appear or intend to go, they will be closely watched, unless they use some unexpected means. However, the Silver Moon clan's strength is already superior, so opening up an even larger battlefield would the Red Earth Immortal Sect accept or refuse. Refusing would lead to the destruction of their planet even faster. Accepting would leave them without any means to mobilize their forces. Under such circumstances, only nascent soul stage cultivators can face nascent soul stage cultivators. The Red Earth Immortal Sect must break the 36 essence plundering array to have a chance of capturing this area. To break the array, they cannot directly attack. They must first break the 36 array nodes surrounding the Purple Unicorn Mountain. Even if they don't fully dismantle it, breaking a portion of it would reduce the amplification effect of the 36 essence plundering array on the mid-nascent soul stage Silver Moon Clan cultivators. Under the amplification of the formation, the Silver Moon Clan's mid-nascent soul stage cultivators would directly reach perfection in the nascent soul stage, making it impossible for the nascent soul stage cultivators from the Red Earth Immortal Sect to defeat them. At this stage, the Red Earth Immortal Sect has dispatched numerous Golden Core Stage disciples to attack the 36 array nodes. The Silver Moon Clan is in a defensive position. They don't need to do much. They only need to hold out for a while and absorb the local essence before they can make their escape. What's urgent is for the Red Earth Immortal Sect's cultivators. At this moment, the disciples of the Daxiao Immortal Sect who have come to the Red Earth Star have gathered around a place called the Black Wind Forest, where they meet with Fang Yunlei. Hong Tian, Zhang Hu, Hui Kong, and other disciples from the Daxiao Immortal Sect who have come to the Red Earth Star haven't run around aimlessly. The reason they have gathered here is, of course, their acquaintance with Fang Yunlei. In the Black Wind Forest, there's one of the 36 essence plundering array nodes, and Fang Yunlei is stationed here under the orders of the mid-nascent soul stage elders. Over 1,000 disciples of the Red Earth Immortal Sect have gathered here. However, among them, there are only 100 in the Golden Core Stage, and the strongest is a Golden Core Stage Perfection cultivator named Chao Manshan. When more than 300 Golden Core Stage disciples from the Daxiao Immortal Sect arrived, it was quite a shock to them. They were quickly treated as honored guests. Chao Daoist, with the assistance of these fellow Daoists, we will undoubtedly break through this place this time. Hong Tian's eyes held a sense of anticipation, looking forward to the upcoming action. He had arrived here early and had initially attempted to attack the Black Wind Forest with Chao Manshan and other disciples from the Red Earth Immortal Sect. However, they were unable to penetrate it due to the boost provided by the array nodes. The enemy's strength had increased significantly, and they remained holed up within the Black Wind Forest. While they couldn't get in, the Golden Core Stage Perfection cultivators on the other side were becoming nascent Soul Stage cultivators thanks to the amplification. This situation was frustrating for Hong Tian. The enemy's strategy was straightforward: stay within their protective shell and dare you to break through. The inability to penetrate had led to Hong Tian's irritation. However, he carefully considered the reasons behind this situation. Despite his strength, facing 10 Golden Core Stage Perfection cultivators alone would still hinder him. If they added another Golden Core Stage Perfection cultivator, he would be in mortal danger. Given this, it was impossible to break through, so he had no choice but to ask for reinforcements. He activated his token and called for help. In 10 days, the Daxiao Immortal Sect sent 300 Golden Core Stage disciples. Among them, Zhang Hu and Hui Kong had recently broken through to the Golden Core Stage, making them quite powerful. No need. With the assistance of all these fellow Taoists, we will undoubtedly break through this place. Chao Manshan was also excited. He had never expected reinforcements to arrive. Although Fang Yunlei had mentioned it before, getting support from other worlds' immortal sects was not free. There were costs involved, and they had many options besides the Daxiao Immortal Sect, an unfamiliar sect. Moreover, the decision depended on the top-level elders of their sect. As for the idea of all humans being the same and asking other worlds' humans for free assistance, it was never even considered. In this harsh universe, even among the same race, interests were paramount. They were fortunate if they didn't kill each other for personal gain. So Chao Manshan was genuinely grateful, although he couldn't help but feel that the Daxiao Immortal Sect might not yet have experienced the cruelty of the universe. they were still somewhat naive. Looking at the disciples of the Daxiao immortal sect, Chao Manshan felt a deep sense of gratitude. In that case, let's get started quickly, without delay, Hong Tian urged. Yes, the sooner, the better for a situation like this. Zhang Hu also expressed his impatience. Amitabha, Chao host, please make the arrangements. I can't wait to send them to meet the Buddha. Hui Kong spoke like a monk, but with words that were anything but monk-like. Very well. Chao Manshan couldn't help but smile wryly. These disciples from the Daxiao immortal sect, he didn't know what to say. They seemed to think that this was their world, and they were the ones being invaded. Black-When forest. Tonight appeared exceptionally quiet. In this vast mountain forest, even the slightest bird chirping or insect buzzing was entirely absent, as if it had completely disappeared. Only the fluctuations of spiritual energy and the essence were present here. In the Black-When forest, there were over 1,000 Silver Moon clan cultivators stationed, hundreds at the Foundation establishment stage, and thousands at the Golden Core stage, spread throughout the entire Black-When forest. In the very center, there were traces of a formation slowly operating, and, at the same time, a cultivator at the Golden Core perfected stage sat in meditation here. The Silver Moon Flying Dragon was currently using the gathered spiritual energy here for cultivation. Although he couldn't absorb the essence will seized by the 36 Aperture Essence Will formation, the spiritual energy that gathered here during the Essence Will extraction could still accelerate his strength improvement. It could be seen that in the core of this formation, the spiritual energy was extremely dense, already producing a faint mist. He, who had been cultivating in peace, now felt somewhat uneasy. He furrowed his brow and opened his eyes. A cultivator's intuition didn't arise for no reason. It meant he had inadvertently sensed something. Unfortunately, this kind of perception wouldn't tell you what would happen. It only let you know that something was going to happen. The Silver Moon Flying Dragon called one of his subordinates over, saying, "Have there been any movements from those Red Earth Immortal Sect disciples nearby?" The subordinate responsible for intelligence replied, "Elder, there haven't been any movements. After we drove them away last time, those guys retreated. You didn't arrange for anyone to track them?" "No, they withdrew too far." "You fool," the Silver Moon Flying Dragon angrily scolded. "No action is the biggest action. Do you think that the people of the Red Earth Immortal Sect will ignore this place and let us plunder it? What are you waiting for? Quickly send someone to investigate." "Yes." The subordinate responsible for intelligence's face turned red, but he dared not say more. The hierarchy among the Silver Moon clan was strict, and going against the stronger individuals could lead to death without anyone caring. As this person was about to leave in haste, he was once again called back by the Silver Moon Flying Dragon. "Wait. At the same time, have the people below prepare for battle." The Silver Moon Flying Dragon frowned. This sudden feeling of unease might not necessarily be caused by the Red Earth Immortal Sect. It could be due to other reasons. All he could do was prepare adequately. Understood. The person in charge of intelligence guessed by now that Elder Flying Dragon might have sensed something, so he didn't dare to be careless and quickly arranged everything. Outside the Black-When forest, over 1,000 Red Earth Star cultivators, along with more than 300 Daxia Immortal Sect Golden Core cultivators, arrived at this place. Chao Manshan looked towards the Black-When forest and said solemnly, "This operation has no plan. The only goal is to flatten the Black-When forest and kill all the Silver Moon clan members." While saying these words, he couldn't help but look at Daxiao Immortal Sect disciples. Their arrival made Chao Manshan even more aware that without enough strength, various plans were needed. When strength was sufficient, there was no need for plans at all. Directly crush them. Move! As Chao Manshan uttered the last two words, Hong Tian, Zhang Hu, Hui Kong, and other Daxiao Immortal Sect disciples couldn't hold back any longer and rushed out. The Red Earth Immortal Sect disciples were deeply moved by this scene. Daxia Immortal Sect, champions of human righteousness. He asked himself, what truly moved them was that they had never thought of helping others without asking for anything in return. not to mention helping people from other planets for free. Even helping people from their own planet for free, they wouldn't do it. They always thought about the interests involved, what benefits it would bring them. At this moment, these Red Earth Immortal Sect disciples firmly remembered the figures of the Dasha Immortal Sect disciples who rushed ahead. At this moment, the shadows of those Dasha Immortal Sect disciples were firmly imprinted in their minds. In the future, if they encountered Dasha Immortal Sect disciples, they would treat them with respect. Follow up. Chow Man Shan shouted, leading the Red Earth Immortal Sect disciples to follow. At the same time, he also thought about how to repay these Dasha Immortal Sect disciples. The other party said they didn't need any rewards, but he couldn't just do nothing. But when he thought about it, he could only offer the spiritual fluid pool and some material-type spiritual items, consumable spiritual items. He would let them choose when the time came. Fundamental spiritual items and foundational spiritual items were essential to their world, and they wouldn't easily give them away, even if they were retrieved from outside. The last time they gave them away was because of a life-saving favor, and it had to be repaid. Furthermore, he had nothing else that he could offer, so he would give them away if necessary. Compared to the various thoughts of Chow Man Shan and other Red Earth Immortal Sect members, Dasha Immortal Sect disciples didn't think so much. They were thinking a Golden Core initial stage Silver Moon clan member, at least a contribution of 100 sects. If they were lucky, it could be 300. These were moving spiritual items. Charge ahead. Charge ahead. Even if they couldn't seize a Golden Core stage Silver Moon clan member, there were still Foundation Establishment Stage ones. As Golden Core stage cultivators, they could at least kill Foundation Establishment Stage cultivators, right? They were already well aware of the number of Silver Moon clan members in the blade.When forest and had already made their individual plans. Hong Tian's goal was simple: kill Golden Core cultivators. The more, the better. Zhang Hu, Hui Kong, and the others in the second wave had the idea of killing Golden Core cultivators and Foundation Establishment cultivators. As for the third wave, those who had just entered the Golden Core stage were thinking, kill Silver Moon clan members, as long as they were Silver Moon clan members. Just as the patrol teams in the blade.When forest were reinforced, they sensed that a large number of cultivators were approaching, and immediately sounded the alarm. Enemy attack. Upon hearing the alarm from outside, the Silver Moon flying dragon couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Danger had finally appeared, which was a good thing. If it didn't appear, he would have been on edge the whole time, making it difficult to cultivate. Silver Moon flying dragon waved his hand, activating the Grand Formation. During this time, the 36 Aperture's Origin Energy Absorption Array would convert the absorbed energies into battle power, empowering them. In an instant, the strength of the entire Silver Moon clan within the blade.When forest received a boost with at least a 1-level increase in their power. 100 Foundation Establishment cultivators suddenly became 200, and those at the perfect Foundation Establishment stage, under the influence of this Grand Formation, gained the strength of pseudo-gold core cultivators. This was why the members sent by the Red Earth Immortal Sect had been unable to conquer this place despite a prolonged siege. Silver Moon Flying Dragon transmitted his intent to all members of the Silver Moon clan. This time, annihilate them. As Silver Moon Flying Dragon gave the order, the Silver Moon clan member station here grew excited. They soared into the sky, arriving above the blade.When forest. At this moment, they also saw the approaching force. Even with the world suppressing them, disciples of the Dasha Immortal Sect reached the deep part of the blade.When forest, where the Silver Moon clan guarded. At this moment, they watched as a large number of Silver Moon clan members flew out of the forest. When they saw the sin level above each Silver Moon clan member's head using their tokens, they couldn't contain their joy. Great! At least double the sect contributions. They didn't have time to think too much and unleash their techniques without worrying about mana consumption. They couldn't afford to consider that issue now. They didn't have the luxury of thinking about it at this moment. The bigger the range of their techniques, the better. Right now, the key was to kill as many as possible. Under this relentless assault, the result was clear. The Black-When forest was instantly submerged in techniques. The Silver Moon clan cultivators had just flown into the sky when they felt the overwhelming attacks. They were all stunned. This is bad. Quick, defend. Even Silver Moon, Flying Dragon, at this moment was bewildered. Where had this support from the Red Earth Immortal sect come from? And why hadn't he received any information? His mind was in turmoil, and although he had prepared himself, it proved futile. In just an instant, the sky above the Black-When forest was plunged into fierce battle. Various techniques filled the sky, and in the first wave of attacks alone, more than half of the Silver Moon clan members were killed or injured. The disciples of the Dashao Immortal sect, watching the notifications in their sword networks, grew even more excited. I've gained contributions. I've gained 122 contributions. Only 122? I've gained 300. Tiger, how many did you gain? Zhang, not bad, just over 1,000. Senior brother Hong, how about you? Zhang, who addressed Hong Tian as senior brother, acknowledging his superior status. Given the current situation, Hong Tian was certainly worthy of the title. Hong Tian, not bad, just over 3,000. After this, breaking through to the nascent soul stage should be stable. During the brief lull after the first strike, the disciples of the Dashao Immortal sect exchanged some words. Seeing their sect contributions increase so rapidly in reality, their motivation skyrocketed. Normally, acquiring so many sect contributions required finding spiritual treasures, particularly ones with substantial energy. Moreover, they had to deal with the guardian beasts protecting the treasures, which was quite troublesome. Furthermore, the quality of the spiritual treasures mattered. Anything below gold core level wouldn't even yield 100 sect contributions. Where could you find such an easy opportunity as now? The surviving Silver Moon clan members hadn't even had time to celebrate when they felt an even more intense assault, leaving them no time to catch their breath. Even with the boost from the formation, Silver Moon Flying Dragon, who had surpassed the peak Foundation establishment level, still felt overwhelmed. These Red Earth Immortal sect cultivators seemed extremely determined to annihilate them. However, he understood that their purpose here was to destroy the planet. So this level of hostility was expected. But why did it feel so different from previous encounters? Moreover, this group of cultivators, all at the Foundation establishment stage, didn't seem to belong to the Red Earth Immortal sect. Could it be a local minor sect? No. Their attire was uniform, and they were all at the Foundation establishment stage. A minor sect wouldn't have such strength. Silver Moon Flying Dragon's thoughts were in disarray. But one thing was clear to him. They couldn't hold this position. With 300 Foundation establishment cultivators and the Red Earth Immortal sect's reinforcements, there were at least 400 Foundation establishment cultivators in total. It wasn't a matter of whether he could hold it. It was whether he could survive. As the disciples of the Dashao Immortal sect completed their first wave of attacks, Chao Manshan also joined the battlefield. The weaker disciples of the Dashao Immortal sect were immediately irritated. They couldn't compete with Hong Tian, Zhang Huikong, and others who were stronger. Now, they were also coming to steal their kills? This was unacceptable. They were only at the early Foundation establishment stage, and they couldn't quickly kill fellow Foundation establishment cultivators at their level. Therefore, they turned their attention to the surviving Silver Moon Clan Foundation establishment cultivators. In this way, the Red Earth Immortal sect disciples, who arrived slightly later, watched as the disciples of the Dashao Immortal sect unleashed their full power. Foundation establishment against Foundation establishment. Was there any room for survival for the latter? In just a few breaths, all the remaining Silver Moon Clan Foundation establishment cultivators were slaughtered. The Foundation establishment disciples of the Red Earth Immortal sect were left dumbfounded. Why'd they come if they were going to be robbed like this? Not only were the Foundation establishment disciples of the Red Earth Immortal sect bewildered, even their gold core cultivators were stunned. In their eyes, the tactics employed by the disciples of the Dashao Immortal sect were incomprehensibly aggressive. Each move was executed at full power, with no consideration for mana consumption or standard techniques. There was no probing and no retreat. In other words, they were going all out. The Silver Moon clan was caught off guard, and in the blink of an eye, nearly half of their gold core cultivators were killed. With just one meeting, the Silver Moon clan was defeated. Chow Man Shan and his group hadn't even had a chance to take action when they saw the surviving Silver Moon clan cultivators fleeing. They quickly cast various techniques to escape. Running? Where can you run to today? Not a single one of you will escape today. Fellow disciples, are you willing to follow me in pursuit? Hong Tian was completely ready to kill them all. After all, these were sect contributions. Killing one meant gaining hundreds of them, and he couldn't let them escape. We're willing to follow Senior Brother. For Hong Tian, those among the Daxiao immortal sect with slightly stronger power had long recognized his abilities. His talent was exceptional, and he was extremely diligent. His cultivation level was far ahead of theirs, and in private discussions, they had even considered who could take on the role of the senior disciple in the sect. Many candidates were discussed, but in the end, the consensus was that Hong Tian was the most suitable candidate to be the contemporary senior disciple. This time, they boldly used that title in public. There was no doubt. Hong Tian's strength had already won them over. Very well. Hong Tian calmly accepted this role, and at the same time, he would bear the responsibilities of a senior disciple, taking care of fellow disciples, protecting them, and supporting them. In the next moment, led by Hong Tian, they all charged forward. At Su Yang's insistence, they had all learned a movement technique, and now they were putting it to use. However, Su Yang had originally taught them this technique for escaping, hadn't he? Chao Mansion's mouth hung open, but before he could react, the disciples of the Daxiao immortal sect had disappeared from his sight. These fellow cultivators are truly fierce. For a moment, Chao Manshan couldn't think of a suitable adjective. But to prevent any unexpected incidents, he also brought his own group to chase after them. However, he told his Foundation establishment disciples not to follow, and instead instructed them to destroy the formation here first. A massive pursuit unfolded. Or rather, it was a one-sided pursuit. During the chase, the disciples of the Daxiao immortal sect noticed that many of the Silver Moon clan members hadn't learned the movement technique and weren't particularly fast. They were grateful to their sect leader for insisting that they learn this technique, which now allowed them to catch up easily. Some of the Silver Moon clan members, who had previously possessed gold core strength, lost that strength after leaving the blade.When forest and were easily killed by the pursuing Daxia immortal sect disciples. In no time, the escaping Silver Moon clan members were completely wiped out. Only a few with formidable strength remained, but they were also caught up with and engaged in battle. At this point, there were only a dozen or so battlefields left. Hong Tian and a gold core cultivator from the Silver Moon clan were locked in a fierce battle. The hundreds of Daxia immortal sect disciples who had followed saw that there was no one else on the remaining battlefields, so they didn't rush in to help. If they intervened now, there was a risk of them being seen as taking others' kills. Amit Ba, no need to overthink it. Come help resolve the battle. We should stand shoulder to shoulder against these shameless individuals. Hui Kong saw that their fellow disciples hadn't acted, so he spoke up. Hui Kong Jr. Brother is right. Our Daxia immortal sect's principle is to resolve battles in a dominating manner, without dragging things out or allowing any unexpected situations. The sect contributions will be fairly distributed by the sword network according to each person's contributions, so there's no need to worry. Hong Tian also spoke up, encouraging them to join the fight. Understood. In an instant, the hundreds of gold core disciples who had been waiting understood. They immediately rushed forward, using various techniques to completely overwhelm the remaining Silver Moon clan cultivators. Even Silver Moon Flying Dragon, who was at the peak of gold core, was drowned in techniques with no chance to resist. Techniques covered every corner, and he had no chance to struggle. Daxia Immortal Sect. Su Yang was swinging his sword when he suddenly noticed a surge in the willpower of sentient beings. It wasn't much, just over 1,000 points, but it had been reduced by 100-fold. Through his sword intent, he knew that this was the result of Hong Tian and the other top disciples taking action. This was just the beginning. As more of the Daxiao Immortal Sect's disciples went out, he would gain even more willpower from sentient beings. When enough Daxiao Immortal Sect disciples grew in strength, he could earn willpower effortlessly. At the same time, he was considering the issue of recruiting more disciples. The first batch of disciples had already been cultivated to the point where each of them could stand on their own and contribute to the entire world, bringing him benefits. Moreover, the world had advanced, granting spiritual roots to many who previously lacked them, making it appropriate to recruit a new batch of disciples. Suyang pondered and decided to think about this matter again after some time. The world had just advanced, and the foundation was still lacking. He would consider recruiting disciples after forging his own spiritual sword and entering the source land of the galaxy. At that time, the world's source would be much more abundant. With more disciples, there would be a greater demand for resources. He needed to carefully consider this to avoid recruiting disciples without the resources for their cultivation, which would be embarrassing. At the same time, the first batch of disciples would also grow to higher stages, bringing more benefits. By then, no matter how many disciples were recruited, there would definitely be enough resources. For now, he put this matter on hold and continued with his own affairs. With his current strength, although he had entered the Red Earth Star, he was still not among the top-tier forces. He would think about breaking through to the nascent soul stage later. blade.When Forest. When Xiao Manshan and a group of gold core cultivators caught up, what they saw was the Daxia Immortal Sect disciples concentrating their attacks on the Silver Moon clan. 10 against 1, and they continued to attack those who could still resist. Xiao Manshan only took a few glances, and the battle was already resolved. His worries had been completely unnecessary. At this stage of events, it seemed like he and his group hadn't done anything at all. Had they come just for show? The Daxiao Immortal Sect disciples didn't say much on the surface. They were only filled with the joy of victory in battle. In the Sword Network, they were chatting excitedly in the Gold Core chat group. There was no way they couldn't be excited. The contributions they had earned in a single day were at least greater than what they would have earned in 7 days in the past. How could they not be thrilled in this situation? Next was the cleanup of the battlefield. The items on the defeated enemies were collected as they were killed. There wasn't much to tidy up in the blade.When Forest. In this way, in less than a quarter of an hour, the attack on the blade.When Forest was over. The Daxiao Immortal Sect disciples had hit the jackpot. The Red Earth Immortal Sect disciples also felt like they had hit the jackpot. For this attack on the eye of the formation, it had taken them several months, and they had never managed to break through. Today, in less than a quarter of an hour, they had wiped out the Silver Moon clan from this location. In the final tally, not a single Silver Moon clan cultivator had been killed in this battle by the Red Earth Immortal Sect disciples. This made the Red Earth Immortal Sect disciples wonder where they had gone wrong. They returned to the Red Earth Immortal Sect's base. After some brief organization, Xiao Manshan found Hong Tian and the others. "I'm here to thank you on behalf of the Red Earth Star." Xiao Manshan began with a respectful bow. He continued, "After our discussion, although you said there's no need for compensation, in order to express the gratitude of the Red Earth Star, I have applied for 1 day's access to the Gold Core level Spirit Liquid Pool. Please do not refuse." Hong Tian and the others were intrigued. A Gold Core level Spirit Liquid Pool could slightly enhance their strength while practicing. Even Hong Tian could use it to solidify his power a bit more. "Well, I suppose I'll have to accept." Hong Tian pretended to hesitate for a moment, but then agreed. Xiao Manshan smiled and led Hong Tian and the others. They quickly arrived at a massive pool filled with liquid condensed from spiritual energy. Over 300 Gold Core disciples from the Daxiao Immortal Sect were eager to get here. However, when they looked at the liquid inside the pool, they felt a bit puzzled. The concentration of the liquid seemed strangely weak. So, someone couldn't help but scan it with their token. Spirit Liquid Pool. Spiritual Energy Value. 1. GNNet Gold Core Chat Group. Lu Danu. Brother Tiger, isn't this spiritual energy value too low? This message was posted in the group chat, intending for everyone to see it. After seeing it, everyone couldn't help but use their tokens to scan it. The result was that the spiritual energy value was indeed only 1 point. This really a gold core level spirit liquid pool? They knew that the Daxiao Immortal Sect's spirit liquid pool had a value of 100. This was 100 times less. For a moment, everyone was filled with doubt. Where had things gone wrong? Hong Tian also noticed this and, after thinking for a moment, asked, Chao, Taoist, is this really a gold core level spirit liquid pool? Chao Manshan thought Hong Tian might not understand, so he explained, this spirit liquid pool is condensed by the world's heavenly Tao consciousness. When gold core realm cultivators enter it, their cultivation speed will be increased 100-fold. Friends, when you enter, make sure to make the most of it. You might be able to make a breakthrough with such a concentrated spirit liquid. Chao Manshan explained earnestly, leaving Hong Tian a bit stunned. Although the Red Earth Star's heavenly Tao consciousness had temporarily fallen into a deep sleep, some previously established rules still continued to operate, such as this spirit liquid pool. To clarify the situation, Hong Tian asked some more questions. Soon, he got a vague answer. Firstly, the spirit liquid pool was indeed created by the heavenly Tao consciousness. There was no doubt about that, and it was the same for the Daxiao Immortal Sect. So the problem lay with the heavenly Tao consciousness itself. The Daxiao world had set a higher standard for its spirit liquid pools. This standard had been set by whom? It was determined by the controller of the heavenly Tao consciousness, or rather, the top-level experts of this world who had communicated with the heavenly Tao consciousness. So, the standard for the Daxiao Immortal Sect spirit liquid pools was set by their sect master. Upon understanding this issue, all the Gold Core disciples instantly grasped the situation. Everything was because of their sect master. They were deeply moved and would gladly give their lives for their sect master, facing any danger or challenge. Their sect master was truly exceptional. Although this Gold Core level spirit liquid pool on the Red Earth Star wasn't that great, spending a day inside was equivalent to 100 days outside, which could still slightly enhance their strength. They didn't refuse and entered the pool to start cultivating. Every bit of improvement counted. The disciples of the Daxiao Immortal Sect would never waste resources. One day passed in the blink of an eye. When they came out, Hong Tian discussed the issue of the entire 36 Ancestor Origins formation with Chao Manshan and others on behalf of the Daxiao Immortal Sect disciples. He asked about the locations of the other formation eyes, their defensive strength, layout, and other details. This was also a matter of concern for the Daxiao Immortal Sect disciples. After experiencing the sudden surge in sect contributions, they were still not satisfied. Knowing that their progress would be slow, they were eager for more. Seeing their enthusiasm, Chao Manshan was deeply moved and revealed all the information he knew. There were 36 formation eyes, each guarded by a group of Silver Moon clan members. Among them, each group's strength varied. They could be divided into 3 levels: low, medium, and high, with each level having 12 formation eyes. The strength and defense of each group differed accordingly. The low-level groups were roughly equivalent to a Gold Core Perfection Cultivator, 100 Gold Core Disciples, and 1,000 Foundation Establishment Cultivators. The medium-level groups were 5 times stronger, and the high-level groups were 10 times stronger. The varying strengths were due to the different levels of importance of each formation eye. The entire 36 Ancestor Origins formation was centered around the Purple Chelan Mountain, covering an area of tens of thousands of miles in radius. The core lay in the fact that the more famous the mountains and rivers, the more important the arrangement of formation eyes became, affecting the speed of extracting origin power. The location they had attacked, the Black Wind Forest, was only the lowest level defensive formation eye. The location of these formation eyes could be divided into 36 regions. Currently, they were in the Black Wind Forest region. As for why 36 regions were defined, it was due to the 5 Chi sensing array, a large array that allowed cultivators to sense the opponent's cultivation realm when they passed through specific areas. It was set up on the Purple Chelan Mountain and couldn't be destroyed. To avoid the 5G sensing array's detection, one had to reach the nascent soul stage or have some special means, which were quite rare. This was also why the Silver Moon clan could judge how many cultivators and their cultivation realms the Red Earth Immortal sect had sent to this location and make their arrangements. This battle had been a complete victory for the Dashao Immortal sect because their sudden arrival had caught the Silver Moon clan stationed in the Black Wind Forest completely off guard. Otherwise, with the Silver Moon clan's power, they could have sent reinforcements. The Silver Moon clan's goal was to buy time, specifically to harvest origin power. In other words, they needed to kill a large number of living beings on the Red Earth star to set up this large formation. This included the slaughter of human beings. Now, Hong Tian and the others were in a situation where they would be discovered immediately if they left the Black Wind Forest region and headed to other areas for reinforcements. After hearing this, Hong Tian furrowed his brows and asked, even if they can send reinforcements, they should only be able to send them from the Purple Chelan Mountain, right? If they send reinforcements from other places, our speed is such that we would have already killed them by the time their reinforcements arrive. Chao Manshan nodded and said, that's correct. In the face of sudden changes, the Silver Moon clan has a team dedicated to handling such situations. From what I know, there is even a core formation initial stage cultivator among them. I see. How about this? We'll go back to cultivate for a while, and I'll contact you later, Hong Tian said. Since only a core formation initial stage cultivator could stop them, he would return for a breakthrough. Very well, I'll be waiting at any time, Chao Manshan replied with clasped hands. In his eyes, when Hong Tian mentioned cultivating for a while, it would likely take several years or even decades. After all, who practiced cultivation by counting days? After discussing with the others, Hong Tian and the group decided to return temporarily. At present, the contributions they had earned were sufficient to support their cultivation for a while. During this period, with the richness of Dashao Immortal Sect Spirit Liquid Pool, they could continue to make breakthroughs. Especially Hong Tian. With his current realm and the contributions he had earned this time, he was already prepared to advance from Gold Core perfection to the initial stage of nascent soul. In the Dashao Immortal Sect, all they needed to make a breakthrough was to accumulate enough sect contributions. With sufficient sect contributions, the heavenly Tao consciousness would intervene and directly provide what was needed for the breakthrough. This treatment was something they couldn't even dream of on the Red Earth star. Even if you had enough contributions, if you weren't someone important or a direct disciple, the Red Earth star's heavenly Tao consciousness wouldn't pay any attention to you. The preciousness of the world's source wasn't limited to just the world itself. It was equally valuable to the world's controllers. As the manager of the world, the heavenly Tao consciousness wouldn't waste the world's source recklessly. Using the world's source to help a gold core breakthrough to nascent soul? Absolutely impossible. Comparing everything, the gold core disciples of the Dashao Immortal Sect, led by Hong Tian, who had come on this trip, had a deeper understanding of how good their treatment was within their sect. This was essentially their sect master's unwavering dedication to nurturing them. This kind of nurturing even involved sacrificing their sect master's own interests. They couldn't help but feel regretful about how they used to believe in their own talents and the speed of their breakthroughs. Now, they realized that with the resources provided by their sect master alone, even a pig could be cultivated into a formidable cultivator. After this trip, their determination became even firmer. They were willing to follow their sect master to the death. Born as members of the Dashao Immortal Sect, they would remain loyal to it in life and death. After the first group of Gold Core disciples from the Dashao Immortal Sect returned from this trip, their mindset had completely changed. Besides their mindset, they were thinking about returning to cultivate using their contributions and waiting for the next operation. They had already discussed that when senior brother Hong Tian made a breakthrough, it would be time to take action again. For now, they needed to stabilize themselves. During this period, a forum feature had been created within the Dashao Immortal Sect. Everyone could post their observations and experiences there. Currently, The group of disciples who had returned from the Red Earth Star was editing articles and text. The discrepancy between the gold core level spirit liquid pools of the Red Earth Star and the Dasha Immortal Sect. The discrepancy in treatment between Red Earth Star cultivators and Dasha Immortal Sect cultivators. The discrepancy between the heavenly Tao consciousness of the Red Earth Star and the Dasha Immortal Sect. The sudden surge in sect contributions. From these articles, it seemed that the Dasha Immortal Sect disciples were not very skilled at online discussions. The article titles directly pointed to the core content without any embellishments. One after another, these articles were posted on the forum, providing detailed explanations of various disparities and issues. These issues all revolved around one point: the kindness of their sect master. All these disparities were brought about by their sect master. Among these articles, one stood out: the Great Sect Master. It provided a precise explanation of the reasons for the disparities in treatment between the Dasha Immortal Sect and the Red Earth Star. Everything was because they had a great sect master, one willing to use the precious world's source to nurture them. The article also mentioned that if it were just using the precious source to nurture them, it would be considered good but not great. However, what made their sect master truly great was that he was willing to sacrifice his own interests and help save a world invaded by an alien race. On the surface, they were going to save the Red Earth Star to help the Red Earth Star. But without the sect master's mission, how many of them would go? 850. The sect master's mission required contributions as rewards, but there would be no returns. How truly great! The appearance of a sect master like this was a blessing for humanity. Article author, Zhang Yan. These articles were posted one by one on the Dasha Immortal Sect's forum. Initially, they didn't gain much attention after just being posted. The posters, leveraging the substantial sect contributions they had earned, had already started cultivating in the spirit liquid pool. Everything temporarily settled down. However, it didn't take long for the 100,000 disciples of the Dasha Immortal Sect to be astonished. These posts began to gain popularity at an astonishing speed. Even those disciples who were currently cultivating, resting, or exploring the beast world were completely shocked by these posts. They hadn't realized how good their treatment in the Dasha Immortal Sect was. Both being small worlds, they had just advanced to small worlds, but the treatment in the Dasha Immortal Sect was 100 times better than that on the Red Earth Star. All this was the result of their sect master sacrificing his own interests for them. These articles also had clear links to a Gold Core chat group, which could be joined once someone reached the Gold Core realm. In this group, the timing for the next trip to the Red Earth Star would be announced. Due to their reading of the articles, they knew that they couldn't just go on their own. The Silver Moon clan acted in an organized manner, and going alone or in pairs would be suicidal. The first batch of disciples who had entered the Red Earth Star to provide support had already established contact with the local Red Earth Immortal Sect and were gathering more intelligence. In a very short time, the Gold Core chat group, which had initially consisted of just over 300 people, expanded to over 1,000, and it was still growing. However, not all disciples were swayed and eager to participate in the rescue mission. Some individuals remained steadfast in their own paths, doing what they wanted to do. Brother Ben, should we participate in the rescue mission? Inside the beast world, a team of cultivators couldn't help but speak after reading the articles. No, why would we get involved in such matters? Yu Fangbin shook his head. Do you feel that we're progressing slowly in collecting sect contributions? If you paid attention, you'd notice that Yu Fangbin had a relatively high realm, being a Gold Core later stage cultivator. His progress was only slightly behind Hong Tian's. That's true. Our progress is not slow. When Dongui nodded. All right, let's focus on our own tasks. These things are just for reading. If any of you want to go, I won't stop you. Yu Fangbin scanned the group. There were 7 of them in total, all Gold Core stage cultivators. Brother Ben, rest assured, when we started following you, we had already decided to take this path. We won't be indecisive, and besides, following you has brought us good gains, one of them said. That's right, that's how I see it too. One by one, the 7 of them expressed their determination. They had long decided to walk this path, and the gains from following Yu Fangbin weren't insignificant. Good. Yu Fangbin nodded in satisfaction. What they did was specifically to search for traces of spiritual creatures. They handled the lower-level ones themselves and reported the higher-level ones to the sect, letting the sword-bearers deal with them. The more accurate the information they provided, the greater the rewards they could receive, up to 50%. Originally, it was a fixed 30%, but over time, the rules have become more reasonable. The rewards were no longer fixed and were determined by the value of the information you provided. Yu Fangbin keenly sensed the opportunities in this and gathered some people to join him in realizing his idea. With more people, exploring dangerous places became much easier. Moreover, each of them had different abilities. When combined, they not only enhanced their safety, but also made their actions smoother. This was the path they had chosen. Instead of taking risks, they used exploration as a means to acquire resources. Such individuals who adhered to their own paths were in the minority. Many people still chose to participate in the rescue mission. Currently, the Daxiao Immortal Sect had over 3,000 gold core cultivators and over 90,000 foundation establishment cultivators. These foundation establishment cultivators, seeing the rewards earned from killing the Silver Moon clan, were extremely envious. However, due to their own realms, they couldn't go to the Red Earth Star. To participate in the rescue mission, the minimum requirement was to reach the Gold Core realm. For some foundation establishment stage cultivators who had reached perfection, they hoped that the next mission would be delayed a bit. Perhaps by then, they could break through to the Gold Core stage and join the rescue mission. Suyang's courtyard. Sect leader, the disciples inside the sect have expressed a desire to establish officially recognized groups, small factions, and similar entities. How do you feel about this? Gu Xiu reported upon his arrival. Oh, Suyang paused for a moment as some memories surfaced in his mind. Currently, his sect was quite simple, with virtually nothing in terms of structure. Unlike the immortal sects he remembered, which had inner and outer courts, peaks, and various departments, his Daxiao Immortal Sect was hastily formed, and he hadn't considered these aspects. Perhaps it was time to make some adjustments. Additionally, disciples from Gold Core courtyards can use the Gold Core level spirit liquid pool for cultivation, requiring only 90% of the sect contributions, while nascent soul courtyards disciples will only need to pay 80% of the sect contributions. For the nascent soul level spirit liquid pool, they'll pay 90%. 909. Otherwise, it wouldn't look like an immortal sect at all, and that wouldn't be good. Before, he thought that the Daxiao Immortal Sect wouldn't bring him much help, so he had established it casually. Now it was different. He needed to plan things properly. Sure, let's establish groups centered around courtyards as the primary units. The term courtyard can be used as a suffix, and a name can be given as a prefix, such as Guxiu Courtyard. To establish a courtyard, there are 3 requirements. First, there must be Gold Core stage disciples. Second, a monthly contribution of 1,000 sect contributions per courtyard. Third, a minimum of 50 members. There will be different levels of courtyards. Gold Core courtyards can only recruit up to 1,000 members, while nascent soul courtyards can recruit up to 5,000 members. These are the tentative levels. Courtyards will start at the Gold Core level. To advance, there are 3 conditions. The creator of the courtyard must reach the realm of the next level of courtyards, contribute 10,000 sect contributions per month, and have 3 cultivators within the courtyard who have reached the realm of the next level of courtyards. For example, to advance from a Gold Core level courtyard to a nascent soul level courtyard, there must be 3 nascent soul stage disciples within the courtyard. Courtyards will have preferential resource allocation. Gold Core courtyards will have 500 hours of free cultivation time in the Spirit Liquid Pool every day, which can be used in the Gold Core level Spirit Liquid Pool. The time can accumulate. Nascent Soul courtyards will have 1,000 hours in the Gold Core level Spirit Liquid Pool and 100 hours in the Nascent Soul level Spirit Liquid Pool daily. This time can also accumulate. Cultivation time will be allocated by the Courtyard Master. Additionally, disciples from gold core courtyards can use the gold core level spirit liquid pool for cultivation, requiring only 90% of the sect contributions, while nascent soul courtyard disciples will only need to pay 80% of the sect contributions. For the nascent soul level spirit liquid pool, they'll pay 90%. These are the initial rules for now. It's a way of supporting elite disciples within the sect. Su Yang decided, and, in his opinion, offering rewards would motivate the disciples, and their growth would be more beneficial to him in the long run. Sure, Gu Xiu slowly retreated and released Su Yang's arrangement. This kind of post released by the sect naturally took a top spot on the sect's forum. It quickly caught the attention of disciples from the Daxia celestial sect. 500 hours of free cultivation time for establishing a courtyard? Only 90% sect contribution for the golden core level spiritual fluid pool. The treatment is too good. Countless disciples who saw this were itching to immediately establish a courtyard. However, after reading a bit further, they realized that establishing a courtyard came with conditions. It wasn't as simple as they thought. They couldn't create it themselves, but they could encourage others who met the conditions to create one. After all, as long as someone established a courtyard, they could join and enjoy the benefits and resources. Zhang Hu, who was busy with his own matters, quickly received the message. After a brief examination, he understood the immense benefits involved. Thinking it over, he began to contact Hong Tian. Establishing a courtyard was a must, and their group could certainly create the strongest courtyard in the Daxia celestial sect. When it came to establishing the strongest courtyard, the crucial question was who would be the creator. Naturally, it had to be the strongest among them. Hong Tian's courtyard. At this moment, he had just finished all preparations and was planning to break through to the nascent soul stage in the sect's secret chamber. He hadn't even seen the sect's announcement, but Zhang Hu had already explained the situation to him. After a brief understanding, Hong Tian didn't hesitate at all. The courtyard must be established, as it would bring them more resources in the future. Zhang Jr. Brother, inquire for me who is willing to create a courtyard with me. I will provide the required sect contributions, he said. No problem, Zhang Hu replied. Zhang Hu directly posted this information in the Golden Core Level group chat, and within moments, hundreds of people were willing to join. This way, they didn't have to worry much about the matter. Soon enough, the first courtyard in the Daxia celestial sect was successfully established. Within the internal network of the sect, on the courtyard leaderboard, there was only one courtyard that appeared like a king, occupying the first position, Tian Yuan. Although there was currently only one courtyard, upon closer examination, it was clear that out of 100,000 disciples, only one courtyard had been born. This meant that the creator of this courtyard was ahead of 100,000 others. Tian Yuan was instantly flooded with applications from disciples who wanted to join. Hong Tian's account on the internal network also exploded with 99+ messages. He promptly disabled the function to accept new courtyard applications and appointed Zhang Hu as the deputy courtyard master. Zhang Jr. Brother, I'll leave the matter of recruiting members for the courtyard to you. How's that sound? Hong Tian said as he planned to break through to the nascent soul stage in seclusion. With the courtyard to manage and the potential for various matters in the future, which he didn't like and believed would disrupt his cultivation, he needed someone to assist in handling these issues. Zhang Hu seemed like a good choice to him. Senior brother, rest assured, I'll take care of this matter, Zhang Hu readily agreed. After Hong Tian's instructions, he went to the secret chamber to break through. Unfortunately, the secret chamber breakthrough did not receive any support. Zhang Hu, on the other hand, started recruiting people. His targets were those with potential, those whose strength was in the upper ranks of the Golden Core stage. As for those in the early Golden Core stage, without special abilities, they were not within his consideration. A Golden Core level courtyard could accommodate 1,000 people, but Zhang Hu initially planned to recruit 500. The remaining 500 spots would be filled as needed. Since they aimed to create the strongest courtyard, they had to be selective. Zhang Hu first inquired with Hui Kong, who had similar strength to him. Hui Kong on the internal network. Can I leave after joining? I want to enjoy the courtyard support, but later I plan to create my own Buddhist courtyard. Zhang, who was taken aback by this straightforward question. Naturally, that's fine. However, after joining, everyone needs to contribute 1 sect point daily, which will be stored in the courtyard as resources. The usage of these resources will be transparent and public. Zhang, who had come up with this condition himself. The courtyard would contribute 1,000 sect points every month, and it couldn't be solely shouldered by the creator. Those who joined the courtyard to enjoy its benefits had to pay a price. Otherwise, one person creating the courtyard and bearing all the expenses while the others enjoyed the benefits wouldn't be fair. At the moment, Zhang had set 2 conditions for joining: daily contribution of 1 sect point and willingness to follow orders. Any unreasonable situations or opportunities that could help with their development in the future could lead to adjustments. Hui Kong. Understood. In that case, this humble monk is willing to join. After sorting things out with Hui Kong, Zhang, who continued to recruit people. He quickly filled the 500 slots. After recruiting, Zhang, who explained everything and began his own cultivation. With this, over 300 Golden Core disciples who had returned from the Red Earth Star had all been recruited into Tianyuan by Zhang Hu. These individuals were bound to increase in strength, and they were also the kind who dared to fight when necessary. Every one of them was a talent Zhang who couldn't afford to miss. Aside from Tianyuan's emergence, no other courtyards were established. This matter gradually settled down. Everyone settled into a quiet cultivation environment, patiently awaiting the next opportunity to go to the Red Earth Star. 1 month passed quietly. Su Yang's rank had increased somewhat, and most importantly, he had accumulated over 2,000 points of world source energy. Sword Intent, Nascent Transformation Initial Stage Lv.154. 120,000/6, 400,000. Void Conversion, 60 points /L day. World Source Energy, 2040. This was his current level, and even though he could wield 50,000 swords in an hour, his level had only increased by 3 stages in just over a month. Fortunately, the world's origin has accumulated enough by now. Heavenly Path. Use the origin to forge 10 top-grade spirit mines in the Yuan Ing stage. Understood. With a thought, Heavenly Path selected 10 of the highest quality spirit mines in the world and began infusing them with the origin to enhance their quality. After approximately an hour, 10 top-grade spirit mines in the Yuan Ing stage appear before Su Yang. These spirit mines emitted rich spiritual energy fluctuations with various attributes. Some were fire attributes, some were thunder attributes, some were wind attributes. The only commonality was their quality, Yuan Ing top grade. Su Yang took the 10 pieces of Yuan Ing top grade spirit mines and instructed the panel to begin crafting. As Su Yang's thoughts flowed, changes started to occur in the void before him. The 10 spirit mines converged. In midair, a myriad of sword intentions imbued with different laws emerged and began refining the 10 spirit mines in the void. In just a couple of breaths, the 10 spirit mines melted, leaving only the essence suspended in midair. They were then fused together under the influence of the sword intentions. Soon, a brand new spirit sword appeared in front of Su Yang. Its quality reached the Yuan Ing top grade. Even when just hovering in midair, it exuded an extremely sharp sword intent. Without anyone activating it, this sword emitted an overwhelmingly dense sword intent. Su Yang was delighted. With a thought, the sword naturally flew into his hand. The first sensation upon holding it, it was heavy. Indeed, it was heavy, at least weighing over 10,000 jin. Su Yang took a sharp breath. Was this the reason it would increase his sword intent proficiency tenfold when swung? Fortunately, he now had an incredibly strong physique. Even if it weighed over 10,000 jin, he could still swing it easily. However, reaching 50,000 swords in an hour was probably impossible. Apart from this issue, there was another point. If his sword techniques were executed with this exclusive spirit sword, their power would increase by 30%. In his current state, a 30% power increase was significant. Facing opponents of the same level, a 30% increase in power was enough to bring them to the brink of death. He had the spirit sword, but other cultivators could have their own treasures. It wasn't exclusive to him. However, he usually wouldn't face opponents of the same level. This item was useful, but unfortunately, Su Yang didn't need it. After inspecting the spirit sword, Su Yang couldn't wait to give it a try, to see how many times he could swing it in an hour. To obtain this result, it wouldn't take long. Soon, a piece of data appeared in Su Yang's mind. 1 hour, 30,000 sword swings. Compared to before, it had decreased by 20,000 swings. This was inevitable, as the spirit sword far exceeded 10,000 jin. Being able to swing it 30,000 times was already impressive in Su Yang's view. 30,000 times 10. In 1 hour, he could gain 300,000 sword intent proficiency. Even if he only swung it for 12 hours a day, he could still gain 3.6 million sword intent proficiency in 1 day. Phew, finally, I can return to leveling up every 1 or 2 days. Su Yang was very satisfied with this. However, this wasn't his limit. Currently, his physique was only in the initial exteriorization stage. If he had enough world origin, he could elevate his physique to the consummate exteriorization stage, which would undoubtedly increase the number of sword swings. Suddenly, his sword intent proficiency would skyrocket again. So, the next step was to accumulate world origin as quickly as possible. To visit the world origin source in that galaxy. A strand of galaxy origin was equivalent to 1,000 points of world origin. This was something he had been thinking about for a long time. 1,000 points of world origin, at most half a month. Red Earth Star. In this month and a bit, Hong Tian had already broken through to the Yuaning stage. However, as soon as he entered the Yuaning stage, he knew he needed a lot of preparation if he wanted to contend with other Yuaning cultivators. He had refined a top-grade golden core magical treasure for himself, and had also learned a set of Yuan Ing level techniques, including attack, defense, and body techniques. As a result, he had consumed all the set contributions he had obtained in their previous operation. But he had prepared for this, and this time, he was sure to reap greater rewards. Besides bringing members of the Heavens Court with him, he also brought disciples of the Daxiao Immortal Sect who were willing to participate in the rescue mission. There weren't many, just over 2,000 in the Golden Core stage. When Chao Manshan received Hong Tian's message that he was bringing people over, he was surprised that Hong Tian had come so quickly. After all, a month ago, when Hong Tian said he was going back to cultivate, Chao Manshan thought it would take at least several years. Otherwise, at their level, it would be meaningless to not go into seclusion for several years. When he went to greet Hong Tian, he was even more shocked by the people Hong Tian had brought with him. Over 2,000 Golden Core cultivators. The number wasn't an issue for him. After all, the Red Earth Immortal Sect's branch had a significant number of Golden Core cultivators. But were the disciples of the Daxia Immortal Sect all this enthusiastic? Were they willing to support them for free, and at the risk of their lives? Hong Daoist friend, your cultivation. After observing for a while, Chao Manshan was once again taken aback. Why couldn't he see Hong Tian's cultivation level? Wasn't it just a little over a month since they last met? Oh, I closed up for some time and fortunately had a breakthrough, Hong Tian explained casually. Chao Daoist friend, these are all disciples of the Daxiao Immortal Sect. They are here on orders from our sect master to assist Red Earth Star in resolving the current crisis. As fellow human cultivators, we need not be overly polite. Our sect master has said that if human cultivators fight among themselves, he may not interfere. But if other races dare to oppress us, then our Daxia Immortal Sect will take action. Next, both sides needed to discuss the details. With so many people coming with Hong Tian this time, and with his own breakthrough to the Yuan Ing stage, Chao Manshan was not the one who could handle the arrangements. He reported this matter up the chain of command. The Yuaning elder responsible for this matter was also delighted. A while ago, when Chao Manshan and the others destroyed one of the I formation nodes, he had already learned of this matter. However, since Hong Tian and the others had gone back to cultivate, he couldn't say much. Now, just a little over a month later, not only had they returned, but Hong Tian had also broken through to the Yuan Ing stage and brought over 2,000 Golden Core cultivators. The addition of this team might have a decisive impact on the destruction of Purple Qilin Mountain, as long as they could destroy the remaining 35 I formation nodes in an extremely short time. They would have hope of breaking through Purple Qilin Mountain. If they broke the 36 apertures snatching origin formation, the other side wouldn't be able to set up the formation again, given that it was the most malicious aspect of the formation and required a large amount of living blood. Currently, within a radius of thousands of miles around Purple Qilin Mountain, all living beings had been slaughtered by the Silver Moon tribe. Naturally, they wouldn't be able to set up the formation again. By then, these people could be freed to reinforce other battlefields. They could instantly make a huge difference. Currently, the Red Earth Immortal sect was fully focused on restoring the Heaven's Tao. Once the Heaven's Tao was restored, the Black Stone Star's Silver Moon tribe would no longer have any opportunities. Wu Ping couldn't afford to wait any longer and decided to personally lead a team to discuss the next battle plan. This team needed to be carefully organized, as it would play a decisive role in the entire battlefield. Hong Tian and the others didn't have to wait long. Wu Ping arrived here with his team. After arriving, Wu Ping initially wanted to chat and boast with Hong Tian and the others. He wanted to learn more about the world where the Daxia Immortal sect was located. However, Hong Tian urged him to discuss the arrangements first. Regarding this, Wu Ping also understood what Chao Man Shan had said, that they were even more anxious than them. Wasn't this situation exactly what they needed to address urgently? 2,000 Golden Core cultivators and 1 Yuan Ing stage cultivator. Certainly, they couldn't just attack one location. That would be wasteful. Because among the 2,000 Golden Core cultivators, only 10 had reached the Golden Core perfection stage. So, based on Hong Tian's proposal, they divided into 4 teams. Each team consisted of 500 Golden Core cultivators and targeted one node point defended by 100 Golden Core cultivators and 100 additional Golden Core cultivators in the formation. If Wu Ping had been the one arranging it, he certainly wouldn't have done it this way, as it was a waste of manpower. But these disciples of the Daxia Immortal sect were not his people. After discussing it, Hong Tian and the others decided not to take any chances to ensure the safety of their own people. They were all well-versed in their sect master's principles of action. They couldn't be careless, nor could they take any risks. Once they took action, it had to be decisive, and they had to strike with overwhelming force. After a discussion between Hong Tian, representing the Great Xia Immortal sect, and Hong Tu Immortal sect, a basic plan was formulated. First, they would send people to pretend to attack 4 lower-level formation nodes: Giant Tree Forest, Purple Sand River, Fia Mountain, Iron Beast Plain. These 4 locations were all considered lower-grade spirit grounds for Foundation Establishment Stage cultivators, and each had a formation node. They were also the closest to the blade.When forest. Hong Tian, as a nascent Soul Stage cultivator, would remain inactive for now. They planned to wait until the nascent Soul Stage cultivators from the other side came out before taking action. When a nascent Soul Stage cultivators from the other side emerged, they would join forces with 2,000 Foundation Establishment Stage cultivators to besiege the nascent Soul Stage cultivators from the other side. Once they eliminated the opposition, they would continue to attack these lower-level formation nodes. If this plan succeeded, the Silver Moon clan's stronghold within the Purple Unicorn Mountain range would be completely lost. If the enemy had no reinforcements, the formation nodes surrounding the Purple Unicorn Mountain would be systematically removed until the Silver Moon clan, which occupied the mountain, was completely eradicated. The Silver Moon clan had detection methods, and as a native force, the Hong Tu Immortal sect had even more accurate methods. As soon as the nascent Soul Stage cultivators from the other side appeared, they would be immediately detected. Once everything was arranged, the operation began without delay. For directions, for teams. As they stepped out of the blade.When forest and advanced toward other areas, the Silver Moon clan in the Purple Unicorn Mountain immediately became aware of the situation. No wonder the blade.When forest was wiped out. There were reinforcements, although I don't know how they managed to avoid the 5 elements sensing formation. But why are there so many Foundation establishment cultivators? This might be a bit troublesome. Although the Silver Moon clan of the Blackstone Star had a slightly stronger overall strength than the home to Immortal sect, suddenly having 2,000 Foundation establishment cultivators was not something they could easily handle. After considering the situation, Silver Moon Qianshan decided to send some of their people and make greater use of their origins to stabilize the 4 formation nodes first. Then they would send Silver Moon Yin to deal with these Foundation establishment cultivators one by one. Once everything was arranged, the Silver Moon clan in the Purple Unicorn Mountain also began to mobilize. The operation proceeded according to plan. When Silver Moon Yin flew out of the Purple Unicorn Mountain, Wu Ping's side was the first to become aware. He's come out. He's heading towards the Iron Beast Plain. I will use some means to temporarily disable the 5 elements sensing formation. It should last for about 15 breaths. After that, the enemy will still be aware of your presence. Hong Dao's friend, it's up to you now. The higher his level of cultivation, the shorter the time he could remain hidden. If he personally took action, he could only remain hidden for 2 breaths at most, and the enemy would immediately become aware. So they had to rely on Hong Tian. Don't worry. Hong Tian nodded and then got up to leave. This had been planned in advance. When Hong Tian stepped out of the blade.When forest area, he rushed toward the Iron Beast Plain at the fastest speed. 15 breaths were enough for him to reach the Iron Beast Plain. At that time, the opponent would likely be at the same location. When the Great Xia Immortal Sect's Foundation establishment cultivators arrived, with the help of allies, they could easily deal with the opponent who was of the same cultivation level. 15 breaths. It might seem short, but for cultivators at their level, it was not too short. Hong Tian had already arrived at the Iron Beast Plain. He held a sensing token given by Wu Ping, allowing him to clearly sense the location of Silver Moon Clan's nascent soul stage cultivator. At this moment, that cultivator was right in front of him, and he had already spotted his target. Hong Tian intercepted him and directly confronted him. Silver Moon Yin frowned as he looked at the human who had suddenly appeared in front of him. What was going on? Why hadn't he received any notification about the opponent's arrival? It was at this moment that Silver Moon Qianshan in the Purple Unicorn Mountain sensed that something was wrong. A belated message finally reached Silver Moon Yin's token. A nascent soul stage cultivator is coming to find you. Come back first. Be careful. There are 2,000 Foundation establishment cultivators. Silver Moon Yin frowned. He wanted to leave now, but the opponent didn't give him a chance. Hong Tian chose to take action as soon as he arrived. A special fire attribute flag appeared behind him, instantly turning the surrounding space into a fire attribute domain. The space was sealed, and both of them were trapped inside. If they wanted to leave, they had to either remove the flame domain or break out directly. After Hong Tian took action, he immediately informed Zhang who to bring all the people over to his side. The battle on the Iron Beast Plain had quickly become the main battleground for a large number of Foundation establishment cultivators and 2 nascent soul stage cultivators. Terrifying powers were unleashed here, covering the entire plain. The Silver Moon clan had only 500 Foundation establishment cultivators, while the disciples of the Great Xia Immortal sect numbered 2,000. With a 4-fold difference in numbers, it was a completely one-sided crushing. In addition, the huge contribution points that can be obtained by killing these Silver Moon Clan Foundation establishment cultivators were a great incentive for the disciples of the Great Xia Immortal sect. In no time, the Foundation establishment cultivators from the Silver Moon clan were divided and annihilated by the disciples of the Great Xia Immortal sect. Their support had no effect whatsoever on Silver Moon Yin. It only delayed Silver Moon Yin's entrapment in the siege for a while. When 2,000 Foundation establishment cultivators joined the battle to besiege Silver Moon Yin, this battle could also be declared over. Under the firepower of the 2,000 Foundation establishment cultivators, in less than half an hour, Silver Moon Yin found it difficult to defend and was directly overwhelmed by the group. Contribution points plus 23,111. After killing Silver Moon Tien, Han Tian was very satisfied with the more than 20,000 contribution points he had acquired in one go. Normally, picking a lower-grade nascent soul class spirit plant would earn you 10,000 contribution points. However, because this Silver Moon Clan cultivator had a level 987 sin over his head, the reward was tripled. In theory, he should have received 30,000 contribution points, but due to the siege, the contribution points were divided among everyone, and this was all that Han Tian received. When Han Tian and the others successfully killed Silver Moon Tien, Wu Ping was the first to be informed. He knew that it was done. Next, dealing with the 36 pores seizing formation in the Purple Unicorn Mountain should not be a problem. But it wasn't just Wu Ping who was paying attention here. Silver Moon, Qianshan in the Purple Unicorn Mountain had also been monitoring the battle. When he saw that Silver Moon Tien was being dragged into the battle without any chance of escaping, he realized that Silver Moon Tien was basically done for. It was just as he had speculated. Forget it, if he dies, he dies. The situation had already unfolded, and he couldn't change anything. All he could do was handle the aftermath. With the death of Silver Moon Tien, the counterattack by the Hongtu Immortal Sect officially began with the addition of the Great Xia Immortal Sect to the battle. In the following period, Wu Ping also saw the ruthlessness of the Great Xia Immortal Sect disciples towards the Silver Moon clan. In just 10 days, 19 formation nodes were removed by the disciples of the Great Xia Immortal Sect. If it weren't for the arrival of reinforcements from the Silver Moon clan, several nascent soul stage cultivators entering the scene, causing the battlefield to temporarily fall into a stalemate, it might have taken less than a month to capture the entire Purple Unicorn Mountain. At that moment, he felt as if the Hongtu Immortal Sect had come to support, and the Great Xia Immortal Sect was the native force in this world. Han Tian and the others were also dissatisfied with the situation of the stalemate in the battle. However, they had accumulated a large number of contribution points on hand. In the face of a stalemate, Han Tian and the others chose to return and improve their strength. Wu Dao is friend, since we are currently in a temporary stalemate here, let's go back for a while and return after some time. The junior disciples who are coming behind me may need your assistance. No problem. Please convey my gratitude to your sect leader on my behalf. At their meeting point, Han Tian expressed some of his thoughts. Then, they planned to go back and focus on cultivating for some time. With so many contribution points in hand now, as a nascent soul stage cultivator, he needed to go into seclusion for a month or two to improve his strength. When he returned next time, he would lead the disciples of the Great Xia Immortal Sect to completely wipe out the Silver Moon clan in the Purple Unicorn Mountain. So, the battle in the Purple Unicorn Mountain temporarily fell into a brief calm. With more and more disciples of the Great Xia Immortal Sect arriving, Han Tian also began to establish a foothold in the Hongtu Star. He created a place for the disciples of the Great Xia Immortal Sect to rest within the Purple Unicorn Mountain range, right next to where Wu Ping and the others were stationed. This was also the reason why Han Tian asked Wu Ping to take good care of the disciples of the Great Xia Immortal Sect. With more disciples coming over, it was not practical for them to come and go together. It was inconvenient. Since they planned to help this world frequently in the future, they might as well establish a bridgehead. Once it was settled, the disciples who came later could come here to learn about the situation in this world. Some disciples with enough gains also chose to return to the Great Xia Immortal Sect halfway and use their gains to improve their strength. By fighting in battles and using their contribution points, their strength rapidly increased. In just 10 days, the strength of the disciples of the Great Xia Immortal Sect was soaring, and the number of Foundation establishment cultivators had exceeded 10,000. With a sufficient number of contribution points in hand, Han Tian went back to the sect and directly opened the nascent soul-class spiritual fluid pool for cultivation. His progress was lightning fast, and in a short time, he broke through to the middle stage of nascent soul and was still ascending rapidly. Zhang, who was also in seclusion, breaking through to the nascent soul stage. During this period, Kong also gained a lot. With enough strength and contribution points in hand, he chose to leave the Heavenly Academy and create his own temple. In addition to the temple created by Kong, some other disciples also established their own sects. At this moment, the list of sects, although the Heavenly Academy still firmly held the top spot, was no longer the sole leader. There were dozens of sects listed. This number would only continue to grow. In the 10 days, Su-Yang also gained a significant amount of the will of all beings. On average, he gained more than 1,000 each day, accumulating over 10,000 in 10 days. Now, his will of all beings had reached a tremendous 2.7 million. This made him consider a question. Should he use the will of all beings to enhance his own strength? From the current situation, as long as he retained a portion of the will of all beings, he could create sword techniques at will. Other wills of all beings can be used to enhance one's strength. The disciples of the Daxiao Immortal Sect are just getting started, and in just 10 days, they can accumulate tens of thousands of wills of all beings. This number will only increase in the future. All he needs to do is guide these disciples correctly. This will be a great asset for him. Apart from this, during this period, he also discovered another issue. The so-called sins are not only born from the slaughter of human races, but also from the slaughter of all living beings. The reason he discovered this was when he borrowed the perspective of the Daxia Immortal Sect disciples. He saw that many people from the Red Earth Immortal Sect also had sins on them. So he issued tasks to discreetly investigate through the disciples, gaining some information. There's a lot of killing between cosmic races. Other races kill the human race, and the human race also retaliates or even takes the initiative. Everything is for resources. Competition and fighting are even more brutal in the world of cultivators. In the universe, there is no such thing as peaceful development. If you don't plunder others, you'll be plundered. If that's the case, he might have a significant scope for action in the future. In the universe, aside from the killings between races, there are also some creatures born with destructive tendencies. They choose some life-bearing planets for destruction. Based on the information gathered by disciples, many planets in the universe have various disasters within them. In the entire Black Horn Star Nebula, at least half of the small worlds have internal crises. These crises are usually brought about by destructive creatures, such as evil spirits, the insect race, infectors, and others. There are also some planets, like the Red Earth Star, that are currently being invaded by other cosmic races. In this light, even if he resolves the crisis on the Red Earth Star, the disciples of the Daxiao Immortal Sect can continue to take action on other planets like this. They can defend the human race while gaining wills of all beings. He just doesn't know if he can gain some benefits from these planets. As far as he knows, these planets facing disasters will issue requests for help at the core of the star system. By accepting them, you can receive corresponding world sources based on completion, but he hasn't entered the core of the star system yet. This information was collected by the disciples of the Daxia Immortal Sect on the Red Earth Star. Whether it's true or not, he'll find out when he enters the core of the star system later. There are ways to reach these planets. On the Red Earth Star, there is a cosmic teleportation array. This world teleportation array was built by people from the Black Horn Star and is registered on more than 100 planets within the Black Horn Star Nebula that have access to the core of the star system. Black Horn Star sends people to build cosmic teleportation arrays that connect the entire Black Horn Star Nebula, allowing communication between human race planets. However, each teleportation incurs a cost. Each teleportation requires paying a standard world source to the Black Horn Star, a fixed 100 points per person per teleport. Unless necessary, people won't teleport randomly. It can be said that Black Horn Star is making a fortune with just this, not to mention Black Horn City built in the core of the star system, where one can earn 1,000 world sources per person, making even more profit. Su-Yang naturally has plans for this. After reaching level 500 in the future, he can also create a cosmic teleportation array with his sword intent. Whether it's profitable or not, at least he won't have to rely on the Black Horn Star's cosmic teleportation array all the time. According to his plan, in the future, the disciples of the Daxiao Immortal Sect will mainly help those planets facing disasters. Thus, they can gain resources. In this way, the disciples of the Dachao Immortal sect will use cosmic teleportation arrays more frequently. He doesn't like the idea of always working for the Blackhorn Star. It's best if he can reach level 500 before the Dachao Immortal sect disciples resolve the crisis on the Red Earth Star. By then, he can use the Blackhorn Star teleportation array once, arrive at those planets, and directly create a sword intent teleportation array belonging to the Dachao Immortal sect. That would be the most cost-effective. Perhaps in the universe, there are others like him who don't rely on plundering other planets for resources. But someone like him who can earn 2 sets of resources at once is definitely unique. The Dachao Immortal sect will obtain resources through rescue missions. Compared to bringing disasters, Su Yang prefers this peaceful approach. Using wills of all beings to increase one's level is worth considering. When the Dachao Immortal sect fully develops, he can see how fast the wills of all beings increase. If it increases quickly enough and in large enough quantities, it's also feasible. For now, it's not necessary. Currently, he can gain 3 to 4 million sword intent proficiency in a day just by wielding his sword. Reducing it by 100-fold would be equivalent to 30,000 to 40,000 wills of all beings in a day. The speed at which the disciples of the Dachao Immortal sect gain wills of all beings is still not up to this standard. When the disciples of the Dachao Immortal sect bring him more wills of all beings than this standard, it will be the time for him to use them to increase his sword intent level. Su Yang looked at his current panel, and he had enough world sources to enter Blackhorn City. Sword intent, nascent soul initial stage Lv.159, 320,000/6, 900,000. Void transformation, 70 points /L day. World sources, 1009. With the exclusive spirit sword, he directly raised his level by 5 grades in just 10 days. Before having the spirit sword, it would have taken him at least 3 months. With a thought, he established a connection with Blackhorn City, thanks to the link between the consciousness of the heavenly path and the universe. Su Yang successfully linked with Blackhorn City. After paying the cost of 1,000 world sources, Su Yang disappeared from the Dachao Immortal sect, his figure flickering as he arrived at a completely new place. The moment he arrived at this place, Su Yang felt an unprecedented and immense suppression, even greater than what he experienced in the evil spirit grand world. With his current strength, when he released his sword intent, it could only cover a terrifying suppression within a kilometer. Although Su Yang had known this information for a long time, now that he truly felt this sensation, he found it difficult to adapt at first. After struggling for a while, he finally managed to adapt to it to some extent. He surveyed the surroundings and found himself in a special small room, pitch black except for a glowing teleportation array beneath him, with nothing else. According to the information he knew, he was currently in the teleportation array room leading to Blackhorn City. Leaving this room, he would enter Blackhorn City. In front of him, there was also a suspended token. It was entirely black, with a city on the front and the words Blackhorn City engraved on the back. This was a token that allowed unrestricted access to the core of the star system. Su Yang reached out and took it, hanging it at his waist. This item only worked when outside. It would lose its effect if placed in a storage space. For his own safety, Su Yang naturally wouldn't store this item in his storage space. Once these matters were settled, Su Yang stepped out of the teleportation room. While moving, Su Yang adjusted to the feeling of being suppressed. This suppression was indiscriminate, and here Su Yang felt the same sense of powerlessness as he did over a year ago. The principle behind this was that the laws in the core of the star system were too condensed, and the spatial structure was extremely stable. Su Yang suspected that, with his current power, causing any destruction here would be an extremely difficult task. As for the actual situation, he would find out when he had the chance to try. Just as he walked out of the teleportation room, Su Yang was struck by the scene before him. It wasn't that Blackhorn City was particularly prosperous. Blackhorn City could be described as quite simple, like an ordinary city with no hint of grandeur or sophistication. It was pitch black, and, combined with the dim cosmic environment, it felt like he had entered a dark world of Earth. But the people walking in Blackhorn City were not ordinary. With just one glance, because Su Yang had gained most of his cultivation level strengths through his disciples, he could instantly assess the cultivation levels of individuals. With a single scan, out of every 100 people, more than 20 were stronger than him. Lv.1 80, 4.2 10, Combined Realm, 4.2 11, 4.2 20, 4.2 65, Refinement Realm. Powerful cultivators moved about in Blackhorn City. The entire Blackhorn City was primarily composed of markets. It could roughly be divided into three main areas: the trading market, the information market, and the mission market. There weren't many complicated functions. Everything was straightforward and practical. What was traded here was the same: world sources. Su Yang went directly to the mission market, intending to first verify the accuracy of the information he had obtained from the Red Earth star. Although he was heavily suppressed, its impact on Su Yang was not significant. He always relied on his sword intent when he fought, not his physical body or combat experience. So, all he needed here was to be able to walk normally. Soon, he arrived at the mission market. Here, he saw what he wanted to see. Indeed, there were many missions available. He also saw the world's rescue missions he needed. Of course, these rescue missions didn't require you to directly save the entire world to receive world source rewards. After accepting the mission, Su Yang could obtain information about the crisis on the other party's planet. Detailed records were available on which regions of the world were currently experiencing what kind of destruction and the strength of the destroyers. Solving troubles in one area could earn him corresponding world sources. There were also detailed annotations. Annotation: Water Dragon Star is facing a crisis from giant beasts. Solving the giant beasts marked in Zone 10 of the world will earn you 1,000 world sources. Satisfied after confirming this point, Su Yang moved on. In this way, the disciples of the Daxiao Immortal sect would have more development directions in the future, bringing him more benefits. After understanding the missions, Su Yang also planned to learn more about the core of the star system. He wanted to know how to quickly obtain world sources here. But he quickly learned one thing. Method 1. Killing source evil spirits can earn corresponding star system world sources. When Su Yang saw the first method, he was somewhat surprised. Are there evil spirits in the origin of this galaxy? Although he had learned some things about the origin of galaxies through the Red Earth star, it was not very specific. He only had a rough idea. Su Yang then proceeded to learn about this so-called origin evil spirit. It was quite different from normal evil spirits. In the universe, evil spirits were born from the gathering of impure energy in the cosmos, eventually coming into existence. When the first evil spirit appeared in a place, it meant that a large amount of cosmic impure energy had gathered on that planet. This planet would gradually produce a large number of evil spirits, which could not be avoided. The only option was to gradually eliminate these evil spirits and erode the impure cosmic energy. If they couldn't be eliminated, the planet would eventually become one covered by evil spirits until all life on the planet went extinct. Impure energy was the reason for the birth of evil spirits. In the universe, impure energy was an inevitable existence. Unless there were no living beings in the universe, there would be no impure energy. It existed inevitably, but couldn't be tolerated because evil spirits brought destruction. Most of the impure energy would be absorbed into the core of each galaxy, which was known as the origin of the galaxy. In the origin of the galaxy, some of the galaxy's origin would occasionally leak out. If this galaxy's origin was normal, it would turn into a galaxy origin life, form, and wander in the origin of the galaxy. Practitioners who entered the origin of the galaxy could also hunt these galaxy origin life forms to obtain the galaxy's origin. However, when these galaxy origins were contaminated by impure energy during their transformation into galaxy origin life forms, they would become origin evil spirits. They were still evil spirits, possessing the immortality of evil spirits and containing the galaxy's origin. Killing them would yield the galaxy's origin. When a place dedicated to the birth of galaxy origin accumulated impure energy, it would transform into a place specialized in incubating evil spirits. It was usually called an evil spirit nest. In the origin of the galaxy, every evil spirit nest was extremely dangerous. Each type of evil spirit had different abilities, and there were countless evil spirits in each evil spirit nest. Provoking one might attract a whole group. Fortunately, due to the uniqueness of the origin of the galaxy, this wasn't a problem. If they couldn't defeat them, they could simply run away. With a thought, they could leave the origin of the galaxy. There was no danger as long as they had a moment to think. This was the first way to obtain the galaxy's origin. The second way was to hunt down normally shaped galaxy origins. This method wasn't easy. Normally shaped galaxy origins appeared in various forms of mythical creatures. They were powerful, and they could traverse the void in the origin of the galaxy. They were beings favored by the origin of the galaxy itself. Or it could be said that they were born there, allowing them to do so. These beings were called origin life forms. However, to traverse the space in the origin of the galaxy, even for them, it took a few breaths of time, which was the only opportunity for practitioners. In general, unless someone had incredibly good luck, they could almost forget about capturing origin life forms. Even if the origin life form's strength was weak, they could only barely fly after reaching the refinement realm in the origin of the galaxy, as the rules and spatial suppression there were incredibly strong. Beyond refinement was unity, and beyond unity was refinement. It could be seen that power was greatly suppressed here. The third way to obtain the origin was to wait at an origin node and directly harvest a bit of origin when it came out. Sometimes the origin that was born might only be a tenth of a strand, but it could still be harvested directly. According to the exchange ratio, even if it was only a tenth of a galaxy's origin, it could still be converted into 100 points of world origin. Origin nodes were also contested areas in the origin of the galaxy. Depending on their size, they had different levels of origin birth rates. The lowest were externalization level origin nodes, which could produce a strand of galaxy origin in a day. Near Blackhorn City, there were many evil spirit nests. There were also many origin nodes, ranging from externalization to refinement. But around Blackhorn City, there were also cities built by other races. Silver Moon City, built by the Silver Moon Clan. Three-Tail City, built by the Three-Tail Clan. Ramhorn City, built by the Ramhorn Clan. These cities represented powerful races that controlled a piece of the nebula. Of course, the nebula was just a small part of the galaxy. The entire galaxy was vast, with countless small nebulae like Blackhorn Nebula, Silver Moon Nebula, Three-Tail Nebula, Ramhorn Nebula, and so on, too numerous to count. Small nebulae were 1,000 light-years across. Medium nebulae were 10,000 light-years across. Large nebulae were 100,000 light-years across. Super-large nebulae were 1,000,000 light-years across. To be called a galaxy, one needed to have 10 super-large nebulae. The galaxy where Blackhorn Nebula was located was called the Suspended Arm Galaxy. In the origin of the Suspended Arm Galaxy, there were countless existences like Blackhorn City. They were just the lowest-level existences. The more Su Yang understood, the more he felt his own insignificance. In the Great Xia world, he was a god who could control the wind and rain, able to change the heavens and the earth at will. But after entering the universe, he realized that his current achievements were still just a speck of dust in the universe. Su Yang sighed in his heart. He was still not powerful enough. Let him see where his limits lay. With himself driving the world, with the world's living beings driving himself, repeating this cycle, he would ascend the great path. Currently, there are 3 relatively common methods of obtaining the galaxy's origin. However, in the origin of the galaxy, most cultivators choose to compete for origin nodes. Origin nodes are the most intense places for conflict and battle within the origin of the galaxy. They are stable, and as long as you can occupy one origin node, you can obtain galaxy's origin every day. Killing origin evil spirits to obtain galaxy's origin can be considered an additional means. It only works when you happen to encounter origin evil spirits that your strength can restrain. After understanding this, Su Yang became very interested in killing origin evil spirits to obtain the galaxy's origin. Evil spirits all have their own undying characteristics and can only be killed using the power they fear. For other cultivators, this can be quite challenging, but for him, it's different. Cultivators at higher levels have more specialized powers. Even if they cultivate multiple powers, one of them will always be the primary focus. Cultivators in the origin of the galaxy have only two reasons to hunt evil spirits. The first is to test their luck. Not all origin evil spirits are in evil dens. Some wander around the dens. They check if there are any evil spirits that their strength can restrain. The second is to have sufficient intelligence, knowing the location of origin evil spirits and the power they fear. After acquiring this information, they take action. This kind of intelligence is available for sale in Blackhorn City. Su Yang then learned about the evil spirit nests around Blackhorn City. There were a total of 23, each with a different level of danger. The lowest was externalization, and the highest could reach transcendence, very dangerous. With my current level, it seems safer to go to an externalization level evil spirit nest. Su Yang locked onto an externalization level evil spirit nest. It wasn't too far from Blackhorn City. However, the suppression here was severe, and at least refinement was needed to fly. Su Yang had to walk there. After understanding the information, Su Yang didn't delay any longer. He left Blackhorn City. Along the way, Su Yang felt strange at his heart. Even with his current level, he could only walk instead of using flight. Although Unity-level cultivators also had to walk here, Su Yang had already adapted to this feeling after spending some time. After leaving Blackhorn City, the appearance of the origin of the galaxy was fully presented in Su Yang's view. The origin of the galaxy was very similar to the cosmic environment. The environment was dim, dark, and silent, primarily in shades of black. Even the ground he walked on was black, as if he were walking in the cosmos. After entering the origin of the galaxy, Su Yang also learned a crucial point. Not all places in the origin of the galaxy could be entered and exited at will. There were dangerous areas and safe areas. Only in safe areas could one enter and exit the origin of the galaxy at any time. Safe areas did not mean there was no danger. It only meant that one could enter and exit at any time. Cosmic cultivators would enter the origin of the galaxy by spending a bit of world's origin, but they would definitely be in a safe area. It just wasn't fixed. However, it would be within their nebula's range. So even if they spent a bit of world's origin, most people would safely enter the origin of the galaxy. If they were unfortunate and entered an evil spirit nest directly, they could still exit and ensure their safety. The advantage of spending 1,000 worlds origin was that one could fix their entry location, ensuring safety, stability, and not needing to worry too much. Cities built by cultivators could also only be located in safe areas. Both Blackhorn City and the externalization level evil spirit nest, Su Yang was heading to were in safe areas. Dangerous areas were not fixed, and it was easy to encounter them when walking deeper into the origin of the galaxy. There would be a warning upon entering a dangerous area, and you would feel that you could no longer enter and exit at will. In dangerous areas, the origin nodes were even more powerful, and more galaxies' origin would be born. Despite the danger, it still couldn't deter the enthusiasm of cultivators. There was no such thing as a risk-free resource acquisition. Entities that had reached this level were already accustomed to danger. Everyone had plenty of life-saving methods. Although dangerous areas could yield more rewards, it wasn't Su Yang's current focus. While contemplating, he had already arrived near the externalization level. Evil Spirit Nest. Right now, there was an Origin Evil Spirit wandering in front of him. Origin Evil Spirit. Irremovable level for 130. Externalization contains origin. 0.3 strands. Feared attribute. Family. Under the scan of his sword intent, All the attributes of this origin evil spirit were fully displayed in front of him. The power of fear was so special. No wonder no one could solve it. Unfortunately, they've met me. In other words, by killing this origin evil spirit, he could obtain 300 points of world's origin. This was more than 4 times the world's origin he could convert in a day. Su-Yang immediately became eager to try. Before even reaching the evil spirit nest, he had such a gain. It was truly excellent. In the origin of the galaxy, there was something quite special. The scouts of intelligence organizations were spread all over, collecting useful information. Every origin evil spirit also had someone specifically watching them. This was something the intelligence organizations did to gather enough information and then sell it. When someone needed information about evil spirits, the factions selling information needed to provide precise locations of the evil spirits. Naturally, they had to keep an eye on the precise locations of these origin evil spirits themselves. Wang Kai is an intelligence collector from Guyan Star. He is currently responsible for keeping an eye on this particular affection-based source evil spirit up ahead. Dealing with this type of source evil spirit, which is afraid of affection-based powers, is extremely challenging. Finding a cultivator who practices affection-based powers is rare. This affection-based source evil spirit has been in existence for over 100 years, roaming this area continuously. Despite more than a century passing, no one in Heijiao City has been able to deal with it. It's worth noting that Heijiao City encompasses over 100 human planets in the Heijiao Star Nebula. There are over 90 small worlds and 10 major worlds. Even with numerous strong cultivators in the nascent soul stage, their combined strength hasn't been enough to handle this unique source evil spirit. It's clear that no one can resolve this specific type of source evil spirit, yet higher-ups insist that he keeps watch on it. This has left him very frustrated, making him question the sanity of those in authority. Who at this level could possibly comprehend the power of familial bonds? It sounds absurd. If it weren't for the resources provided for keeping watch, he would have quit long ago. Today, Wang Kai is here as usual, keeping his vigil. In his field of vision, a person slowly appears. Initially, Wang Kai didn't pay much attention, as many people pass through here. However, when the newcomer effortlessly defeats the affection-based source evil spirit with a single sword strike, Wang Kai widens his eyes in astonishment. He even rubs his eyes to ensure he's not in some illusion. What? Did this insurmountable evil spirit die? Wang Kai hastily examines the person who took action. He has no recollection of them, and their attire doesn't belong to any of the 10 major worlds. The clothing gradually shifts from white to pale black, and there's a broken starry, long sword on their back. Which world sect is this? Wang Kai's mind races, but he has no recollection. It seems they're from Small World. Incredible. Practicing the power of affection? How can someone cultivate such an unusual power? Although the insurmountable source evil spirit is gone, Wang Kai is thrilled. Finally, he doesn't have to stay here continuously. Moreover, he can report this person's information and receive a reward. Information about practitioners with unique powers is always in demand. Soon, Wang Kai forwards the individual's characteristics to the higher-ups. Su-Yang casually eliminates the evil spirit he encountered. The gains he receives surprise him. Will of all beings plus 1,300. Apart from the will of all beings, there's also a faint trace of star system source at the location where the evil spirit died. It's a short segment, but it radiates a strong source energy. Su-Yang instructs the consciousness of the heavenly path to transform this section of star system source into world source. World source, 309 points. Satisfied with the instant increase in world source, Su-Yang continues toward the evil spirit nest. Even before reaching the nest location, as he approaches it, Su-Yang frequently encounters source evil spirits. One after another, they appear in front of him, with levels ranging from IV-00 to 4140. This puzzles Su-Yang. He's still on the outskirts of the evil spirit nest. Yet the source evil spirits he's encountering are about to break through the exteriorization stage and reach the nascent soul stage. If their levels go any higher, he might not be able to defeat them. He begins to seriously doubt whether he'll encounter even stronger source evil spirits inside the nest. In just a short while, he's gained over 1 million will of all beings, and he's obtained 2,000 points of world source, in addition to his existing total. World source, 2,341 points. Normally, if he were to convert his source in the Great Xiao world patiently, it would take at least 40 days. For safety's sake, he decides to clarify his doubts. He's new to the star system source area and has only relied on written records and basic knowledge provided by Heijiao City. He needs to seek information from someone knowledgeable. There are many cultivators gathered here, some of whom specialize in collecting information, like spies who monitor the movements of source evil spirits. "Excuse me, could I ask you something?" Suyang approaches a person. This individual's strength isn't very high, just IV 12. "Of course, feel free to ask," says he Yunsheng, showing respectful attitude. Su Yang had just eliminated a source evil spirit in front of him with ease. Although the opponent is powerful, as long as the questions don't involve classified information, he's willing to answer, considering it an opportunity for goodwill. But if it's related to classified information, there would be a fee. Is it true that only exteriorization stage source evil spirits are found inside the exteriorization level evil spirit nest? Su Yang inquires. Not exactly. The level is determined by the danger on the outskirts of the evil spirit nest, explains He Yunsheng. Deep inside the evil spirit nest, even cultivators in the nascent soul stage with means to leave the star system source area dare not enter. Su Yang instantly understands through He Yunsheng's explanation why he felt something was amiss. The level is determined by the danger at the periphery, which seems a bit unfair. However, upon careful consideration, he realizes that it's challenging for ordinary people to enter the evil spirit nest, and even the source evil spirits on the periphery are hard to deal with. "Thank you for clarifying." Su Yang expresses his gratitude. "Don't mention it. By the way, do you mind if I inquire about your cultivation? I have some information on source evil spirits that might be helpful to you." Yunsheng seizes the opportunity to promote information. He had seen Su Yang easily dispatch the darkness-fearing source evil spirit just moments ago. While he assumes Su Yang primarily wields darkness powers, he may have other abilities as well. "Thank you for your kind offer, but it won't be necessary. I have a diverse range of abilities. I'd like to explore the area on my own for now." Su Yang politely declines. Source evil spirit information? He has no use for it. "All right, here's my contact token. I'm He Yunsheng from Guyan Star. Feel free to contact me if you ever need assistance," he says, leaving his contact information behind. After bidding farewell to this person, Su Yang decides to explore the outskirts first and reap some source evil spirits. An hour quietly passes by. Su Yang has completed half a circuit around the exteriorization level source evil spirit nest. He's taken care of all the source evil spirits he encountered. His harvest has significantly increased, with his will of all beings totaling almost 1 million and his world source reaching 11 points. World source, 13,221. Now, a source evil spirit appears before him that he cannot handle. It resembles a withered tree, with root-like legs, moving slowly. Source evil spirit, unyielding. Level, for 170, nascent soul stage. Contains source, 1.4 strands. Fear attribute, light. Su Yang's level is currently 4159, and he stands no chance. He checks his interface. Will of all beings, 2.81 million. Perhaps it's time to utilize this resource he has been accumulating. He had refrained from using it earlier because acquiring will of all beings was challenging, but now there are many ways to obtain it, and it's no longer difficult. As long as he retains some to create sword techniques, that should be sufficient. It's time to digest the fruits of his labor. At his current level, it would take 6.9 million sword intent proficiency points to advance one level. Only 69,000 will of all beings points were needed to achieve this. According to his plan, he intended to keep over 1 million will of all beings. Points in reserve, which he could use to create sword techniques at any time. So, with 2.81 million will of all beings points in his possession, he could spend 1.81 million to level up. Su-Yang opened his interface and decided to use this function for the first time. With a thought, his level began to rise. IV 60, Lv.1 61, Lv.1 65, Lv.1 70, Lv.1 75, Lv.1 80, Lv.1 85. For 190, with a single increase, Su-Yang's sword intent level soared. He invested nearly 1.8 million will of all beings points, directly raising his sword intent level to 4190. Sword intent, nascent soul late stage for 190, 120, 000/10, 000/000. Will of all beings, 1.06 million. World source, 13,221. Phew! After getting a feel for his new strength, Su-Yang was quite satisfied. With his strength increased, he continued forward. At the same time, in the void, a long sword shimmering with white light condensed in an instant. Under Su-Yang's control, the sword descended. The 4170 withered tree, source, evil spirit in front of him was instantly cut in half. The body slowly dissolved, leaving behind a fragment of star system source. Will of all beings plus 1,700. World source plus 1,400. Su-Yang easily dealt with this withered tree, source, evil spirit. With his increased strength, he continued to circle around this source, evil spirit nest. Guian Star in Heijiao City primarily focused on gathering and selling information. Many locations had their people keeping an eye on them, including the Source Evil Spirit Nest where Su-Yang was currently located. Each roaming Source Evil Spirit here had someone responsible for observing it. In other words, every time Su-Yang killed a Source Evil Spirit, someone would see it. The Guian Star cultivators responsible for observing this area would also report what they saw. As a result, those within Guian Star responsible for managing this region were dumbfounded. What are these guys doing? He Ming frowned as he looked at the information his subordinates relayed. Special Class Source Evil Spirit number 13 eliminated. Special Class Source Evil Spirit number 19 eliminated. In the span of an hour or so, a total of 112 Special Class Source Evil Spirits were eliminated. How is this possible? Looking at the information relayed by his subordinates, was it the work of the same person? Clothing with a broken, darkness-cutting sword on their back. He Ming pondered in frustration, unable to identify which planet sect in the Heijiao Star Nebula this could be from. The key question now was this the work of one person? He immediately instructed his subordinates to investigate and find out. Heijiao City Meeting Hall. The rulers of the 10 major worlds gathered together. A single glance revealed that all 10 had reached the consummation stage of the nascent soul realm. Ladies and gentlemen, we've just received news that Yangjiao City, Silver Moon City, and Three Tail City are all mobilizing their forces. It seems they intend to encircle us. This situation is extremely unfavorable. With our current strength, we won't be able to withstand an alliance of these three races. Li-1, the ruler of Heijiao Star, spoke to the assembled group with a purpose. After he finished speaking, the entire meeting hall fell into a strange silence. The combined strength of these three cities, allied together, was equivalent to 3 small star nebulae joining forces. Naturally, Heijiao City was no match for them. However, the crucial point was that if the enemy attacked Heijiao City and breached its defenses, it would be difficult for them to recover. Moreover, the source nodes they currently held would also be taken away. This would be a catastrophic blow to the entire Heijiao Star Nebula. Losing the pathway to becoming stronger, the development of all the planets in their star nebula would slow down considerably. Understood. This situation is very unfavorable. However, I have a defense spirit tool of mid-quality heaven-defying grade that can cover a radius of 3,000 miles as long as it has enough source energy. It should be enough to protect Heijiao City and some source nodes temporarily. The downside is that it consumes a lot of source energy. Even if the enemy doesn't attack, fully activating this tool would still require 10 points of star system source energy a day. If we use it in battle, the consumption would be even greater. Li-Wen's eyes brightened. Good, as long as we can hold Heijiao City, we'll have a chance. Otherwise, the next catastrophe will affect our entire star nebula. If Heijiao City were breached, the entire development of their star nebula's planets would enter a slow phase, or perhaps not develop at all. The other 3 neighboring star nebulae would become stronger after consuming the resources from Heijiao City in the star system source area. As a result, the Heijiao star nebula would be in danger, not just the city. The situation in the star system source area could indirectly reflect the situation in the universe. In that case, Snake 9, activate this defense spirit tool and secure an area within a radius of 3,000 miles. At least we can protect 37 source nodes and temporarily safeguard Heijiao City. White Snake Star, Giant Arm Star, and Orange Shilin Star guard the direction of Silver Moon City. Huangsha Star, Purple Water Star, and Triple Line Star guard the direction of Yangjiao City. Snow Wind Star, Archipelago Star, and Red Bird Star guard the direction of Three Tails City. Later, I will issue a war mission. The survival of our Heijiao Star Nebula depends on all of you. Li-1, sitting at the top, spoke earnestly. Lord Li, please rest assured. This matter concerns the survival of our entire Heijiao Star Nebula's people, not just one planet. We will do our utmost. The 9 rulers of the major worlds all expressed their determination. This matter, as they had said, was no longer about a single planet. Li-1 nodded. For now, this matter had been settled this way. Nascent soul-level evil spirit nest. A large gathering of Gu Yunxing cultivators. They couldn't help but size up the figure ahead. By the way, is he trying to enter the evil spirit nest? Wang Kai, who was already somewhat dumbfounded, couldn't help but speak up. Not only Wang Kai, but also over 100 Gu Yunxing scouts who had gathered here at the moment. They had been monitoring the seemingly insurmountable evil spirits, all of which had been killed with a single stroke by the person ahead. At first, they didn't know that it was the same person responsible for all of this. But after they communicated, they understood what had happened. Everything they had witnessed today was challenging their understanding. You see, the evil spirits they were monitoring were the kind that were particularly troublesome. Their power was not conventional, or else they would have been wiped out long ago. But it was precisely these insurmountable evil spirits defined as such in the heart of the galaxy. And the other person not only killed them, but killed over 100 of them. It was like overturning common sense, something no one could accept in the moment. Even for cultivators, this was the case. It was like someone telling you that salt is sweet. It was just unbelievable. He's going in. What should we do? Should we follow him in? Su Yang had already swept the area around him. The nearby source-level evil spirits had been wiped out by him. Now, only the evil spirit nest remained. Naturally, he had to go in and see if he could break through the evil spirit nest. If powerful source-level evil spirits appeared, he could always exit the source galaxy. Su Yang looked at his current panel. After leveling up, his will of all beings and the world's origin power had increased significantly once again. His will of all beings had increased by 150,000 points. The world's origin power had increased by over 20,000 points. He wasn't in a hurry to level up. At present, an increase of 1 level required just 100,000 points of will of all beings, which wasn't very significant for him in his current state. He would accumulate more and then consider leveling up. After making his preparations, Su Yang directly stepped inside. It was a completely dark underground world. As soon as he entered, he could feel an evil and chaotic aura. Even when facing the evil spirits, Su Yang didn't have such a clear feeling. As he moved forward, he found himself in a vast underground world with numerous passages. Not all evil spirit nests were underground, but this one was. Su Yang hadn't taken many steps forward when a token at his waist suddenly vibrated. Black Corner City token. As Su Yang's thoughts touched it, a message appeared. To all fellow clansmen, a matter of life and death for our Black Corner Star Cloud's human race has occurred. Please read this message carefully. Silver Moon City, Yang Corner City, and Three Tail City, located around our Black Corner City, have all gathered cultivators and are advancing toward us. They intend to wipe out our Black Corner City and destroy the foundation of the Black Corner Star Cloud's human race. If Black Corner City falls, the entire Black Corner Star Cloud is in danger, and if Black Corner City falls, it will signify the arrival of the Star Cloud War. Suddenly, the three star clouds will launch a full-scale attack on our Black Corner Star Cloud, plundering the worlds you all reside in. Even if you stand by and watch, you'll not be spared. Here, I, Lv.1, the master of Black Corner Star, earnestly request your help. We are now issuing a war mission. Protect 3 battlefields. Choose one to go to. And here are the mission rewards. Nascent Soul Stage, 1 day per leader point of world origin. Divine Transformation Stage, 1 day /10 points of world origin. Fusion Stage, 1 day /100 points of world origin. Void Refinement Stage, 1 day /1000 points of world origin. Su-Yang looked at the text that appeared on the Black Corner City token and couldn't help but frown. The other 3 cities were attacking? Other races were besieging the human race? Peace. Su-Yang couldn't help but shake his head. Peace. How could there be peace in the universe? Even if you become a powerful figure, even if you become a ruler of the universe, at most, you can only maintain peace for your own race and planet. But that's enough. I can't control other races, but I can't let the human race be oppressed. If we have to go through countless battles and step on the corpses of countless enemies to achieve peace for the human race, then let me try. Peace is something that is fought for. And if we have to fight, then let's fight fiercely. The peace of the human race will be established under my sword's edge. The laziness in Su-Yang's eyes was gone, a change that had occurred after he resolved some issues within the Da Xiao world. After that, although he didn't stop practicing, he didn't have a clear goal. He simply wanted to increase his own strength. But now he had a new goal. Su-Yang put away the Black Corner City token. Although Black Corner City urgently needed support, he wasn't planning to go now. If he went now, he would at most increase the strength of a late divine transformation cultivator. He didn't think he would be able to play a crucial role. Even if Black Corner City was besieged by 3 cities, it wouldn't be unable to hold out for a while. If it couldn't even hold out for a while, his going now would be even less useful. He intended to sweep all the evil spirit nests within the Black Corner City's range first. Kill all the evil spirits that could be killed. He would increase his strength to the limit he could achieve, and then consider reinforcements. If his strength was still insufficient by that time, he would make a decision based on the situation on the battlefield. If it was a stalemate, he would enter the sword state and prioritize increasing his own strength. Even if Black Corner City was broken during this time, Su-Yang was not worried. Even if Black Corner City was breached, he could still enter the Source Galaxy. It's just a random location. It doesn't matter. It's still within this safe area. Give him a little time, and he can easily surpass the Void Refinement stage. In a flash, he will unsheath his sword and wipe out Silver Moon City, Yang Corner City, and Three Tail City. He doesn't believe that under these circumstances, these 3 star clouds would dare to invade the Black Corner Star Cloud. Su-Yang shook his head and stopped thinking about this matter. Under the influence of his sword intent, the evil spirits in this area became clear to him. There were a vast number of them, and his sword intent coverage radius was currently 5,000 meters. Within this range, 13 evil spirits had already appeared. Moreover, these evil spirits' attacks had already begun. Disgusting tentacles appeared in Su-Yang's field of vision. However, before they could touch him, they were torn apart by his protective sword intent. He had a sword technique, perfect defense, that automatically protected him. For enemies with less power than he had, they couldn't even touch him. Su-Yang moved through the area, effortlessly using various sword techniques. When he created sword techniques, just like before, he only created level 1 sword techniques. They were enough to give his sword intent a unique atmosphere, and he didn't need the sword techniques to enhance the power of his sword intent. Creating sword techniques higher than level 100 would consume over 1,000 strands of will of all beings. This consumption was too high, so he naturally wouldn't do that. Su Yang continued to move deeper into the area. At first, he encountered source-level evil spirits that were at the same level as this evil spirit nest. The deeper he went, the stronger the source-level evil spirits he encountered. Soon, even void refinement stage evil spirits appeared. However, they still weren't a match for Su Yang. They were just resources for him. Direction of Silver Moon City. Countless Silver Moon clan cultivators had already launched their attack towards Black Corner City, led by 100 nascent soul stage experts. It was clear that the Silver Moon clan was determined to wipe out Black Corner. C.ITV. In a normal small star cloud, there would be only 100 to 1,000 nascent soul stage experts. Silver Moon's madman was at the forefront of the group. After a while, they arrived at the first source node belonging to Black Corner City. Master Madman, there's nobody here. The human race of Black Corner City has run away. In the face of us, they can only run. This was expected long ago. Continue forward. What we need to do is wipe out Black Corner City in one fell swoop and then gradually consume the entire Black Corner star cloud. Silver Moon's madman had a clear goal. For this opportunity, he had spent quite a bit of effort. Right, this human race asked for it themselves, daring to start a cosmic war, wanting to become the ruler of the universe. Do they even deserve it? When starting a cosmic war, you have to consider the consequences of failure. Thinking back to when the human race in the universe was a top existence, whereas it's something we can provoke, but it's different now. Direction of Yang Corner City. Similarly, a large number of Yang Corner clan cultivators had gathered and were advancing towards Black Corner City. 50 Yang Corner clan cultivators were flying in mid-air, indicating that there were 50 nascent soul stage cultivators leading the way. Direction of Three-Tail City. It was no different from the previous two directions, with 70 nascent soul stage cultivators. This time, Black Corner City was facing a huge crisis. It might be wiped out or it might not. Nascent soul-level evil spirit nest. Su Yang only dared to go a few thousand meters deeper before he didn't dare to go further. Deeper inside, the source-level evil spirits he encountered were all at the fusion stage at the lowest. This was not something he could provoke. It seemed that with his current strength, he couldn't even handle the lowest-level evil spirit nest. Su Yang looked at his gains from this journey. Will of all beings, 2.6 million. World origin, 340,000. The stronger the evil spirits, the more star system origin they contained. Killing along this path, his will of all beings and world origin had skyrocketed. But it was still not enough. What he needed now was will of all beings. This 2.6 million will of all beings was far from enough. But he could still improve himself a bit and break through to the fusion stage. Level up. Lv.191, Lv.193, Lv.195, Lv.197, Lv.203. Sword Intent, Fusion Initial Stage Lv.203, 0/11.3 million. Will of all beings, 1.19 million. After this upgrade, his strength had successfully broken through to the Fusion Initial Stage. Unfortunately, his current strength was still insufficient to break through the current evil spirit nest he was in. He could only go to the other evil spirit nests. Fortunately, there were 10 of these source-level evil spirit nests. Apart from the source level, there were also 5 fusion stage nests he could deal with now. As he cleared these evil spirit nests, he might have the chance to elevate his strength beyond the divine transformation stage. As long as he could break through to a stage higher than the divine transformation stage, dealing with the current crisis facing Black Corner City would be a breeze. Even if he could only reach the late divine transformation stage, Su Yang believed that with the uniqueness of his sword intent, he could still decisively handle the current crisis facing Black Corner City. You see, Other practitioners needed time and had consumption when using various techniques. The more powerful the technique they used, the greater the consumption. But it was different for him. He could continuously use his most powerful techniques, because his sword intent would be replenished in an instant. Su Yang left the evil spirit nest in this place and headed towards the next one, the battlefront between Black Corner City and Silver Moon City. As time passed, the Silver Moon clan had arrived here. Silver Moon's madman was at the forefront of the army, facing the defense line built by Black Corner City. All the human race cultivators from Black Corner City were behind a white shield. Haha, Snake 9, I'm very familiar with this turtle shell of yours. Do you think I won't be prepared this time when I come? Silver Moon's madman immediately recognized what was guarding Black Corner City. Others might not know what it was, but he had faced it in battle for some time. He had seen this thing. As they say, your enemies often know you best. Even if he had only seen it once, Silver Moon's madman had remembered it well. Since you know, do you still want to come and do something useless? Snake 9 responded without any courtesy, but he felt that something was amiss. Silver Moon's madman stopped laughing, his voice turning cold. Then let you see my preparation. This time, Black Corner City is as good as destroyed. Silver Moon's madman waved his hand, and a token filled with destructive power appeared in his hand. Silver Moon madman stood in the void, his palm open, a silver token floating with a sense of destruction emanating from it. Seeing this object, Snake 9 furrowed his brows slightly, a sense of foreboding washing over him. The next moment, the token flickered with a dazzling light as Silver Moon madman activated it. The light transformed into an attack and struck fiercely at the barrier that covered the area in front of the group. Boom! With a resounding explosion, a massive gap appeared in the barrier in front of Snake 9 and the others. Although the gap seemed like it wanted to heal, it was firmly suppressed by a force of destruction. As this destructive force appeared, the gap grew larger and larger. Snake 9 widened his eyes. This is bad. He had hoped that his defense could hold for a while, but the outcome was disappointing. It was broken from the start. Silver Moon madman's lips curled into a smile. Although there was only one gap, it was enough. Charge in. Attack. Many Silver Moon clan cultivators sprang into action, charging forward. Snake 9's voice covered the battlefield with a mix of indifference and determination. Fellow clansmen, are you ready to fight? Of course. If they want to destroy Black Angle City, they have to get past us, the goo. Yunxing cultivators. I'm a Red Soil Star cultivator. I fear nothing. To hell with the Silver Moon clan. If they're brave enough, they won't retreat. Black Angle Star Cloud and Silver Moon Star Cloud had long held grudges. Numerous battles and clashes had occurred repeatedly. Now, when the other side intended to annihilate the entire Black Angle City, how could they endure it? Just a fight. What's there to be afraid of? Let's see who can hold out longer. Except for the nascent soul stage cultivators, the rest of the cultivators couldn't fly in the source origin area of the star system. They were charging on the ground. Snake 9, along with more than 50 nascent soul stage cultivators, held their ground in midair. However, they were now facing opponents with twice their numbers. If a real battle started, their situation would be dire. When the barrier in front of Snake 9 was breached, he immediately used the Black Angle City token to notify Lv.1. They needed reinforcement on this side. In the other two directions, his spiritual artifact, the White Snake Control Bell, was blocking. If they couldn't hold out, they could fall back behind the White Snake Control Bell to let it provide some defense. However, it would consume some star system source energy, and the pressure would not be as great as on this side. If this side was breached, Silver Moon clan members would directly enter Black Angle City, leading to significant trouble. In the center of Black Angle City, Lv.1 also received the message immediately. He had initially intended to assess the situation in the three directions and provide support where needed. Now, it seemed he didn't need to consider it any longer. He promptly led the last group of cultivators to support Black Angle City. 30 nascent soul stage and 100 foundation establishment stage cultivators were Black Angle City's final line of defense. Lv.1 looked at the token at his waist and couldn't help but sigh. I hope they can come to our aid. In the source origin area of the star system, there wasn't just their city. In this area, there were many human cities, including one large human city, 5 medium-sized ones, and over 100 small human cities. In this arm of the star system, Black Angle City was just one of those small human cities. But the foreign races had 10 times more cities than the humans. Even if only a part of them bore ill will towards the humans, it was enough to make their lives extremely difficult. All of this was the result of the cosmic war initiated by the human emperor millions of years ago. But could they blame the human emperor for everything? If the cosmic war had been successful, the humans would have risen to the top tier of cosmic races. At that time, they might have naturally gained innate talents and supernatural abilities. Now, it was just that the human emperor had failed. It led to certain cosmic races targeting the humans. The humans had steadily slipped from an advanced cosmic race to a medium level one. Many star systems and galaxies they occupied had been plundered. Lv.1's emotions were complex. It wasn't fair to blame the human emperor, as his intentions were to elevate the entire human race. They had just failed, and everything was wrong. In the small human city, Kumu City, at the entrance, here, a unique race of nascent soul stage cultivator with bright red skin resembling fish scales floated in midair. This person was the city lord of Firescale City, a foreign race known as the Firescale clan. His purpose in coming here was simple: to prevent Kumu City from sending reinforcements to Black Angle City. City Lord Zhu Yin of Kumu City naturally saw this scene. He could only sigh. Lv.1, it's not that I don't want to come, but I can't. Another small human city, Willow Leaf City, faced a similar situation. In the void in front of Willow Leaf City, a cultivator of the Flower Leaf clan, a foreign race, was also blocking their path. Their skin was light green, and their head was bizarrely red. Indeed, only one person was intercepting them, but it indicated their stance. If you send reinforcements, we will intercept them. In this situation, Kumu City and Willow Leaf City both had no choice but to stay out of it and take no special actions. Except for Kumu City and Willow Leaf City, which were closer to Black Angle City, Lv.1 also called for help from Seven Stars City. The city lord of Seven Stars, Sun Xing, was also organizing forces to support Black Angle City. However, while he was in the middle of preparations, his subordinates reported that there was a foreign race nascent soul stage cultivator blocking the city gate. Sun Xing was furious. D*MN foreign races, have they become too arrogant? He was on the verge of losing his temper. His subordinates continued preparing, while he quickly rose to the city gate. On the other side, there was a complete nascent soul stage cultivator from the Red Rock City, showing an arrogant attitude. A single person blocking the entrance to Seven Star City. How could Sun Xing tolerate this? He swung his sword immediately. Accompanied by a fiery blade aura, it cut across the sky, aiming to take the opponent's life. The cultivator from Red Rock City remained composed, emanating a peculiar red flame. He struck back in response, clashing with Sun Xing's technique in midair, causing an explosion that dissolved into nothingness. Lord Sun, you're still as impulsive as ever. Well, if you send reinforcements to Black Angle City, I won't be polite to your territory. Huh. After the cultivator from Red Rock City finished speaking, he immediately flew away, unwilling to engage Sun Xing any further. Sun Xing's strength was insufficient to stop him from leaving. This left Sun Xing seething with anger, but with no way to vent it. Darn it, they dare to bully us humans. It's because they think we're weak. Sun Xing was filled with frustration, but he had no solution. The war that happened millions of years ago had not only led to the loss of all their allies, but also cut off trade on the resource side, making it impossible to compete with other races. The impact was enormous, causing the humans to decline steadily. Sun Xing's eyes were filled with raging flames, and he didn't blame the human emperor. He only blamed himself for being weak. The human race would rise again. Black Angle City. Lv.1 had received responses from 3 cities by now. Unable to provide support. Hold on. Lv.1 naturally understood what this meant. He clenched the token tightly without saying much. A way to survive had to be fought for, and it could only be fought for. What if they couldn't win? If they couldn't win, they would die. There was only one thought in Lv.1's mind: to hold out this time. Then, he would find another opportunity to destroy Silver Moon City and wipe out the Silver Moon clan. Even though this idea seemed somewhat unrealistic, it was impossible to think about reconciliation when the enemy had come to their doorstep. They had to think about eliminating the other side. The battlefield between Silver Moon City and Black Angle City had turned into a fierce conflict from the moment they engaged. The cultivators of Black Angle City were outnumbered, but each of them fought fiercely with the determination to bite the Silver Moon Clan cultivators, even if it meant death. This made the Silver Moon Clan cultivators very wary, causing them to fight somewhat hesitantly. However, the lower-level cultivators were not the most crucial part of the battle. The most critical part was the nascent soul stage battle in midair. With a numerical disadvantage, Black Angle City had already suffered injuries in the nascent soul stage just moments after the battle began. They were spitting blood and getting pushed back by a barrage of spells. Surviving this was already an achievement. Snake 9 and his group were finding it extremely challenging to hold their ground. Fortunately, after Snake 9 and his group joined the battle, the situation temporarily stabilized. Silver Moon Crazy remained unfazed. This was the outcome he had foreseen when planning this attack. He had taken all of Black Angle City's strength into account, even factoring in the potential reinforcements. Now, it was just the city's last-ditch effort. Following his attack plan, it would take at most 5 days for him to break through Black Angle City completely. Currently, half of Black Angle City's strength was concentrated in this area. The other half was dispersed to 2 other battlefields. In that case, how long could the other 2 sides hold out? As long as Three-Tailed City and Goat Horn City weren't utterly incompetent, Black Angle City would inevitably fall within a few days. Silver Moon Crazy squinted. Everything was within his control. The 5th Exuvia level Evil Spirit Nest. Suyang opened the panel. Sword Intent, Harmonious Unity Stage Level 249, 0/15.9 million. World Origin, 2.54 million. Not enough. Level 249 was still insufficient, and it couldn't even reach the nascent soul stage. However, Suyang's sweeping was not yet complete. As his strength increased, he could acquire more sentient will and world origin from sweeping these evil spirit nests. Unfortunately, world origin couldn't increase his personal strength, but it could be used to upgrade the planets. When he returned this time, the Dexiao world would experience a significant surge, and upgrading the Dexiao world afterward would be relatively easy. For most cultivators, dealing with these evil spirits was complicated, but for Suyang, it was straightforward as long as he had enough strength. Lost in thought, Suyang proceeded to the next evil spirit nest. Suyang was not fond of the level classification of these evil spirit nests. Although they were called Exuvia level, he, at his current strength, couldn't reach their innermost parts to witness the birth of the evil spirits. In his opinion, with his current strength, he had only managed to reach halfway inside these nests. Suyang wasn't in a hurry, though. He knew he'd reach the core eventually. Suyang continued to sweep through all these Exuvia level evil spirit nests at the fastest speed possible. But even with the speed, it still took some time. The 6th Exuvia level evil spirit nest. After resolving this one, Suyang's level advanced to nascent soul stage. His sword intent level reached 258. At this point, Suyang's efficiency in clearing the evil spirit nests improved significantly. The 7th Exuvia level evil spirit nest. Sword intent level 266. The 8th Exuvia level evil spirit nest. Sword intent level 275. The 9th Exuvia level evil spirit nest. Sword intent level 286. The 10th Exuvia level evil spirit nest. Sword intent level 299. After swiftly handling 10 Exuvia level evil spirit nests, Su Yang's sword intent level had reached 299. He had reached the nascent soul stage, but it was not enough. He needed to go beyond the nascent soul stage and resolve the battle in one fell swoop. Su Yang turned and headed to the next evil spirit nest. But the next evil spirit nest was at the nascent soul level. Even the outer evil spirits had nascent soul level strength. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. What used to be a short half-day was now incredibly long for the cultivators of Black Angle City. The battlefield between Silver Moon City and Black Angle City had reached its climax. Both sides were fighting with everything they had. Even though they could leave the source origin area of the star system at any time, none of them retreated. Silver Moon Clan wanted to wipe out Black Angle City in one fell swoop, while Black Angle City was determined to defend at all costs. Despite this, Li-Wen's expression became increasingly grim as time passed. In just half a day, he had already lost 2,000 points of the star system's source energy. That was equivalent to 2 million units of world origin. Even for a large world, it was a significant loss. If this continued, Black Angle City wouldn't be able to hold out. The battle had just begun, but the future was bleak. There were no variables in this fight. Even if they persisted, how long could they hold on? The destruction of Black Angle City was just a matter of time. As Li-Wen thought, he couldn't see a way out of this battle, no matter how he looked at it. Continuing to hold out would only result in more losses. If they withdrew now, they could at least save a considerable amount of world origin. But no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't accept it. He couldn't accept Black Angle City being destroyed in this way. If that happened, the Black Angle Star Cloud would fall into a desperate situation. Black Angle City was their only hope, the last bastion preventing their complete annihilation. But how could they find a way to change the situation and seek a different outcome? For a moment, Li-Wen was lost in confusion. However, Silver Moon Crazy was far from confused. Everything was progressing according to his plan. His eyes flickered with excitement as he saw the battle unfolding as he had anticipated. In the midst of their different states of mind, a figure appeared in the battlefield. Silver Moon Crazy frowned. Who's this? Where's this nascent soul cultivator from? It's just one person. There's nothing to fear. Although it was somewhat unexpected, Silver Moon Crazy didn't pay much attention to the arrival of a single nascent soul cultivator. One more wouldn't make a difference to the overall situation. Li-Wen, Snake 9, and others couldn't help but look at the new arrival. It's a member of the human race, but who is it? Dressed in white, gradually fading to light black, with a giant starry sword that shattered darkness on their back. Which planet's nascent soul cultivator is this? Snake 9, do you recognize them? Li-Wen asked. Snake 9 shook his head and replied, I don't. It seems they're not from Black Angle City. Perhaps someone from another city came to help. Both of them looked slightly puzzled. Sending reinforcements with just one person didn't seem very effective. At this point, Su Yang had successfully cleared the evil spirits from 5 of the nascent soul-level evil spirit nests. His sword intent had reached a level he was satisfied with. Sword intent, 6th layer of the tribulation, level 365. 0/27.5 million. Su Yang's strength was now sufficient to deal with the 3 cities attacking Black Angle City directly. When he arrived at the first battlefield, Su Yang quickly swept his gaze across the Silver Moon Clan cultivators. Most of them had auras of karma. Although Su Yang had seen cultivators with karma levels in the hundreds before, there were quite a few in this group whose karma levels exceeded 1,000. A total of 13 of them. 155 Star Lord, Su Yang. Su Yang gazed at the battlefield ahead. The battle was intense. He could have left at any time with just a thought. However, there were already hundreds of corpses on the ground. Some were humans, and others were from the Silver Moon Clan. At this moment, Su Yang was thinking about how to maximize his kills of the Silver Moon Clan. If he showed his full power, the moment the other party saw his strength, they would surely flee. The current battlefield was still relatively loose. Even if he used his full power, he could only cover about 20 Silver Moon Clan members in the Foundation establishment stage. To him, that wasn't enough. So, he decided to gradually reveal his strength. Su Yang made up his mind. He didn't immediately rush to support the Foundation establishment stage battlefield. First, he looked at the battlefield below the Foundation establishment stage. In terms of numbers, there were over 10,000 cultivators from both sides engaged in battle. There were over 10,000 in the nascent soul stage, about 1,000 in the core formation stage, and just over 100 in the nascent soul transformation stage. The numbers decreased significantly as the cultivation stage increased. At this moment, Su Yang decided that the higher the cultivation stage, the more challenging it was to advance, which didn't seem like a problem to him. With a thought, a vast number of sword intent longswords condensed in the upper void. Following another thought, they sped into the battle at a tremendous pace. Su Yang controlled the power of these sword intent longswords to be at the mid-level of the Foundation establishment stage. Even so, they were not something cultivators below the Foundation establishment stage could resist. In a small area of the battlefield, over 100 Silver Moon Clan cultivators targeted by Su Yang were caught off guard, and more than half of them were killed. The rest reacted quickly and immediately disappeared from the scene, escaping from the fight. Will of all beings plus 2,122, plus 5,233, plus 79, plus 1,322. With one move, Su Yang gained over 100,000 points of will of all beings. Many Blackhorn City cultivators looked up in curiosity and saw Su Yang. Among them, a cultivator from the Guyun Star recognized Su Yang's identity immediately. The one who easily defeated the intractable evil spirits. He's incredibly strong, but didn't they sense that he was just a core formation cultivator before? Could it be that he didn't use his full power back then? The Guyun Star cultivator could only think like this. Scroll up to begin reading. Attacking lower-level cultivators, shameless. Upon seeing this, a Silver Moon Clan Foundation establishment stage cultivator angrily shouted. Immediately, they rushed towards Su Yang. Shameless? What is shameless? Su Yang never labels his actions based on what others think. What he does may appear shameless, noble, selfless, or selfish to outsiders. It's all their judgment of him. But for him, he never does something because it's noble or tries to be shameless. He doesn't intentionally act a certain way because of it. He only does what he wants to do. Seeing the Silver Moon Clan Foundation establishment stage cultivator approaching, Su Yang remained calm. This was the result he wanted to see. If he immediately scared off the other party, his actions would be meaningless. The opponent approached rapidly, and a spell simultaneously tore through the void and came at Su Yang. The power was immense, and even in the origin of the star system, Foundation establishment stage spells could still affect the space to some extent. Faced with this attack, Su Yang pretended to activate a spell. After a moment, a large number of sword intent longswords gathered in midair. They clashed with the opponent's attack. There were many sword intent longswords, forming a dragon of sword intent that fought against the enemy's spell. After a while, the two attacks canceled each other out in midair. Su Yang thought, I have to keep up the act, otherwise it will be difficult to make it look like an accident if I accidentally kill this person. If he directly killed the opponent, it would be challenging to kill more people later. He needed to entangle for a while, making it seem like an accident when he killed this person. The more people he could kill now, the better. Su Yang thought this way and kept an eye on the situation in the field. Although the battle here was deadlocked, it had eased slightly after he killed over 100 Silver Moon Clan members. Both sides had their ups and downs, with no one gaining a significant advantage. It could be seen that even if he didn't intervene, this place could hold out for quite some time. In this case, for the Silver Moon Clan to break through Blackhorn City, the main battlefield was not here. The primary purpose here was to tie down Blackhorn City's main forces. The other two battlefields were the keys to the Silver Moon Clan's success. Breaking through Blackhorn City was not that simple. Currently, Blackhorn City had a defensive spirit weapon protecting it. As long as this defense remained unbroken, there wouldn't be a significant problem in the battle. At most, the consumption of this defense spirit weapon would be the issue. Summing up these reasons, Su Yang knew he had time to deal with this situation. If things became critical, Su Yang wouldn't follow this routine. He would strike directly, first driving away the Silver Moon clan. The rest would come later. So, after pretending to engage with the opponent for some time, Su Yang broke through the opponent's defense and killed him in one stroke. Will of all beings plus 6,222. Dark Bird. Seeing the cultivator fall, someone from the Silver Moon clan exclaimed. It was apparent that this person was known to them. The situation here surprised the leaders of both sides on the battlefield. Lv.1 hadn't expected reinforcements to appear out of nowhere. They were strong cultivators in the Foundation establishment stage and weren't easy to kill. Even when surrounded by enemies several times their number, they had the means to escape. So far, there had been no Foundation establishment stage casualties on either side. This was the first one to fall. Ha! Silver Moon Madman. It looks like this time you will return empty-handed. You think you can destroy my Blackhorn City, but it's too early for that. My reinforcements for Blackhorn City have already arrived, and you have no hope left. Lv.1 immediately launched a verbal attack, even though only Su Yang had arrived at the moment. He managed to make it sound like 1,000 troops had come with him. Regardless of the actual situation, he had to maintain a strong front. While battles were primarily decided by strength, there were times when words could be effective. If he could plant the idea of retreat in the enemy's mind, then it wouldn't be in vain. Reinforcements? Silver Moon Madman sneered. Although I don't know where this guy came from, Blackhorn City will definitely not receive any support this time. Just one Foundation establishment stage person wants to change the tide of the battle? Don't dream. Yuming, take some of our people to deal with this guy, Silver Moon Madman said to the people beside him. He might have claimed not to care, but he didn't want to see this unexpected turn of events. Understood, Silver Moon Yuming replied calmly. At that moment, Silver Moon Madman decided to withdraw some of his people to prioritize dealing with Su Yang. On the front lines, the Silver Moon clan had more Foundation establishment stage cultivators. With the full force unleashed for half a day, they had 112 advanced Foundation establishment stage cultivators, while Blackhorn City had only 83. The numbers were vastly different. Now that the Silver Moon clan had withdrawn some of their people, they could easily achieve an advantage. Silver Moon Yuming immediately led 10 advanced Foundation establishment stage cultivators to Su Yang's location. The human cultivators wanted to send someone to intercept them, but they were held back by their own adversaries. They were already at a disadvantage and couldn't afford to send reinforcements. They had no choice but to warn Su Yang to be cautious. Even if the Silver Moon clan sent 10 people, as long as Su Yang didn't engage them directly, he could delay and escape with his cultivation. If he faced a life-or-death situation, he could leave the source of the star system to avoid fatal harm and return later. Both Blackhorn City and the Silver Moon clan operated in this manner. That's why there was such a significant reaction when Su Yang killed a Foundation establishment stage cultivator. As soon as Su Yang dealt with the first Foundation establishment stage cultivator, he received a message from the human cultivators, warning him to be careful. Upon inspection, he realized that the Silver Moon clan had sent reinforcements specifically to target him. Seeing this situation, Su Yang felt somewhat troubled. I can't pretend anymore, he thought. 11 people were surrounding him, all at the advanced Foundation establishment stage. If he eliminated these 11, it would be clear that something was amiss. Su Yang constantly adjusted his position, wanting to strike when the time was right. As he pondered, the 11 Silver Moon Clan Foundation establishment stage cultivators drew near. Su Yang immediately used his movement technique to escape. Under Su Yang's control, his speed wasn't incredibly fast, but it was enough to keep him ahead of Silver Moon Yuming and his group. They could only attempt to surround and attack him while occasionally using their techniques. Su Yang always managed to evade their attacks. To an observer, it looked like Su Yang was in great danger, with one small mistake potentially leading to his demise. Only Su Yang knew how effortless this was for him. He couldn't allow the Silver Moon clan to become too disheartened. If these advanced Foundation establishment stage cultivators couldn't even see his back, it would be obvious that something was amiss. He needed more time to prepare. Su Yang continually adjusted his position, seeking the best opportunity to attack and eliminate as many Silver Moon Clan cultivators as possible. He couldn't afford to miss this chance. If he did, the next time the enemy saw him, he would escape the source of the star system, and it would be game over. However, a monk can run away, but the temple must stay. If these guys could attack Blackhorn City, Su Yang could also go to destroy Silver Moon City. Silver Moon Yuming and his group were surrounding Su Yang, but he slipped away like an eel, making sure they had no opportunities to catch him. Each time, he narrowly avoided their attacks. In this situation, Silver Moon Yuming's mood grew heavier. Even if they couldn't kill Su Yang, they should at least be able to force him back into space. Shouldn't they? With 10 people, they couldn't even manage that. How useless were they? As Silver Moon Yuming grew increasingly frustrated, he unleashed more powerful techniques, but they had no effect. As he considered how to force Su Yang back into space, he felt a sense of foreboding. What was going on? When he felt this premonition, he fully unleashed his spiritual power. He never ignored his own intuition. He noticed that the human cultivator who had been avoiding their attacks had stopped. A mysterious smile appeared on Su Yang's face. It seemed as if he were saying, "I'm going to stir up trouble." In the past, he suddenly saw countless starfire longswords seemingly containing the universe condensing in the void. In less than a breath's time, these starfire longswords were swung towards every Silver Moon Clan cultivator in the field. That power! Tribulation Transcendence Realm. Damn it! Tribulation Transcendence Realm. What are you pretending for? Let me at the Void Refinement Realm. Give me some sense of accomplishment. Chasing down Tribulation Transcendence Realms, isn't that right? Silver Moon Yuming made a choice in an instant. Detached from the origin of the galaxy. He didn't have time to think, nor did he have time to warn other clan members. In the moment before he left the origin of the galaxy, the starfire longswords brushed past his body. Even a moment later, Silver Moon Yuming would have died here. Silver Moon Yuming was lucky to receive a premonition of the impending crisis. But not every Silver Moon Clan member was so fortunate. A large number of Silver Moon Clan members at the Void Refinement Realm died instantly under Su Yang's move. Myriad swords of starfire. This not only included the Void Refinement Realm, but also all Silver Moon Clan cultivators that Su Yang's technique could cover in the battlefield. Is it shameless to attack lower realm cultivators? Sorry, he didn't have such high moral considerations. When dealing with enemies, there's no need to think about these issues. Should he leave and come back for revenge when he becomes more powerful? Su Yang's move also couldn't cover the entire battlefield. It only covered about 1/3 of the area, and the effective kills were probably just 1/10. Among that 1/10, Silver Moon Clan cultivators could escape as long as they were a bit alert. In fact, as Su Yang had expected, under this move, only Silver Moon Clan cultivators closest to him who couldn't react in an instant suffered. However, in the next moment, all Silver Moon Clan cultivators reacted. The arrivals were not just Void Refinement Realm cultivators. They were Tribulation Transcendence Realm Grand cultivators, and not the kind who had just recently broken through. Humans, you're truly cunning and treacherous. Silver Moon Madman's voice echoed across the entire battlefield. But in the whole battlefield, his figure was nowhere to be seen. In fact, not a single Silver Moon Clan member was seen, except for the bodies left on the ground. The rest of the Silver Moon Clan had already evacuated from the origin of the galaxy as soon as they sensed something was wrong. This scene left the entire Blackhorn Star's cultivators dumbfounded. The battle is over? They looked back at Su Yang. In their hearts, they thought, did the City Lord bring these reinforcements? Phew, that's great. Even Snake 9, at this moment, turned to look at Lv.1. City Lord, is this person you invited? You've hidden it really well, even keeping it from your own people. But this time, the Silver Moon Clan suffered a lot. For the next several thousand years, or even tens of thousands of years, they won't dare to trouble us. Snake 9 was quite excited. He's not the one I invited. The people I invited haven't arrived. Lv.1 shook his head and explained the situation. What? Then where did he come from? This time, everyone was also puzzled. A large number of the will of all beings started to jump on Su Yang's panel. Will of all beings plus 3333. Will of all beings plus 2333. Will of all beings plus 11.2k. Will of all beings plus 12.3k. Will of all beings plus 45k. Huh. Su Yang suddenly froze. How could some of these jumps at so much? Compared to the previous ones, this was a direct increase by a factor of 100. This made Su Yang think of something. After checking, it turned out just as he had guessed. When the sin level exceeded 1,000, the will of all beings acquired increased by 100-fold. Well, Su Yang didn't know whether to consider this good news or bad news. It was a bit of both. The last time this happened was when the sin level exceeded 100. After exceeding 100, the will of all beings acquired increased tenfold. Now that the sin level exceeded 1,000, the will of all beings acquired increased 100-fold. So, wouldn't the difficulty of leveling up increase 100-fold once his sin level exceeded 1,000? Although it wasn't there yet, Su Yang felt it would probably be the case. Su Yang quickly accepted it. Leveling up would naturally come with increased difficulty. The key was that he had already reaped the rewards in advance, so these increases weren't too big of a deal. By wiping out 10 of the Silver Moon clan, he had at least slaughtered more than 1,000 out-of-body realm Silver Moon clan members, over 100 nascent Soul Realm Silver Moon clan members, dozens of Unity Realm Silver Moon clan members, and 20 Void Refinement Realm Silver Moon clan members. The Void Refinement Realm Silver Moon clan members were his primary targets. The others were just extras. With one move, he had at least eliminated 1/10 of the overall strength of the Silver Moon clan. It felt great. At the same time, this wave directly increased his will of all beings by 3.24 million. Very nice. It was equivalent to the gains he initially obtained from 2 out-of-body realm demonic nests. After solving one battlefield in an instant, Void Refinement Realm cultivators from Blackhorn City also gathered around him. I'm Lv.1, the Lord of Blackhorn City. I met you, seniors. Wait a moment, there are 2 more battlefields, Su Yang said, still excited. He wanted to go and resolve the other 2 battlefields. Maybe there would be some good rewards. Senior, it might not be necessary. The cultivators of Three-Tail City and Ram's Horn City have already retreated, Lv.1 said with a strange expression. My goodness, you wiped out 1/10 of the Silver Moon clan's forces. After the Silver Moon clan retreated from here, they immediately sent information to Three-Tail City and Ram's Horn City, telling them to retreat immediately. If Silver Moon Madman dared not to care about it, he would soon feel what it's like to be targeted. All right, that's a shame, Su Yang said regretfully. Being too well-informed was not a good thing. They ran really fast. I am Su Yang, the Grand Lord Daxia Star. I met you all. Thank you, Senior Su, for your help. Lv.1 and the others quickly expressed their gratitude. Although they had no information about the Daxia Star in their minds, it didn't matter. They only needed to know that the person in front of them was the Grand Lord of Daxia Star, and that he was a Tribulation Transcendence Realm cultivator, which was more than enough. After a brief chat with these people, Su Yang contemplated going to destroy the Silver Moon City. However, as soon as this idea crossed his mind, a sense of danger enveloped him. This was a premonition in his danger perception. It indicated that there would be danger if he proceeded with this plan. But why? Su Yang was suddenly puzzled. What danger could there be when he had already crushed the Silver Moon clan? Could it be that more powerful alien races were involved? Su Yang frowned. He realized he had very little information about this. So, he turned to Lv.1 for answers. Lordly, I want to ask you something. Do the Silver Moon City still have any tricks up their sleeves? Why do I feel a sense of danger when I want to destroy Silver Moon City? Lv.1's heart trembled. My goodness, Senior Su wants to destroy an alien race city? That's absolutely not allowed. Even if he has the strength, he shouldn't attempt it. But does Senior Su not know the reason behind this? Lv.1, filled with doubts, explained, Senior, there's a reason for that. In the origin of the galaxy, the number and strength of the alien races are more than 10 times greater than that of the human race. If we genuinely take action to annihilate any alien city, we will immediately face retaliation from other alien races. That would spell our doom. Su-Yang frowned and said, but according to what you've said, with a tenfold difference in strength, the alien races have the power to annihilate our human race anytime. How have we survived until now? Lv.1 continued his explanation. The alien races only use the term alien in reference to all the races in the universe, except our human race. With so many different races, it's impossible for them to unite. If they were to really start fighting, our human race also has the ability to perish along with some of those alien races. So now, those alien races who want to annihilate our human race are slowly wearing down our strength, not wanting to engage us directly. Among the alien races, there are also those who don't want to battle with our human race. They've simply signed treaties as part of the alien alliance. These treaties restrict resources and counterattacks against human cultivators. As long as the human race dares to take action against alien cities, they will unite to annihilate the human cities that act. This has resulted in our human race becoming increasingly weaker and in a more perilous situation. Su-Yang was starting to feel displeased. So we can only endure the oppression of the alien races and can't fight back? What kind of logic is this? They've come to our doorstep, and now, despite having the power to retaliate, we can't strike back simply because the aliens have more allies. This was just illogical. The human race was under attack, and they had the ability to fight back, yet they didn't dare to strike back because the aliens had more allies. Otherwise, with everyone banding together, if all the alien races launched a comprehensive offensive, the human race wouldn't be able to withstand it. The more Su-Yang thought about it, the angrier he became, and he couldn't help but feel uncomfortable with this situation. Lv.1, with a bitter smile, said, yes, we can attack the alien cities. At most, we can act against the aliens elsewhere. We have to endure it, because we are weak. If you're behind, you'll be beaten. Su-Yang still felt that something wasn't right. In the end, humans were just another alien race among all the others. Why were they being targeted by all the alien races? Didn't the human race have any allies? After asking this question, Su-Yang finally got an answer. The Universal War. So the difficult situation they were in now was essentially caused by their ancestors. Su-Yang couldn't really blame the ancestors for what they had done in the past, but the human race was undoubtedly suffering from their past actions. Even so, we can't let the alien races oppress us, Su-Yang said. He couldn't just watch the human race be suppressed, slowly eroded, like a frog in slowly boiling water, until they were completely wiped out. Resource restrictions? We can wipe out your cities, but you can't touch ours? Trading with other alien races is perfectly normal. If the human race wants to buy from the aliens, they have to pay a higher price. These problems were only temporary. Just wait. He would solve them one by one, and he would definitely solve them. In his chat with Lv.1, Su-Yang also learned about some other issues, such as the realms of cultivators. After reaching the nascent soul realm, cultivators couldn't merely rely on the world's origin as they did before. The world's origin was just a more advanced type of spiritual liquid. But relying solely on infusing spiritual liquid wasn't enough to cultivate true power. Beyond the nascent soul realm, each realm required special resources from the cosmos to break through and cultivate. The production of these special resources was either in extremely dangerous areas or controlled by some of the alien races. Hardly any of these resources were in the hands of the human race because they would be looted. If they didn't have the strength to defend these areas, they wouldn't be able to keep these resources. The Unity realm was above the nascent soul realm. Cultivators needed to refine their elemental spirit. In the origin of the galaxy, some dangerous places produced spiritual objects that could enhance elemental spirits. Some special places also sped up elemental spirit cultivation, and Unity realm cultivators would enter these areas to train. These special places were controlled by some of the alien races. For now, even if the human race wanted to train there, it wasn't clear if they could. And even if they could, the cost for the human race was much higher than for the aliens. This was what they meant by resource restrictions on the human race. That's because not all alien races were willing to fight the human race. For the human race, the current difficult situation was the result of their own actions. Su Yang couldn't say for sure whether their ancestors were right or wrong, but the human race was now in such a predicament of their own making. But even with all this, Su Yang couldn't just stand by and watch the human race be oppressed, to be slowly eroded and wiped out like the proverbial frog in boiling water, until their entire race was destroyed. Resource restrictions? We could wipe out your cities, but you can't touch ours. Trading with other alien races is normal, and they will sell their goods to the human race at 10 or 100 times the price. These problems were only temporary. Just wait. He would solve them one by one, and he would definitely solve them. Regarding resource blockade, Su Yang's first thought was his sword intent. Can he create a sword technique that can produce special resources? For instance, the vital elixir needed for advancing in the nascent soul realm. Yes, it can be achieved once the sword intent reaches level 500. Below sword intent level 500, it cannot be transformed at will, but it's possible to create a passage at places where such special resources are born. Directly plunder the just-born special resources. After receiving this answer, Su Yang felt much relieved. From this answer, Su Yang also realized that he could obtain many resources through his sword techniques. However, the rarer the resource, the higher the requirement for his sword intent level. This vital elixir is obviously more advanced than the world's original source. But this is enough. As for the so-called resource blockade, it will be a joke for him. Just how much vital elixir can his sword technique provide daily? Though, just like elevating the world with a sword technique, he could do it too, but it's a process. This is something that needs to be confirmed, but there's no need to worry too much. No matter how much it is initially, as long as his level keeps rising, the obtained vital elixir will also increase. After learning this information, Su Yang also had a general understanding of the current situation of the human race. It's very difficult and frustrating. Originally, he wanted to directly annihilate Silver Moon City, Three-Tail City, and Sheephorn City. But now, it seems he can't go about it so openly. Otherwise, it would involve too much. If he manages to provoke the powerful figures among the foreign races, he won't be able to withstand them with his current strength. The strongest figure in Silver Moon City is only at the Void Refinement Realm. But just like Blackhorn City, it's only a small city in the source world of the galaxy. Above it, there are medium-sized cities, large cities, and super-large cities. Each one of them is not on the same level as Blackhorn City. The source world of the galaxy can be divided into 10 regions, corresponding to the 10 super nebulae in the universe. Currently, Blackhorn City is located in the Black Earth region. In the Black Earth region, there's a super-large foreign city, and there are numerous large foreign cities, not to mention the countless medium-sized foreign cities. In the Black Earth region, the human race has only 15 large cities, with not a single super-large city. Of course, the human race has a super-large city in the source world of the galaxy, but it's not in the Black Earth region. In medium-sized cities, there are figures at the Grand Conveyance stage, which he can't deal with at his current strength. Even if he can deal with Grand Conveyance stage cultivators, there are even more powerful beings among the foreign races. If you defeat the younger ones, the older ones will come. But as long as Su Yang doesn't go about destroying cities, such a situation won't occur. Therefore, for now, Su Yang can only hold back. All right, he'll wait until he's stronger in the future before taking action. There's no need to rush for now. After some thought, Su Yang came up with an answer. He can't destroy cities, but he won't leave any of the benefits they should have. These precious resource points, none of them will be left for them. Lordly, do you know how the cities in the source world of the galaxy are constructed? Su Yang had an idea about this. Since Li-Wen can build cities in the source world of the galaxy, then he can too. Senior, these cities are not something we can build, Li-Wen replied. Blackhorn Star accumulates the luck of Blackhorn Nebula, condensed by the luck of the entire galaxy. To build a city in the source world of the galaxy by one's own strength, you would need enough galaxy nuclei. Li-Wen explained to clear Su Yang's doubts. Maybe knowing that Su Yang lacks knowledge of the source world of the galaxy, he continued. Galaxy nuclei are formed by the accumulation of a large number of galaxy sources. They may exist in places where source creatures take shape or in powerful evil spirit nests, or they may fall out of the source river when there's a disturbance in the source world. Su Yang nodded and said, I understand. In that case, I'll take my leave. Since his current strength is not sufficient, he needs to prioritize strengthening himself. Additionally, he wants to collect galaxy nuclei to build a large Xia city. Attacking the evil spirit nest is a must. The reason, he just inadvertently discovered something. He can use his sword intent to create a special sword technique that can be arranged in places where resources are born in the source world of the galaxy. This would allow those born resources to be directly transported to another fixed location. Because a fixed location is required, building a city is the most suitable option. Moreover, if a city is built, the celestial realm can manage it. This way, he occupies some source points. In these source points, he can set up some killing formations and resource transfer sword formations. Doesn't that mean that the source points in the source world will be continuously transferred to the large Xia city? Originally, he had no plans for the source points, but now it seems he can have some ideas. Farewell, Senior. Lv.1 and the others immediately bowed. They also noticed Su Yang's huge sword, which had just shattered the darkness. That was the sword technique he had just used. Naturally, it left a deep impression on them. After Su Yang's departure, Snake Nine said, Lordly, I wonder where the senior came from. Is it from a medium-sized city, like Falling Leaf City? Lv.1 was silent for a moment and said, I don't know for sure, but it's probably not from Falling Leaf City. He has the Blackhorn City token on his waist. Blackhorn City token? You mean it's from our Blackhorn star cluster? It's possible. The universe is vast, and resources for cultivation can be obtained not only in the source world. Don't forget, resources also appear in the universe, and some of the resources in dangerous places may even be more abundant than those in the source world. Perhaps this senior has been exploring the universe, growing stronger, and has only recently entered the source world. That makes sense. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so clueless about many common knowledge matters. So, isn't this person considered one of our Blackhorn City's strong figures? During their conversation, Lv.1 also noticed the token on Su Yang's waist and made a rough guess about his growth path. Lv.1's guess was only correct in one aspect. Su Yang indeed came from the Blackhorn star cluster. As for the rest, they were all incorrect. Out-of-body level, evil spirit nest. Su Yang once again arrived at the location of his first visit to an out-of-body level, evil spirit nest. The first time he came, his level was only around Lv.190. Now, his level had reached Lv.365, and he didn't know if he could clear the entire evil spirit nest. Although Lv.1 mentioned that more powerful evil spirit nests would have galaxy nuclei, Su Yang didn't even manage to clear a single one yet, so he wasn't thinking about that. First, let's see if he can clear this one. Even if there were no galaxy nuclei inside, he wouldn't lack things like will of all beings and the source of the galaxy. Su Yang took a step and entered. At first, there were no evil spirits at all on the road. After walking a certain distance, he began encountering scattered evil spirits. The lowest level was already in the nascent soul realm, not the out-of-body realm. But for Su Yang's current strength, there wasn't much difference. They could all be dealt with easily. Will of all beings plus 1,560. Source of the galaxy plus 1. The entire evil spirit nest was very complex and huge. After 15 minutes of sweeping through, Su Yang finally had a clue. He had reached the central area of the evil spirit nest. Su Yang looked up. By the way, what is that thing? At this moment, Su Yang had already arrived at the central location of the first out-of-body level evil spirit nest. Dim, gloomy, sinister, and chaotic. These are the most prominent sensations within the evil spirit nest. Here, according to the rules of how evil spirit nests manifest, this is a source point covered in polluted energy. When the galaxy's source world was born, the polluted energy mixed within, giving rise to unique source-level evil spirits. Typically, the speed at which these evil spirits are born is not very fast. The stronger they are, the slower they are to manifest. However, the speed at which the source point gives birth to the galaxy's source world remains constant. When the speed at which evil spirits are born can't keep up with the birth of the galaxy's source world, the galaxy's source will start to accumulate, slowly accumulating more and more, until eventually it forms a massive presence and the galaxy's nuclei slowly appear. This is the normal process of an evil spirit nest, and this is the approximate situation at the center of the evil spirit nest. Currently, what Su-Yang saw in front of him was not much different from what he had known. In this evil spirit nest center, there's indeed a portion of the galaxy's source. Strands of it floated around, encircling the area. At a glance, there were at least over 1,000 strands. In addition to these strands of the galaxy's source, there was also a powerful dual-crossing source-level evil spirit. It had a massive body, sitting among countless strands of the galaxy's source, absorbing and refining the power of the galaxy's source. It was also absorbing the polluted energy, constantly strengthening itself. All of this was normal. The only abnormal thing was a token floating within one of the strands of the galaxy's source. Su-Yang didn't know what material it was made of, but the whole token resembled a night sky. Both sides had inscriptions. Front, Hanging Arm Galaxy. Back, Starry Bazaar. Although he didn't know what it was likely something valuable, or else it wouldn't be here. As for what it was, he could find out by studying it later. Source level evil spirit, unyielding level, for 322, dual crossing level, attribute, primary rules. Contains source, 66 strands. Fearful power, tremendous sound. A very powerful evil spirit, and its feared power is quite peculiar. This is also why source-level evil spirits have such slow birth rates, and why there's been no way to resolve this fundamental issue. Su-Yang had a thought, and a new sword technique appeared before him. Manual of all beings, echoing sound. Function. At the moment of the sword intense attack on the target, the compressed echoing sound is released instantaneously, forming a terrifying sound wave attack. Su-Yang took a step forward, and a sword with sound patterns gathered in the void. He aimed it at the evil spirit ahead. By the time Su-Yang had stepped forward, this strongest evil spirit in this place had already been defeated in a single move, disappearing from the world. Su-Yang handled his business calmly. Killing evil spirits at a whim didn't stir up any emotions within him. It was very normal and an easy task. Will of all beings plus 3,220. After dealing with this final source-level evil spirit, there are no more evil spirits in this evil spirit nest for the time being. If they wanted to be born again, it would probably take some time. These numerous evil spirits within this evil spirit nest had accumulated for who knows how long before appearing. Now that they were wiped out in one go by Su-Yang, their recovery would naturally take a long time. If source-level evil spirits were born quickly, the entire galaxy's source world would have been covered by source-level evil spirits. The birth speed of evil spirits is only fast on life-bearing planets. The speed of their birth depends on the concentration of polluted energy. Polluted energy consists of all the negative energies in the world. Life-bearing planets have the most negative energy, particularly when evil spirits enter life-bearing planets and start causing destruction and intimidation. The speed of polluted energy's birth accelerates. In the galaxy's source world, it's not easy for polluted energy to gather. Cultivators aren't easily frightened by this, and the only source of it is gathered from the universe. However, it's not as if they directly absorb all the polluted energy from the entire universe. During the process of polluted energy reaching the galaxy's source world, it passes through numerous checkpoints and is gradually worn away. In the end, a small portion of it appears in the galaxy's source world. After clearing the entire first out-of-body level evil spirit nest, Su-Yang began to check his gains. First, the strands of the galaxy's source gathered here. They hovered around the source point in strands. All of them were collected by Su-Yang. Galaxy source plus 1,435 strands. Doing a quick calculation. World source plus 1,435,000. This immediately added over 1,000,000 world sources. However, Su Yang chose not to have the celestial consciousness converted directly. Through his exchange with Lv.1, Galaxy source in the Galaxy source world is considered a more important trade resource. Trading with it is faster and has more uses than world sources. So after obtaining the Galaxy source, he could store it for now, and when he needed it, he could convert it into world sources. After all, this stuff could be converted at any time. Before, after sweeping through 15 evil spirit nests, Su Yang converted all the Galaxy source he had obtained into world sources. Currently, he had a total of 6 million world sources, which was more than enough for his needs. So these 1435 strands of the Galaxy's source were temporarily stored. Now, Su Yang looked at the token that was suspended at the central location. He reached out his hand, and the token naturally came to him. Now it belonged to him. By the way, what's the use of this thing? After taking this token into his hand, Su Yang originally felt that he needed to study it for a while, or ask someone to understand its purpose. But after acquiring this token, he immediately received a trace of residual consciousness. Injecting a strand of spiritual power allows entry into the Hanging Arm Galaxy. Starry Bazaar number 1079. It's very simple and straightforward. Spiritual power. Though he hadn't practiced spiritual power, don't forget, his sword intent can encompass any power. Naturally, it can also be spiritual power. Casually injecting a wisp of sword intent into it. The token immediately responded. In his perception, his sword intent slowly condensed into a humanoid form. He could control it at will and even entered a special space. At the same time, he received new thoughts. As long as he focused his mind and put his main energy into the token, he could use this strand of spiritual consciousness to enter the Starry Bazaar. Interesting. Starry Bazaar? Then let's take a look inside. Su Yang immediately felt that this thing might be of great help to him in the future. With a focused mind, in the next moment, he felt himself entering a special space. He floated high above, like a wandering soul, yet also observing everything below from a divine perspective. Below, it looked like a small town, not very large. It could only accommodate tens of thousands of people at most. Most of the area consisted of small stalls, but there were also some buildings and merchants, although they were in the minority and were concentrated in the center. Outside the small town was a void chaos stream. With his current weak spiritual consciousness, leaving the town meant certain death. After coming in, Su Yang's mind had more information about this Starry Bazaar. First of all, this place was established by cultivators and required some special resources and conditions. The specifics of this, Su Yang didn't know for now. In the Starry Bazaar, cultivators could trade freely. The things they possessed could be presented on their stalls with just a thought. If the other party wanted to buy something, the Galaxy's consciousness would assist in completing the transaction. For instance, if Su Yang bought something displayed by someone else here, as long as that person was within the Hanging Arm Galaxy, the transaction would be completed. The cost paid by Su Yang would appear before the other party. The things Su Yang purchased would appear directly in front of him. The creators of the Starry Bazaar could benefit from the transactions. Both parties involved in the trade needed to pay a portion of the total value of the traded items to complete the transaction. As for what the cost was and how much it was, that was determined by the owner of the Starry Bazaar. In theory, the larger a Starry Bazaar, the more the owner would earn while lying down. But there should be many conditions for building such a large Starry Bazaar. Su Yang didn't know all this since he didn't even know how to establish a Starry Bazaar. After learning this information, Su Yang carefully examined the Starry Bazaar token in his hand. Indeed, there was a small line with the number -1079 on it. The number was just the order of time for the creation of the Starry Bazaar. The specific development would depend on the ability of the creator. Su Yang also didn't know if this Starry Bazaar that could accommodate tens of thousands of cultivators for free trade was considered big or small. He didn't need to care about all that. What he was curious about was why there was a Starry Bazaar token in the evil spirit nest. From the current perspective, It seemed that this kind of token was required to enter the Starry Bazaar. But is this token dispersed by the creator, or is it something else? Or could the galaxy's consciousness also be involved in it? If it were sent out by the creator, then this token originally belonged to another cultivator. And then this cultivator entered the evil spirit nest, was killed by the evil spirits, leaving behind this token. But in the evil spirit nest, apart from this token, there was nothing else, and it didn't look like any cultivator had died there. Could it be said that all traces were destroyed by the evil spirits, leaving behind only this token? Would that make sense? Well, it seems to make sense. Su-Yang shook his head, not thinking too much about it. It was useless to think too much, since the Starry Bazaar is created by cultivators. Then he'll find a way to create one himself in the future. For now, he'd better see what this Starry Bazaar is all about. Su-Yang had a thought, and his entire person went from the sky to the marketplace street. In an instant, he appeared on the street. It didn't cause any commotion or shock. Everyone here had descended like this. Injecting a strand of spiritual power allows entry into the Hanging Arm Galaxy. Starry Bazaar number 1079. It's very simple and straightforward. Spiritual power. Though he hadn't practiced spiritual power, don't forget his sword intent can encompass any power. Naturally, it can also be spiritual power. Casually injecting a wisp of sword intent into it. The token immediately responded. In his perception, his sword intent slowly condensed into a humanoid form. He could control it at will, and even entered a special space. At the same time, he received new thoughts. As long as he focused his mind and put his main energy into the token, he could use this strand of spiritual consciousness to enter the Starry Bazaar. Interesting. Starry Bazaar? Then let's take a look inside. Su-Yang immediately felt that this thing might be of great help to him in the future. With a focused mind, in the next moment, he felt himself entering a special space. He floated high above, like a wandering soul, yet also observing everything below from a divine perspective. Below, it looked like a small town, not very large. It could only accommodate tens of thousands of people at most. Most of the area consisted of small stalls, but there were also some buildings and merchants, although they were in the minority and were concentrated in the center. Outside the small town was a void chaos stream. With his current weak spiritual consciousness, leaving the town meant certain death. After coming in, Su-Yang's mind had more information about this Starry Bazaar. First of all, this place was established by cultivators and required some special resources and conditions. The specifics of this, Su-Yang didn't know for now. In the Starry Bazaar, cultivators could trade freely. The things they possessed could be presented on their stalls with just a thought. If the other party wanted to buy something, the galaxy's consciousness would assist in completing the transaction. For instance, if Su-Yang bought something displayed by someone else here, as long as that person was within the Hanging Arm Galaxy, the transaction would be completed. The cost paid by Su-Yang would appear before the other party. The things Su-Yang purchased would appear directly in front of him. The creators of the Starry Bazaar could benefit from the transactions. Both parties involved in the trade needed to pay a portion of the total value of the traded items to complete the transaction. As for what the cost was and how much it was, that was determined by the owner of the Starry Bazaar. In theory, the larger a Starry Bazaar, the more the owner would earn while lying down. But there should be many conditions for building such a large Starry Bazaar. Su-Yang didn't know all this since he didn't even know how to establish a Starry Bazaar. After learning this information, Su-Yang carefully examined the Starry Bazaar token in his hand. Indeed, there was a small line with the number -1079 on it. The number was just the order of time for the creation of the Starry Bazaar. The specific development would depend on the ability of the creator. Su-Yang also didn't know if this Starry Bazaar that could accommodate tens of thousands of cultivators for free trade was considered big or small. He didn't need to care about all that. What he was curious about was why there was a Starry Bazaar token in the evil spirit nest. From the current perspective, it seemed that this kind of token was required to enter the Starry Bazaar. But is this token dispersed by the creator, or is it something else? Or could the galaxy's consciousness also be involved in it? If it were sent out by the creator, then this token originally belonged to another cultivator. And then this cultivator entered the evil spirit nest, was killed by the evil spirits, leaving behind this token. But in the evil spirit nest, apart from this token, there was nothing else, and it didn't look like any cultivator had died there. Could it be said that all traces were destroyed by the evil spirits, leaving behind only this token? Would that make sense? Well, it seems to make sense. Su-Yang shook his head, not thinking too much about it. It was useless to think too much, since the Starry Bazaar is created by cultivators. Then he'll find a way to create one himself in the future. For now, he'd better see what this Starry Bazaar is all about. Su-Yang had a thought, and his entire person went from the sky to the marketplace street. In an instant, he appeared on the street. It didn't cause any commotion or shock. Everyone here had descended like this. Only the cultivators setting up stalls in the marketplace, upon realizing Su-Yang's identity, had some different thoughts in their eyes. A human? Humans are good. This human fellow cultivator, do you need something? Come take a look at what I have. From the out-of-body realm to the void refinement realm, I have abundant cultivation resources, various spiritual creatures, and spiritual minerals, all at fair prices. Su-Yang had just steadied himself when he heard someone calling beside him. He turned to look, and it was an exotic-looking individual with red spots on their body, and Su-Yang had no idea what species they were. In the vast universe, there were so many different species, and Su-Yang didn't want to worry about them all, so referring to them collectively as exotic was just fine. But with such enthusiasm from the other side, it seemed that human cultivators were not unwelcome here. Seeing this, Su-Yang's mood improved slightly, and he approached to check the things on the other party stall. Purple gold stone, divine transformation, low-grade material. 100 points of world source. Starcrack sword, divine transformation, high-grade spiritual weapon. 10 strands of galaxy source. Low-grade primordial spirit elixir, purity 5. Primordial spirit elixirs with purity levels of 1 to 10 are considered low-grade and have a boosting effect for early-stage void refinement realm cultivation. 100 points of world source. The stall indeed had many items, materials, spiritual weapons, and cultivation resources. In this way, human cultivators could also obtain cultivation resources. The so-called resource blockade, where human cultivators buy cultivation resources from non-human cultivators at more than 10 times the price. Isn't it a joke? Not quite. Su-Yang keenly sensed a problem. He tentatively inquired, how much world origin do I need to pay for a drop of nascent soul fluid? The stall owner grinned and said, here, we offer the normal price for humans. Before Su-Yang could ask what the normal human price was, the stall owner produced a sign. Human cultivators only need to pay 10 times the original price when buying, absolutely not exceeding 10 times. Welcome human cultivators to make a purchase. Su-Yang's face darkened immediately. So I want to purchase a drop of low-grade nascent soul fluid, and it costs 1 strand of galaxy origin. The stall owner smiled and said, that's right. The things here, when sold to human cultivators, are strictly 10 times the price, no additional markup. Friend, take your time to see what you need. Wow, this is just daylight robbery, isn't it? No wonder these stall owners are so welcoming to human cultivators. The same items, sold to other non-human races, are at regular prices. Sold to human cultivators, the price is inflated by 10 times. It's blatant profiteering. And who wouldn't be welcoming? And judging by the stall owner's attitude, it's a rather fair price, isn't it? Suppressing his displeasure, Su-Yang thought that perhaps from the stall owner's perspective, this was indeed a normal price. I'd like to ask, will human cultivators actually buy at 10 times the price? Hearing Su-Yang's question, the other party seemed to have thought of something. However, the stall owner didn't have any other thoughts and explained directly, yes. It seems, my friend, you still don't fully understand the situation of your human race. Because in this Starry Bazaar, everyone is just a strand of soul entering it, and no one can tell the other's cultivation level. So, at first, no one can tell each other's background. You can only learn a bit from the stalls and some conversations. So let me explain. Currently, your human race controls very, very few resource points, barely enough for internal consumption within a single force. For example, we, the other races, can control up to 10 or fewer resource points with a small city. These resource points are used for the cultivation of cultivators above the nascent soul stage. For example, this nascent soul fluid is born from resource points. But for your human race, even a small city may not be able to control a single resource point. A medium-sized human city might control around 10 resource points. But for us, other races, a medium-sized city can control around 100 resource points. That's the difference. As for the reason, I think you should be aware. I won't say much about it. So, human cultivators don't have enough internal resources for cultivation, so they have to buy from us. Galaxy origin, this kind of thing, is a regular and hard-to-find resource, easily accessible to humans. Those races that are against your human race can prevent you from accessing even galaxy origin. Otherwise, there would be no human cultivators coming to trade. Although I sympathize with your human race's situation, I can't do much because of the agreement with the other races. The stall owner clearly belongs to the type of race that doesn't have much hostility towards the human race. Although Su Yang couldn't see any sympathy on the guy's face, he knew that even if the stall owner didn't target the human race, he still benefited from the agreement with the other races. There's no reason for him not to be happy. Not attacking while the enemy is down, that's already pretty good. Moreover, the other party had just given him a detailed explanation of the reasons behind it. The reason probably has to do with the cosmic war, where some races targeted the human race. The human race's resource points were besieged and plundered, and they had to defend a resource point with more power than the others. Much more power. Understanding the reasons clearly, Su Yang felt much heavier about the human race's current situation. Just after he was about to leave, a human cultivator appeared at a stall ahead, buying a special material at 13 times the regular price. At this point, Su Yang's interest was piqued. Change isn't about what he says, but what he does. So why not give it a try? See if he can change the human race's situation. With a single thought, Su Yang left the Starry Bazaar. Once again, he returned to the evil spirit nest. He stored the Starry Bazaar token in his storage ring. If he needs to enter, he can do so at any time. As for the things in this evil spirit nest, he had basically cleaned up. In these source nodes covered by impure chi, they would no longer generate galaxy origin. Only source evil spirits would be born. But even if it were a normal source node, Su Yang temporarily couldn't deal with it. To directly get the galaxy origin generated from a source node using sword tactics, he needed 2 fixed points. One fixed point is the source node. The other fixed point must be a safe place, a place where he can store resources with confidence. Ideally, he should be able to build a city in the galaxy origin place. 10. Construct a city on MS own. Duyang Nuyu to 0 Tam, a Olaxi crystal core. To build a small city in the galaxy origin land, he needed a galaxy crystal core. A single galaxy crystal core could be directly converted into 10,000 strands of galaxy origin. However, 10,000 strands of galaxy origin couldn't be converted into a single galaxy crystal core. The value of a galaxy crystal core was much higher. In the nascent soul level evil spirit nest, Su Yang didn't believe he could ever obtain a galaxy crystal core. That was simply impossible. The evil spirit nests at the nascent soul level occupied source nodes of the foundation establishment level. They could produce 2 strands of galaxy origin every day. To accumulate 10,000 strands and then slowly merge them into a galaxy crystal core, the time required was incalculable for Su Yang. Furthermore, the galaxy origin generated in these source nodes would transform into source evil spirits. The difficulty would only increase. A little thought, and Su Yang could basically conclude that these foundation establishment level source nodes wouldn't generate galaxy crystal cores. At the very least, they'd need to be 2 levels higher, and the evil spirit nest would have to exist for a longer duration. Maybe then there would be a chance. Su Yang shook his head and didn't dwell on these thoughts for now. He would sweep through all the evil spirit nests he could handle first, and then he would know the results. For now, thinking about it won't help. He opened the panel and checked the will of all beings at this moment. In addition to the 3 million will of all beings obtained from exterminating the Silver Moon clan and the 1 million will of all beings originally retained, wiping out the first nascent soul-level evil spirit nest had increased Su Yang's will of all beings by 2 million. Will of all beings, 6.72 million strands. Galaxy origin, 3,442 strands. World origin, 6.64 million points. These were his current resources. Su Yang simply used the will of all beings to level up. 600,000 will of all beings could raise his level by a few steps. With a thought, the level of sword intent rose rapidly. Lv.3 65, Lv.3 68, Lv.3 71, Lv.3 77, Lv.3 84. Sword intent, transcendence eightfold Lv.3 84, 0/29-4 million. The level was rapidly rising. The will of all beings in his hands was also rapidly decreasing. In no time, he reached the critical point he had set. With just over 1 million will of all beings left, Su Yang stopped raising his level. Now, it took about 300,000 will of all beings to raise one level. Raising levels was getting harder. He also wondered whether, after solving all the evil spirit nests he could handle, he'd be able to reach Lv.500. On this point, Su Yang had some doubts. However, as he looked at the panel, he realized that his natural growth of the will of all beings seemed to be getting faster. Originally, it might increase by dozens or hundreds every hour. Now it could occasionally reach 1,000 or even suddenly break through 10,000. What were the disciples of the Daxia Immortal Sect doing? Su Yang took a moment to check on his own disciples. Daxia Immortal Sect. As the news of the first batch of disciples led by Hong Tian entering the Red Earth Star to fight against the Silver Moon clan and obtaining massive sect contributions spread throughout the entire Daxia Immortal Sect, most of the sect's disciples couldn't wait to join the battle on the Red Earth Star. The rewards for executing this mission were simply too generous. What's more, these individuals posted their generous rewards on the sect's forum. Statements like 100 sect contributions a day, the lowest daily income in history. Disciples who had to collect spiritual objects for a whole month to obtain 100 sect contributions couldn't help but ask, "Are you speaking human language?" If it weren't for the requirement to reach the Golden Core stage to accept this mission, perhaps 90% of the Daxia Immortal Sect's disciples would choose to enter the Red Earth Star. To carry out the salvation mission, receiving substantial rewards was one thing. These individuals also posted their generous rewards on the forum. Learning from their experiences, other disciples began to realize the true nature of the Silver Moon clan. They were an alien race. Today, they dared to invade the Red Earth Star, slaughtering the people of the Red Earth Star. Tomorrow, they dare to invade the Daxia world, slaughtering the people of the Daxia world. The only way to deal with such alien races was through killing. Seeing the Silver Moon clan slaughter of the Red Earth Star people, the disciples of the Daxia Immortal Sect had one thought in mind: counterattack, fight back. They understood even more clearly why the sect leader had issued the salvation mission. They were also more proud to be disciples of the Daxia Immortal Sect, saving humanity, saving the human world. Their sect leaders will with supreme glory. Following their sect leader's will, their actions were also of supreme glory. Every disciple of the Daxia Immortal Sect had an extremely strong sense of belonging to their sect. On the forum, there were images of the Red Earth Star cultivators who were extremely grateful to them. This made them even more proud to be disciples of the Daxia Immortal Sect. This was the status of the disciples of the Daxia Immortal Sect in recent times. At present, the Daxia Immortal Sect had over 10 Foundation Establishment Stage disciples, with Hong Tian as the leader. Currently, Hong Tian's strength was improving the fastest. He had already reached the late Foundation Establishment Stage and was on the verge of breaking through to the Foundation Establishment Stage perfection. The speed of this strength increase was extremely rapid. One slightly awkward point was that all of the Daxia Immortal Sect sword cultivators had just recently broken through to the Foundation establishment stage. Guxiu was the same. Their spiritual roots were not as good as Hong Tian's. Without the boost of infused origin, even if they had been cultivating in the spirit pool all the time, they still couldn't match Hong Tian's speed. Fortunately, Su Yang could now acquire a sufficient amount of world origin rapidly. After he returned, he could promote them. For now, he would take care of the evil spirit nests he could currently deal with in the Galaxy Origin Land. There was no need to rush. Red Earth Star, accompanying the breakthrough to the Foundation establishment stage by the first wave of disciples led by Hong Tian. They had once again reached the battlefields of the Zilin Mountains. For a while, they should have been able to break through the Zilin Mountains battlefield. But due to the Silver Moon clan sending nascent soul realm cultivators, the battlefield fell into a stalemate once again. Now, with the breakthrough of Hong Tian and others, it's time to take action again. Hong Tian and the others had broken through, leaving the commander of the Red Earth Immortal Sect, Wu Ping, in awe as he looked at the large number of Daxiao Immortal Sect disciples who had appeared before him. 8 days ago, the Zilin Mountains battlefield had reached a stalemate. Daxiao Immortal Sect's disciples had gone back to cultivate for some time before returning to help resolve the issue. Wu Ping naturally had no objections to this. At that time, he thought they would need at least a year to cultivate. But now, not to mention a year, they hadn't even spent a month, just 8 days. You couldn't say that these Daxiao Immortal Sect disciples hadn't cultivated. When the Daxiao Immortal Sect disciples appeared before him again, the leader had advanced from a nascent soul realm early stage to the nascent soul realm late stage. Squad leaders and the like had all broken through from the Foundation establishment realm to the nascent soul realm early stage. The number of Foundation establishment realm cultivators sent to reinforce them had increased from 2,000 to over 6,000. At first, the 2,000 Foundation establishment realm cultivators had more or less experienced breakthroughs. At a glance, they were no longer just a group of Foundation establishment realm early-stage cultivators. Their strength had clearly received comprehensive amplification. Wu Ping had only one answer in mind for how they had achieved this. They had used the world's original source to cultivate. Hong, did you and your group use the world's original source for cultivation? Wu Ping was astonished and couldn't help but ask. Yes, that's right. Hong Tian nodded and explained. Our sect leader couldn't bear to see the Silver Moon clan slaughtering our human race, so they issued a direct mission for us to support. As long as we kill the Silver Moon clan, our sect will benefit. With more contributions to the sect, we can also directly use the world's original source for cultivation. And our spiritual fluid pool has also improved slightly. Wu Ping was deeply moved and said, Your sect leader truly understands righteousness. I am deeply grateful and only regret not being able to thank him in person. Our sect's leader is indeed highly just, with a heart for the human race, and we are very aware of all these facts. Now, let's attack the remaining I formations. This time, I don't believe we can't wipe out the Silver Moon clan here. Hong Tian's gaze was sharp, driven by interests, but he was more eager to eliminate the Silver Moon clan cultivators who had slaughtered the human race. Very well. Wu Ping knew the nature of the Daxia Immortal Sect disciples. They were more enthusiastic about killing Silver Moon clan cultivators than their own Red Earth Star disciples. Previously, he had been quite puzzled about the reason for this. Now it seemed that all of this had been the silent contribution of the Daxiao Immortal sect leader. After the Daxiao Immortal Sect disciples had cultivated for a while, their strength had skyrocketed upon their return. They also brought more Foundation establishment realm cultivators to join the battle. Dealing with the remaining I formations of the Zilin Mountains was no longer a problem. With 6,000 Foundation establishment realm disciples and 11 nascent soul realm disciples, together with the Red Earth Immortal Sect disciples, they launched another attack on the 36 I formations of the Zilin Mountains. Their strength had doubled, and they effortlessly destroyed these I formations, employing various techniques with great enthusiasm. After some time of continuous attacks, they had already devised a strategy. They first targeted the Foundation Establishment Realm Silver Moon Clan cultivators, ensuring a minimum income. After overwhelming the same realm, they collectively attacked the Foundation Establishment Realm Silver Moon Clan cultivators, suppressing their numbers, forbidding one-on-one duels. Under this strategy, the Silver Moon Clan had no way to respond to the sudden surge in the Daxiao Immortal Sect disciple strength. In a day, the remaining I formations were completely destroyed. Now, only the headquarters of the Zilin Mountains remained. All the Daxiao Immortal Sect disciples gathered and, led by Hong Tian, headed for the Zilin Mountains. Hong Tian gazed into the distance and declared, "All-out attack! Reclaim Zilin Mountains!" His voice was not loud, but under the enhancement of his mana, it spread throughout the entire battlefield, reaching the ears of every Daxiao Immortal Sect disciple. All-out attack! Reclaim Zilin Mountains! All-out attack! Reclaim Zilin Mountains! In contrast to the passionate response of the Daxiao Immortal Sect disciples, the Red Earth Immortal Sect, from elders to disciples, felt somewhat baffled. They all had the illusion that they were here to support Galactic Origin Land. Su Yang looked at what had recently happened in the Daxiao Immortal Sect. Well, it seemed that they had moved forward in their attack. Not bad. The momentum was good. The Daxiao Immortal Sect needed to be cultivated further, as more powerful disciples would bring him the will of all beings, which would be 100 or 1,000 times more effective than his own efforts. However, it seemed like he had only spent about a day in the Galactic Origin Land. Yet when he looked into the universe, nearly 10 days had passed. Heavenly Path, what's going on? When faced with something he didn't understand, it was always a good idea to ask Heavenly Path. Master, the flow of time in the Galactic Origin Land is about 10 times faster than in the universe. Well, it was just as he had suspected. There was a time difference, but a tenfold difference was manageable. Even if he spent some time in the Galactic Origin Land, returning wouldn't be a problem. After learning about the situation of the Daxia Immortal Sect disciples, Su Yang once again began sweeping through the evil spirit nests. Daxiao Immortal Sect disciples grow fast, but that is based on the premise of his own rapid growth. If he stops progressing, the Daxiao Immortal Sect disciples will naturally slow down too. There were no surprises when sweeping the remaining 9 nascent soul level evil spirit nests. Although this danger level was determined from the periphery, it was quite frustrating. But it indirectly reflected the internal situation. All 10 nascent soul level evil spirit nests were source nodes at the nascent soul level. The strength of the source evil spirits inside was roughly the same. The more powerful ones reached the 5th crossing of the calamity, while the weaker ones were at the 1st crossing of the calamity. The worst ones had the strength of the calamity realm. However, none of these evil spirits posed a threat to Su Yang. The most troublesome aspect of evil spirits is their undying nature. They belong to the category of rule-based immortality and require specialized powers to kill. Su Yang could only apologize. A single sword encompassed all possibilities. By annihilating all 10 nascent soul-level evil spirit nests, he gained approximately 2 million wills of all beings and 35,000 strands of galactic origin per nest. Except for the first one, the remaining 9 increased his gains to 18 million wills of all beings and 315,000 strands of galactic origin. He used the wills of all beings to directly increase his level. His level had been steadily rising. Sword Intent, Great Vehicle Mid-Tier 436, 0/34.6 million. The increase in level was over 50 levels, bringing him to the mid-tier of the Great Vehicle. It seemed that once he reached 4,500, his Sword Intent might enter the realm of immortality. This was likely why, after reaching 4,500, he could do more things. For example, he wouldn't need to consider what power low-level rule-based evil spirits feared. He could simply exterminate them with his Sword Intent. Alternatively, he could use his Sword Intent to create interstellar teleportation arrays to transport between planets. He wondered if there were any distance limitations, as building a sword technique that spanned the entire universe at 4,500 seemed a bit extravagant. There must be some restrictions, but he didn't know what they were. However, up to this point, he had completely eliminated all 10 nascent soul-level evil spirit nests, just as he expected. No galactic core appeared. Next, he had to deal with the divine spirit-level evil spirit nests. Su-Yang hoped to obtain galactic cores from these divine spirit-level evil spirit nests. Otherwise, if he needed to deal with the joint realm-level evil spirit nests, he didn't even know the realm of the most powerful evil spirits within. Nascent soul-level evil spirit nests already had calamity realm evil spirits. Divine spirit-level evil spirit nests were a level higher, and they might also have great vehicle realm evil spirits. So, from now on, he had to be more cautious. He couldn't be too reckless. Su-Yang swiftly arrived at the first divine spirit-level evil spirit nest. He had already cleared the periphery, so there was nothing interesting there. He went straight inside, with his sword intent covering everything. All the source evil spirits were under his control. He advanced further into the evil spirit nest, using his sword intent to form sword techniques that the source evil spirits feared. He eradicated every evil spirit he encountered. Steadily, he moved forward. As he delved deeper, he encountered stronger source evil spirits, some even reaching the calamity realm. Su-Yang dealt with them easily. Finally, he reached the deepest part of the evil spirit nest, and his expression turned serious. He had only speculated that the deepest part of the divine spirit-level evil spirit nest might have great vehicle realm source evil spirits, but he hadn't expected it to be true. In this central location, a source evil spirit resembling a minotaur was silently cultivating, absorbing galactic origin and impure aura. In Su-Yang's eyes, this evil spirit was indeed cultivating. After all, there was hardly any difference between absorbing these two forces and cultivating. Source evil spirit, unyielding level, IV405, great vehicle initial tier. Rule type, low tier. Contains source, 211 strands. Fearful power, fire. The feared power belongs to a standard type of force. However, it would still require a cultivator in the great vehicle realm to come here and have the capability to deal with this thing. Just the ability to reach this deep place eliminates many candidates. There's no such presence near Blackhorn City. Although it has reached the great vehicle initial tier, Su-Yang could still handle it easily. He easily formed a sword intent longsword composed of flames. This time, Su-Yang didn't hold back on his wills of all beings. He condensed a 4,436 level sword technique. The flaming giant sword struck towards the Minotaur evil spirit. The Minotaur evil spirit reacted immediately and tried to counter. Unfortunately, their difference in strength was substantial. Moreover, Su-Yang's sword intent was arguably the most powerful at his level. Every sword technique he created could be considered the epitome of this realm. As a result, the Minotaur evil spirit's resistance was futile. It was easily shattered by the flaming giant sword, and it was eradicated with a single strike. Will of all beings plus 4,050, galactic origin plus 211. It was that simple. After dealing with all the evil spirits here, Su-Yang turned his gaze towards the core area. Is this a small galactic core? At first glance, Su-Yang noticed a small galactic core floating within the source node. Many strands of galactic origin followed along, seeking to merge with it. In other words, it hadn't fully congealed yet. Could be like this. Su-Yang couldn't just leave it here to continue congealing. It was unsafe, and who knew how long it might take. So, Su-Yang directly collected LT. He'd study it later. Perhaps he could find more of these, and they could potentially be used to construct cities. After resolving everything, Su-Yang organized his gains. This one divine spirit-level evil spirit nest provided him with around 3 million wills of all beings and more than 10,000 strands of galactic origin. His gains here were greater than from the nascent soul-level evil spirit nests. After dealing with this first divine spirit level evil spirit nest, Su Yang proceeded to the remaining 4 evil spirit nests. He wasn't sure if he could collect enough to form a complete galactic core after eliminating them all. If he could, he'd be able to construct a city. Considering the appearance of great vehicle realm source evil spirits in divine spirit level evil spirit nests, it might be better not to provoke joint realm level evil spirit nests until his sword intent surpassed 4,500. However, Su Yang wasn't worried. Even if the remaining 4 evil spirit nests near Blackhorn City didn't yield enough to form a complete galactic core, he could target the areas near Silver Moon City, Three-Tail City, and Sheephorn City. After constructing the cities, he planned to claim the resource points controlled by these cities one by one. The remaining 4 divine spirit level evil spirit nests were quickly dealt with by Su Yang. Each divine spirit level evil spirit nest provided him with a similar amount of wills of all beings and galactic origin. Over 3 million wills of all beings and more than 10,000 galactic origin. Regarding the 10,000 galactic origin, it referred to a small portion of a galactic core, along with several thousand strands of galactic origin. A small portion of a galactic core was approximately 1/10. So it could be converted into around 10,000 strands of galactic origin. All 5 evil spirit nests had a small portion of a galactic core. In this way, he could be said to possess half of a galactic core. If he could gather another half, he would have a complete galactic core. As for whether the fragments could be used as a whole, he had inquired about this with Lv.1, the Lord of Blackhorn City, while clearing the evil spirit nests. This wasn't an issue. However, it required giving 1,000 strands of galactic origin to allow the galactic consciousness to fuse the fragments. Though it required a slightly higher price, as long as it could be used as a galactic core, it was acceptable. In this way, he still had a chance to establish a city in a galactic origin area. The 5 remaining divine, spirit-level evil spirit nests had different situations when he encountered them. 3 of them were presided over by great vehicle initial tier source evil spirits. 2 of them at the center were presided over by great vehicle 9th tier source evil spirits. He easily resolved them all. After some thought, Su Yang first used his will of all beings to raise his level. The 5 divine spirit-level evil spirit nests increased his will of all beings by more than 16 million. With a thought, except for the remaining 1 million, he converted the rest into levels. Sword Intent, Great Vehicle Late Stage, IV 475, 0/38.5 million. In an instant, his Sword Intent level skyrocketed once more, reaching level 475 and advancing to the Great Vehicle Late Stage. He was now just a step or 2 away from breaking through to become an immortal. At this point, Su Yang couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Within Blackhorn City's territory, there were still 8 evil spirit nests left to be attacked. Among them, 5 were joint realm level, 2 were alchemy void level, and 1 was nascent soul level. After some consideration, Su Yang decided to check out the joint realm level evil spirit nest first. If he could break through, he might be able to obtain a complete galactic core directly. If he couldn't win, he would consider asking for a map. After making his decision, Su Yang immediately set out. He quickly entered the first joint realm level evil spirit nest. However, as soon as he entered the joint realm level evil spirit nest, Su Yang's sword intent coverage allowed him to know the situation inside. In the central location, there was an evil spirit that exceeded his sword intent's detection range. Currently, anyone within level 500 would be detected by him. Without a doubt, the opponent surpassed level 500. Simultaneously, Su Yang's sword intent coverage provoked the other party. The opponent's strength far surpassed Su Yang's, naturally allowing the opponent to sense the sword intent that covered them. This evil spirit reacted immediately. An attack with a terrifying aura tore through layer after layer of space. It shattered the sword intent that Su Yang had cast and came to kill Su Yang. Su Yang's heart was filled with alarm, as this was the first time his sword intent had been so thoroughly defeated. It was shattered in an instant. He couldn't even defend against it. It was genuinely terrifying. Luckily, he could escape at any time from within the galactic origin area. Fortunately, I was cautious enough. I retreated at the slightest sign of trouble. It was best not to take unnecessary risks. With his growth speed and method, becoming powerful was only a matter of time without the need to take risks. There is no need to seek excitement by risking one's life. Even if he weren't within the galactic origin area, he had the means to escape. His various sword techniques were not to be underestimated. He performed a spatial jump and easily escaped the danger. Leaving the galactic origin area was essentially leaving a particular space. Since he had returned to the Great Xiao world, he decided to raise both sword holders and Guxiao. Tian Dao, elevate Guxiao to nascent soul perfection, and additionally, grant him the authority to promote sword holders. The awareness of Tian Dao responded, understood. After instructing Tian Dao's awareness, Su Yang also informed Guxiao. If the high-level strength of Great Xia mortal sect was weaker than that of their disciples, it would be rather comical. After taking care of these matters, Su Yang instantly returned to the galactic origin area. With the Blackhorn City token, he appeared directly in Blackhorn City. He left the teleportation room. Sword intent pervaded the area, instantly covering the entirety of Blackhorn City. He found Wen's location. His sword intent had been stealthily enhanced. Those weaker than him wouldn't detect the sword intent he released. Even some with a considerable edge over him couldn't sense it. Only those who surpassed Su Yang significantly could detect the sword intent he exuded. He found Li and quickly approached him. Sect leader Su Li1, who had been attending to some matters, immediately bowed upon seeing Su Yang. "Yes, I came to talk to you about something," Su Yang replied with a nod. Even though it was unclear how long Li1 had been cultivating and how many times his age exceeded Su Yang's in this world of cultivation, in such a world, strength was respected, and those with greater strength were naturally addressed as seniors. This term referred to those who were ahead in their cultivation journey. It didn't necessarily rely on age to determine seniority. If age were the criteria, Su Yang would probably have to address many as seniors. "Please go ahead," Su Yang said. "Do you have a map of the origin locations of star systems?" Su Yang asked. "Yes, I have one, but it only covers a part of it and isn't comprehensive," Li1 responded. "Does the map record the resource points controlled by different races and the locations of evil spirit nests and the like?" Su Yang inquired, specifying what he needed. "Of course it does. I've recorded everything I know on the map," Li1 replied. Listening to Su Yang's questions, he had probably guessed what Su Yang was planning to do. He was preparing to attack these resource points controlled by other races. Indeed, cities couldn't be attacked, but attacking resource points should be acceptable, right? However, there was an issue. Even if they were captured, they couldn't be defended. With Su Yang alone, he could only defend one resource point at most, and its utility didn't seem significant. Nevertheless, Li1 didn't question Su Yang. He just needed to cooperate, and he understood this well. Su Yang quickly obtained a map of the origin locations of star systems. It wasn't very large, covering 17 small cities and 7 medium-sized cities. Among these, there were 5 small cities and 1 medium-sized city inhabited by humans. The rest were cities of other races. Although the map was not large, it provided comprehensive information about the surrounding areas. Black Earth region, Black Serpent Plains, partial area, medium-sized cities, 7, 1 inhabited by humans small cities, 17, 5 inhabited by humans dangerous areas, 103 origin nodes, 3,221 stable resource points, 453. These were the total statistics on the map. Every resource point and city were clearly marked, along with their respective levels and danger ratings. With the map in hand, Su Yang could continue with his next steps. Before proceeding, he discussed with Li1 about resource blockade and the starry market construction. Regarding resource blockade, Su Yang inquired whether humans could disguise themselves as other races to buy resources and thus evade the blockade. He also asked whether there were any other races willing to trade with humans at prices 10 times or more than the normal rate. Firstly, humans could disguise themselves, but every other race had detection methods. As long as your strength could bypass these detection methods, it was possible. Secondly, such trades did exist but were rare. They were conducted secretly and on a large scale. Small transactions were not made. These covert traders were generally controlled by individuals who managed medium-sized human cities or above. These profiteering individuals needed to bear risks as well. Engaging in such transactions could lead to sieges if other races found out, so they usually didn't engage in low-volume trades. These sellers among other races kept their contacts very secretive, and only a few people knew about them. Introduction of new customers required personal recommendations and their own clandestine systems. They were in no hurry to expand their customer base because trading with humans invariably earned them multiple times more than usual, and all they had to focus on was safety. Su Yang had concerns about resource blockade. The universe was vast, and complete blockade wasn't feasible, but this blockade made humans pay a higher price for the same resources. Besides resource blockade, Su Yang also inquired with Lv.1 about how the starry market was constructed. On this matter, Lv.1 admitted he didn't know. His level of influence had not reached that far. Sect leader Su, I heard that you wanted to build a city in the origin locations of galaxy? Am I right? Lv.1 asked, with an undertone in his words. Yes, what's the matter? Su Yang inquired. Well, if you use galaxy cores to build a city, it might take some time. During this process, it could attract attacks from other races, Lv.1 explained. They won't let human cities be built that easily. Destruction is advantageous for them. When galaxy cores are transformed into cities and get destroyed during the process, the galaxy core used for building the city will explode and disperse a large amount of origin energy in all directions. They can easily collect a vast amount of origin energy during this process, Lv.1 continued. Galaxy cores, even core formation stage cultivators of medium-sized cities would be tempted. If you're the only one trying to defend a city in the process of transformation, it might be quite dangerous. Lv.1 revealed the information he knew. Last time, when Su Yang took action, he demonstrated his nascent soul stage strength through the power of his spells. Lv.1 judged Su Yang's level based on the displayed power of his spell. He wasn't sure about Su Yang's specific realm, but based on Su Yang's casual statement about wanting to build a city, it was very likely that he possessed more than just nascent soul stage power. Obtaining a complete galaxy core, even for core formation stage cultivators, required a considerable amount of luck and time. Now what you say you want on the front foot, you can get on the back foot. So Lv.1, through some words, judged that Su Yang was likely not just in the tribulation transcendence realm. It's very likely that he's in the greater vehicle stage of cultivation, so he can have a galaxy crystal core in his hand and build a city. But to build a city in the source of the galaxy, one greater vehicle stage cultivator might not be enough. At that time, the construction of a city will create a big commotion. Cultivators from other races in the greater vehicle stage will definitely sense it, and more of them will come. Su Yang's situation will become dangerous. Understand? Thank for the reminder, Su Yang said. For the details, he was indeed not very clear. Lv.1 reminded him, so it was necessary to thank him. But how long does it take to transform the galaxy crystal core into a city? Will only greater vehicle stage cultivators be attracted? Lv.1 continued to explain. The transformation time is probably about a day because, senior, you're only building a small city, and if you have one galaxy crystal core, it will indeed only attract greater vehicle stage cultivators. All right, I understand. With Lv.1, Su Yang once again gained a lot of information. But there was no other way. His strength had increased too fast, and the speed of acquiring information couldn't keep up with his cultivation progress. For the future, he would need to communicate more with human cultivators regarding the issue of building a small city attracting greater vehicle stage cultivators. Su Yang wasn't worried about that. Once he swept through 5 demonic spirit nests at the Foundation establishment stage and obtained enough galaxy crystal core fragments, his strength would naturally no longer be at the greater vehicle stage. By then, when greater vehicle stage cultivators from other races dare to come, Su Yang wouldn't mind sending them on their way. While heading towards the demonic spirit nests within the Silver Moon City's range, Su Yang also checked the resource points belonging to Silver Moon City. Exteriorization level origin nodes. 43. Foundation establishment level origin nodes. 14. Combination level origin nodes. 8. Void refinement level origin nodes. 3. Alright, the rest is mine. Are the resource points in dangerous areas? Spiritual fluid resource points. For in total, 2 are of lower quality, 1 is of medium quality, and 1 is of upper quality. Galaxy Source Energy Resource Point. 1. Lower quality. That's not bad at all. 5 resource points, spiritual fluid and galaxy source. Energy, these are all good things. No need to say much about spiritual fluid. It's a crucial resource for foundation establishment stage cultivation. Galaxy source energy, on the other hand, is needed for combination stage cultivation, speeding up the integration process between nascent soul and the cultivator's body. It's a precious resource. Blackhorn City has only 1 spiritual fluid resource point, and it's of lower quality. The production of spiritual fluid is extremely limited, distributed among 10 major worlds. Su Yang marked all these resource points as his own. After he built the city, they would all belong to him. Thinking like this, Su Yang quickly headed to the Foundation Establishment Stage demonic spirit nests marked on the map. Within the Silver Moon City's range, there were 7 Foundation Establishment Stage demonic spirit nests. If each one had a small piece of the galaxy crystal core, he could achieve his goal. 7 Foundation Establishment Stage demonic spirit nests would also raise his level. Number 1 Exteriorization level demonic spirit nest. The scouts from the Guyun Star came here once again. They looked into the depths of the demonic spirit nest with curiosity. The abyss-like black hole attracted and made them wary. Should we go in and take a look? Let's go. We can leave if there's a nascent soul stage origin demon. Good point. A group of Guyun Star cultivators entered with curiosity. They were adventurers. One of their advantages was their boldness. As they went deeper and deeper, they didn't encounter a single origin demon along the way. A bold idea emerged in their minds. So, more than 100 people entered the demonic spirit nest. They walked in silence, not making a sound. Their nervousness and the extraordinary sight they witnessed left them breathless. No, they didn't encounter a single origin demon along the way. When they reached the deepest part of the demonic spirit nest, they found a completely empty central area. All the origin demons in this demonic spirit nest are gone. Wang Kai walked at the front of the group and was now completely dumbfounded. Do you think that Senior Su Yang can control so many different powers? Is it possible? He can easily kill these origin demons, even if they're not in the immortal realm? Whoa, that would mean that even in a large city, he'd be a top figure, right? The Guyun Star cultivators seem to have discovered an incredible secret. To easily kill origin demons who hadn't reached the immortal realm required immortal level power. That kind of figure would be at the pinnacle even in a large city. Here, they were merely in a small city, with no connection to the large cities. Silver Moon City. Silver Moon Madman was beginning to recover. Damn, why did an accident occur? And where did that guy come from? Silver Moon Madman was in a state of rage at the moment. This time, he had planned everything meticulously. He had factored in every possible contingency for Blackhorn City, and he had employed every resource at his disposal. There should have been no surprises. He had been certain about destroying Blackhorn City. But why, when there weren't any accidents, an accident still happened? Silver Moon Madman couldn't accept it. He was extremely dissatisfied. So you're in the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Even if I have to send this out, I'll still kill you. Silver Moon Madman had half of a galaxy crystal core in his hand. He had made up his mind. He would ask for the assistance of a greater vehicle stage cultivator to kill Su Yang and then destroy Blackhorn City. He was determined to destroy Blackhorn City, and no one could stop him. Red Earth Star. Hong Tian led the disciples of the Dasha celestial sect to gather on the Purple Phoenix Mountain. Beside him were 10 nascent soul stage cultivators. The entire Purple Phoenix Mountain was surrounded by 6,000 Foundation Establishment Stage disciples. Now, if you looked at it, the Purple Phoenix Mountain had already experienced a large-scale battle. Everything was in ruins, except for the top of the peak, where the final layer of the formation was still active. Hong Tian took a step forward and stared straight ahead. Anyone who kills our human race will be slain. The silver moon Xianshan sat in the center of the Purple Phoenix Mountain, located at the core of the formation. He laughed heartily. Ha ha! To be killed by a human race? Do you know how many enemies the human race has? Such an ignorant fool. Don't get carried away. The human race will be expelled from the universe. Ha! Silver Moon Xianshan seemed to hear the funniest joke in the world. Even though he was in a disadvantageous position, surrounded and outnumbered, he still jeered.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.